The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. They're past the midway point at the Super Chess Classic Romania in Bucharest. The show must go on as the field shrinks to 9 with Vincent Keymer receiving a bye and a full point, extending his lead. The Netherlands' top two split the points in their matchups, settling for a draw to remain tied for second. Keymer's in the driver's seat. Is he cruising to a first-place finish? Day 7 of world-class chess. Coming up next.
Welcome back, chess fans, to Day 7 of the 2026 Super Classic held here in Bucharest, Romania. We start today in the playing hall at the Romanian National Bank. As we are waiting for the players to arrive, we have a surging leader, Vincent Keymer. Will anybody be able to catch up in the championship rounds? Let's go to the studio and find out with Yasser, Peter, and Naz.
Spring is in the air in the beautiful Romanian capital as we near the exciting conclusion of the Super Chess Classic in Bucharest. After all the thrills and spills, both on and off the board, we're about to see who can hold the nerve best when the rubber meets the road. Our coverage of round 7 coming up next. Vincent Keymer is leading by a full point with 3 rounds to go. Can he be stopped, or will he win the very first tournament he plays as a full tour participant? Our round 7 show is live.
Hello everyone and welcome to our show. I'm your host Nazi Paikidze and I'm here with the one and only Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan.
I feel alive. How about you, Nazi?
Pretty good.
Pretty good. Hello everyone and welcome to our show. As you know, Alireza severely sprained his ankle and had to withdraw from the event, and he withdrew after the 5th round. So what that means is that Firouzja's past results will still count towards his tournament standings, including the draws that he had. However, from now on, Firouzja's opponent will be awarded a full point in the remaining matches. Forfeit wins. And that, of course, messes up our standings a bit.
It affects the standings indeed. Let's take a look. After 6 rounds, we have a sole leader. Vincent Keymer is leading with a full extra point.
Right.
4 players are chasing him. That's Fabiano, Caruana, Anish, Giri, Jorden van Foreest, and last year's winner, Praggnanandhaa.
Tell us about the format for the Super Chess Classic.
It's a 10-player round-robin event. Players are not allowed to offer any draws. Classical time control, and a regular scoring system, 1 point for a win.
The schedule.
We only have 3 games left, Yasser.
Right.
It's coming to an end. Today, players are back for round 7. And after 3 rounds, after round 9, if we don't have a clear winner, we will see some exciting playoffs.
All righty. And Peter, tell us about our tournament leaders.
Absolutely. And the talk of the tournament so far, of course, is Vincent Keymer, who is currently a full point ahead of the field. And we've just seen the standings. We will see them again in a moment. But with Alireza withdrawing, there is an additional storyline developing with people getting a full point in the last 3 rounds, in the last 4 rounds, actually. It was Vincent himself who benefited from it yesterday. But today, one of his closest chasers is going to get the forfeit win against Alireza, and that is another newcomer to the tour, the Dutchman Jorden van Foreest, who is going to get a full point today, bringing him up to +2. And then he has white against Javokhir Sindarov in round 8, and a very important direct clash against Vincent himself in round 9, although with the black pieces for Jorden. But of course, today's full point from the forfeit immediately propels him into a clear second at the start of the round. As for Vincent himself, he has a pretty tough lineup of opponents for the last 3 days. Today and tomorrow, he plays 2 games with the black pieces in a row. One against the World Championship challenger, who is not having a particularly good event here, but he is still a force of nature, Javokhir Sindarov. And then black against Fabiano Caruana in round 8, a very, very tough assignment for anybody. And then that final game against Jorden in round 9. So we are in for a very thrilling conclusion of this tournament as we are entering the business end of it, so to speak. And on that note, we welcome our Romanian studio with Anastasiya Karlovich and Cristian Chirila.
Thank you, Peter, and welcome back, chess fans, to day 7 here in Bucharest, Romania. The tournament slowed down a little bit yesterday, but there was one decisive result, that victory by forfeit by Vincent Keymer, who extends his lead. That means that going into the last 3 championship rounds, everybody will try to catch up. I'm expecting a lot of intriguing fights. Which one is your favorite for today, Anastasiya?
Of course, we're looking forward to the fight between players from 2 different generations. Praggnanandhaa is going to play against Fabiano Caruana today. Both of them actually also have some similarities. Both of them now tied for the 2nd place with the same amount of points, chasing Paik, which is trying to catch up with Vincent Keymer, as you mentioned, Cristian. Look at their head-to-head score. They played so many games already. I can count 15 classical games between them. 2 wins, 2 losses to Prague. Always fighting chess between 2 of them. And despite the fact that Prague is so young, he already managed to win this Romanian event last year, while Fabiano won this event in 2024. So both of them are the previously won this event, and I think the result between them can definitely change the race and the situation on the top of this tournament. So looking forward to this game and expecting great preparation from both sides and fighting chess.
Well, this one is the battle between the last 2 champions, and I want to focus on the battle between the challenger, Javokhir Sindarov, and a player that is primed right now. Everything is in his hand to become the next champion here in Romania, and that is Vincent Keymer, the leader of the event so far. And surprisingly, they haven't met each other as many times. They grew up with each other, but they never, it seems like, played the same tournaments. And as you can see, they only met once, 1 draw, no separation between the 2 players. And Vincent is bringing a little bit more experience, in my eyes, into the Grand Chess Tour, because he actually played a couple of years back in Poland, and you were there as well, Anastasiya. He did not do particularly well, but he used that as experience, and right now, as a full tour participant in his first event, he looks primed to become the champion. Javokhir Sindarov obviously was invited to the Grand Chess Tour, and he did play the Poland leg of the Grand Chess Tour first. He didn't do particularly well in that one, and he's struggling a little bit in this one as well so far. But again, he's such a strong player. He has the white pieces. He will put a lot of pressure on Vincent Keymer. Guys, we're expecting a lot of fun games today. For the moment, back to you in St. Louis. We'll be here to give you all the highlights throughout the round.
Thank you, Anastasiya and Cristian. Those are 2 exciting matchups, to be sure. But Nasi, do the honors. Tell us about all the pairings for this round 7.
Absolutely, let's have a look. As they already highlighted, 2 players who are sharing second, Prague and Fabi, are facing each other. And another big matchup is between Sindarov and the leader Vincent Keymer. On the other boards, we have MVL against Bogdan-Daniel Deac, Anish Giri, who's also tied for second, against Wesley. So
great clash.
And pointing out one more time that Jorden gets a forfeit win today against Alireza Firouzja.
Great prize money for the players that they're fighting for.
Yes, they're also fighting for Grand Chess Tour points, but the prize fund for this event is huge, $475,000. First place winner takes home $100,000, second $65,000. Everybody gets good prizes. Yes, sir. Tell us more about the bonus money.
Well, the bonus money is an innovation this year. It's a $125,000 pool of money, and that pool of money will be divided by the total number of wins from the tournament, and that will determine the bonus amount per win for each player. Please note that the forfeit wins will not be included in this calculation. That would be a little bit unfair. But it's a very, very nice pool of money, really encouraging the players to fight for the victory in each and every game.
Around 18 grand so far per win.
Right. We haven't seen that many victories, and yesterday we had the 4 draws and the forfeit. As we see some of the pictures coming in from the stage.
Yeah. I think I could hear some players. I think that was Wesley talking,
Right.
but we see the leader Vincent Keymer seated at the board.
Getting into the zone.
Getting into the zone, yes.
Right.
Big, important match today. And, I mean, all 3 matches coming up for him are going to be tough.
Exactly. He's getting the back-to-back black pieces. Of course, when they come to St. Louis for the Sinquefield Cup, the colors will change.
Reverse.
And so he will get an extra white come when he gets to St. Louis. But right now, you have black today and tomorrow. Playing black with Sindarov and then black with Fabi.
It's a big test.
Yeah, I mean, he will earn first. If he is to win first, he will definitely earn it.
Absolutely. By the way, Sindarov's still not at the stage, even though a few seconds before the round begins.
I think perhaps meeting Gary early in the tournament has influenced his approach to this particular part of the game.
Gary
There
was
he is arriving.
habitually late.
Now the arbiter's making some announcements.
It looked there for a moment that Sindarov was taking off his badge, you know, like what you often get in the Olympics, that you have to show to the security people to get into the hall. I'm kind of curious to know if that badge is like a security badge.
Probably. Must
But
be.
you go to the security guy and he says, you can't pass without your badge. It's like, dude, I'm on stage.
That happened to Maxime at the Olympiad. They were not allowing him in because he forgot his badge.
That's great.
And another crucial matchup today is between Pragg and Fabi.
Just as Anastasiya was saying, these are the two winners from the previous editions. Pragg is the 2025 winner and Fabi the 2024 winner. Always nice when these two champions collide. And their matchup is amazing. 2-2 and 11 draws? 15.
Great result for Pragg considering he's much younger.
Absolutely.
We have a special guest making a ceremonial first move. It's Adriana Moore.
Didn't see. C4.
C4, positional player.
Excellent. Love it.
He's the CEO, Office and Commercial Division 1 United Properties.
Good eye.
I think every day we've been having 3 ceremonial first moves, right? So
Right.
one board's always left without a guest.
It's Daniel Deac's board seemed to be the most popular. The Romanians were fighting over who gets to play.
This is Cristian Ionescu, CEO and board member of Easy Ascurare. Close enough.
Well done.
Another C4, wow.
Very popular amongst the CEOs.
So they have the same coach.
Right? I wonder if they practice.
I think that's it today. Of course,
And
we're going to start with the leaders.
Let's start with Sindarov, the challenger, the World Championship title, with the white pieces. And as we've mentioned on the top of the show, Sindarov is not having the performance that he had in the candidates. Clearly, a victory today would help his cause a great deal and make the rest of the tournament happy as well.
Exactly, because Vincent is full point ahead, and
Right.
if someone doesn't slow him down, he can run away with it.
Exactly. A single game between these two?
Yeah,
That's
one draw.
remarkable. Especially as they're same age. They've somehow...
They played the chess 960 a lot.
yes, of course, they
Freestyle
clashed.
chess,
But
yeah.
the classical game came this year from in the Tata Steel
Tata
tournament.
Steel.
Yeah.
You're right. And I was going to just ask you, Peter, if we were going to see an E4 or D4. Asked and answered.
Ask and answered. We are seeing D4 knight f6. Are we going to see Nimzo? I think so. Vincent has played
Yes.
this already in the event. Knight f3, maybe Catalan.
I was going to say the Catalan has been very popular of late. Knight C3,
Maybe
Ragozin.
Ragozin.
No.
C5.
Now we get to see
Tarash.
what Javokhir has against the semi-Tarash, which has been a problem for many white players.
Exactly.
Most white players, I would say, these days.
He seems surprised, taking the first thing. Does Vincent usually play this? If you know.
I think people, counting anyone out from the scimitars these days is a fool's errand. I think it's a possibility against anyone, I suspect. I don't remember Vincent doing it a lot, but I'm sure he's done it at least a little bit.
I would call it more of a modern-day Tarrasch with CD5. The old days, they always recaptured with the pawn on D5, but CD5, knight D5, knight C3, this line has
he's done it this year.
Really gotten deep. As lots and lots of games and have been played like this. E2, E3 also in this position, just playing an isolated queen pawn with bishop D3.
I think,
is there...
Sorry to interrupt you, but I think an even bigger problem these days is CD5, CD4. And this is what Vincent played against Deac earlier this year. So I think the expectation has to be CD5, CD4, which is an attempt to make kind of a forced draw. If you want to avoid it, you can play E3 straight away. People have been playing E2, E3 in this position with white, which does avoid all of those extremely forcing variations. But no, Sindarov does play C takes D5. And yeah, the expectation, I think, is
C takes D has been responded,
yeah. I don't know if knight takes D5 has been refuted as such, but it's less direct.
Okay.
I think people play this line just to not give white any shot at all. And C takes D4 does, or at least attempts to do a better job at that.
Queen takes D4 on the board.
E takes D5. E4, I think, has been pretty much solved. So I think people play bishop G5 these days if they want to try and get a game.
Which he has done.
He's done that.
And now is it bishop E7?
How popular is this, Peter? How many games in the database?
400 games.
Wow. Very popular.
And Queen D2 is very rare. The move Javokhir has just played. It has been played 2 years ago by Vladislav Artemiev and also by SL Aronian. That's too many syllables there. I apologize, SL. I'm so sorry, Cheta. This will never happen again. But it's exceedingly rare. We're down from 400 games to 3 games.
Wow.
Was also played by Liam Le. So the 3 games are by exceptionally strong players, all 3. But somehow has not really caught on fire just yet. Why there's also 3 for 3 there? Every single game was won by white. I wonder why people don't do it more often.
Queen D2. What is the most popular move instead of Queen D2, Peter?
E3 is by far the main move in this position.
Which looks very, very natural. Queen D2 has... Okay, well, first of all, let's boldly state the obvious. No, black is not blundering a pawn. And if he wanted to capture the pawn on D5, you have my respect. Yeah, but bishop takes C3 will make you cry. That's how you lose your queen. So Queen D2 does have, however, the threat of now capture, after Queen D2, pardon me, you do have the threat now of capturing and then capturing on D5. And should black respond to this threat by defending the pawn with bishop E6, or what's popular now?
D5 is not hanging as such. You can castle, if we continue the line a little bit. If you castle here, I think the intention probably is to take on F6 and take on D5.
Right.
Because otherwise you would have played E3 anyway. Right. But black has bishop takes B2.
Exactly.
White goes rook D1. Now the bishop is hanging. It probably goes to A3, I suspect. And white just goes G3, I guess, bishop G2 and castles. And we get a kind of a typical, I would say, a Tarrasch position, right? Specifically in the Tarrasch, you get the structure quite a bit.
Yes.
Black has the bishop pair. Black currently has a pretty safe structure and no weaknesses. But the knight on D5 is quite nice, and maybe there is a little bit of a pull here for white. Even though, to be entirely honest with you, it doesn't feel earth-shattering.
No, it doesn't.
Knight C6, bishop E6. If push comes to shove, I might just take everything on d5 and play rook fd8 in the end. And yes, maybe I will be ever so slightly worse in that endgame, but how bad can it be? But
No. I think you're closer to a draw. So queen d2, castles.
Vincent has played bishop
yeah,
e6.
Vincent played bishop e6 and now e3, which I guess is a version of. So what have we achieved as white?
I don't think
Compared
we've
to the
achieved-
immediate e3. The queen doesn't normally go to d2 in the main lines, but maybe we provoked bishop e6, which is not played every single time in those positions. I'm trying to figure out why we
Yeah.
haven't started with e3.
So if we go back to bishop e7, so e3, let's just say knight c6, or maybe castles, yeah? So one of the things I thought that the white players like to do is to keep their queen somewhat active. So the idea is to meet queen b6 with a queen b5 kind of thing, and then your rook and knight coordinate for a more direct attack on the pawn on d5. The one thing I don't like about the queen on d2 is that in these positions, again, after, say, castles, is you always have to be wary of a knight e4.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And, it's like if you take on e7 and
Forcing too many trades.
a lot of trades, and if you take on e4, again, doesn't feel like you're getting much. So queen
I
d2.
think against knight d4 is why Javokhir played bishop d3.
Sorry.
We do have moves.
We got queen d2, bishop e6,
E3?
e3, castles, and bishop d3. As you say, maybe that's directed against the knight coming to e4.
And what do you see in the standings is currently Vincent is sharing first. It's because Van Foreest already got his forfeit win.
Right.
Keymer only played 6 games so far and
He's
has
playing.
+3. And Sindarov is at -1 looking for his first win.
Wow.
And through some transpositions, we're back to somewhat known theory. There are 3 games on my screen. 2 of them are extremely high profile. There's a game between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Vidit from 2023. And in 24, we had this position in a game between Nikita Vichugov and Hans Niemann.
And how did those games?
Both drawn.
Both drawn. Again, isolated queen pawn position. Maybe the bishop on e6 is misplaced, but I would say the queen on d2 is misplaced. So a little tidying for both players. White may very quickly want to put his queen on e2. After castles, maybe white will want to
The knight on
redirect
d4, yeah.
on d4. From black's point of view, black has a pretty straightforward development scheme himself. Knight c6, either queen b6, queen d7, bring the rooks to the center. I think that this is actually a pretty even position. I would be happy to playing either side. I don't think white has achieved much out of the opening, but we'll keep an eye on that.
So let's check some other games. Let's go to Pragg and Fabi's game. We did have Rogozin in this one.
Huge matchup between our former champions. Again, Pragg is defending his title, having won it in a playoff last year against the Frenchman.
And Alireza, yes.
Exactly. So all pretty standard theory up to this moment. Peter, what is the latest and greatest? Is white getting anything in these?
Not particularly. There's been a very high-profile game in this line very recently. This is still following the game between Matthias Blübaum and Anish Giri from the last round of the candidates, the game that Anish won in brilliant style after Matthias played very ambitiously and then, I'm guessing, forgot his analysis. Made basically one mistake and was instantly doomed because he went for some very high-risk ideas there with the white pieces.
Castles long.
Yeah, I also have some set history with this line. I'm not really much of a 1d4 player, and I once lost a very painful game to Anish, starting from here. White should be a little bit better, but it's never a lot, and black has decent chances. Queen c2 is Matthias, I think, played knight g5. Queen c2 is by far the main move in the position statistically. In the vast majority of games, black responds very directly by playing e6, e5 in the current position. You could also wait with a7, a6. e6, e5 is logical, and if it's playable, you generally want to play it. The structure after d5 knight e7 is supposed to be quite safe, which is why white normally takes on e5, and after knight takes e5, takes, white goes either long castles immediately or sometimes. I think there's a lot of theory, and I'm now recalling this here. There's this very theoretically heavy position after 4 bishop takes e3, and now I think both knight g4 and queen e7 are supposed to come very close to direct equality. Pragg is obviously not doing this without a new idea somewhere, and e5 already played by Fabiano, so I think we are going to see some proper theoretical battle today. Both of them clearly have a very good idea of what they want out of the opening here.
Yes, we could see on the screen D takes E had 168 games,
Wow.
while D5 only had 12.
Yeah, just it's not a good move. I don't like this move for white, but it does cross my mind that after castles takes on d4, we could have an isolated queen pawn, but a different type of an isolated queen pawn position.
He has taken.
On e5.
Takes E5. Still following theory.
Takes e5.
Takes. We might see that F4.
Yeah.
It's the most ambitious, yes, Peter?
Long castles also exists, and it also makes sense. But after queen e7, I guess black is better prepared. Like now, it's much more difficult for white to play f2, f4. If you play castles queen e7, now after f4, bishop takes e3 is just very nice for black, because if you take with the bishop, you lose the e3 pawn, and then arguably maybe even the f4 pawn, because queen d2 is not really a winning attempt here. You're worse after any decision. Queen takes d2 is good, queen b6 is good, anything is good here for black. So if you want to play f4 somewhat comfortable, but this is what he plays. This is interesting, and this is what I thought might happen, that he has an idea somewhere in a sideline which is currently not supposed to be that critical. Kind of a rare move. There were, I think, 70 games after f4 and only 8 after long castles. Every single person here played queen e7. There are some high-profile games here as well. There is a game between Wesley and Levon from 2021. A game between Wesley and Fabi, actually, from this year. But that is an online game, judging by 3,200 ratings for both of them.
Sounds like a good blitz match.
Yeah, queen e7, Wesley tried king b1 and actually ended up losing. Not that the position is bad, I'm just sort of reporting the facts there more than passing judgment.
Right.
But king b1 doesn't seem like a refutation of the entire idea. We'll see what Pragg has in mind, because, as I mentioned, you don't do this without an idea. You don't just randomly show up here and then start thinking.
Well, absolutely. Well, for me, I love these positions, just full stop. Kings on opposite side and majorities for the player. So I would expect white to be playing moves like f3, g4, g5, or h3, g4, g5, and black to be doing a6, b5, c5, and good stuff in store here. The battle lines are drawn. Yeah. Kings on opposite
We'd
side.
love to see opposite side castle.
I would love to see that. I will say, though, that with the central files fairly open, I think it's kind of difficult for white to organize this kind of a swashbuckling attack on the king side when there's just no stability in the center whatsoever. Wesley actually played it in a way that I think is maybe more restrained. He went king b1, Fabi played bishop b6, and Wesley took and played f2, f3, with the intention of expanding in the center with e3, e4, bishop e3, and so on. White actually is maybe even slightly better. The engine does suggest that this is how you're supposed to play, but it doesn't. Like knowing, and Pragg of course knows that game was played between Wesley and Fabi. Just playing this line to repeat what Wesley has already done against Fabi seems a bit strange, because even if it's supposed to give white a small edge, Fabi is now very aware this exists, right, if he wasn't before already, and he will have a reply.
So you're
saying
I'm
curious.
When these players play game like a blitz game or bullet online, then they check the opening afterwards?
If it's a topical line against somebody they kind of respect as a theoretician, it lodges at the back of your mind, and maybe not immediately, but maybe at some point you come back to it and you think, oh, okay, Wesley did this against me. It seemed sensible. I should spend 5 minutes trying to figure out whether I need to address it or whether common sense is enough. random online games, no. I'm suspecting it's some kind of a high profile, maybe speed chess championship match or something, and Wesley is not going to be doing random things in that. So I think it attracts attention.
Thank you, Peter. Yasser, let's check how Anish is doing against Wesley.
All right, let's go to that game. Again, for me, I think that Anish has actually played a very good tournament. He's undefeated, definitely been up there near the top. But even more so, he's been dictating. He's the one.
Been pressing in every game.
Yeah, the initiative or the advantage, if you prefer, has been on his side. And so today he's up against Wesley, and of course, E4. You got to have something for Wesley's Berlin, and you can expect.
This is actually quite interesting.
Please, Peter.
Remember that first round game between Wesley and Vincent? Yeah. Very exciting, very sharp game. Yeah. It's basically the same line, but there was the inclusion, I think, of, I think that game featured bishop e7, h3, and here Vincent played a6. And we thought h3 maybe wasn't as precise because you have to give up the bishop. But Wesley does it one move earlier. He goes a6 straight away without even the inclusion of bishop e7, h3. White takes, goes rook e1. Now d3, d4 is being indicated, and Wesley goes c6, c5, saying, no, I would like to stop it. But White can force the issue here with c2, c3,
which is
bishop e7, d4 takes. And here Wesley makes, and he makes it very quickly as well, makes a decision which is honestly kind of startling to me. I think you just go bishop d7 here without even thinking.
Right.
Instead, he put the bishop on b7, and now the knight lands on f5. He will probably castle because everything else appears to just be losing. Yeah, he castles. And now, I mean, he's on his starting time. I mean, it looks like prep. My screen says close to +1.
Wow.
After very logical moves as well. Knight c3 is strong, but even stronger, I think, is to begin with bishop g5. This pin is going to be extremely annoying.
Has this happened before, or is this a novelty?
This is, hang on a second, I need to...
Earlier I saw there was, on move 12, knight c3, there was just one game in the database, it said. But that's not what Anish played.
Up to knight takes d4, 16 games in my database, including some reasonably high-profile ones. Everybody played bishop d7. I don't have a single bishop b7 game on my screen.
Is it possible?
And honestly, it just looks wrong. I'm very interested to see how he is going to justify it, because it looked wrong sort of optically to me as somebody who has played a lot of Spanish positions in my life. And also I checked with the engine. The engine also violently disagrees with it, to begin with at least.
Is it possible he confused lines?
With 129.58?
I mean, they are very different things. You know, it's very difficult to confuse bishop d7 and bishop b7 because bishop d7 doesn't allow knight f5 and bishop b7 does, you know. Unless you stop there. If there's anything written after that move, the positions will be dramatically different. Yeah, I'm very curious what transpires here, because I mean, obviously he has some sort of an idea, but this is just, to my mind, extremely risky.
The other thing that I find very strange about this position, Peter, I am with you 100%. Bishop d7, I would have thought, is automatic to defend the c6 square, but in a greater sense to keep the f5 square controlled as well. If you weren't worried about either knight f5 or knight c6, you could play castles and maybe invite this trade, and then you have to decide whether, for example, after bishop g5, bishop b7, you could commit to this. The reason I'm saying this is because bishop b7 actually gives Anish the chance to transpose, and the knight takes e7, grabbing the two.
If knight takes e7, then this is stronger than castles because you didn't have to spend a tempo on queen e8.
Right.
But even if White simply ends up taking on e7, the engine doesn't like those positions either. This is why I'm sort of so flabbergasted at what he is doing, because like, none of this seems to be approved by the engine, and frankly, I think common sense also says this cannot really be particularly good. But at least, you know, he made Anish think. At least, I'm pretty sure Anish is on his own now. I don't think he's unhappy, though. And I think this is a kind of on his own you normally like with the white pieces in the Ruy Lopez.
Exactly. And by the way, bishop g5, most forcing, most accurate move, Peter?
Yeah. Knight c3 is playable, but the difference is if you begin with knight c3 here, you give black a chance to play knight f6, d7. And then perhaps you're not going to get the pin at all. You're still better. You take on e7, you play bishop f4. It's still a very enjoyable position. Right. But I think bishop g5 aims for more.
Just stopping, and like you say, keeping the pin alive, just stopping the knight from moving. Kind of intimating that you were ready to pile up on f6 too. Queen f3 and takes and bishop f6.
Yeah.
Looks very strange by Wesley. And again, I would say he's prepared the line. Maybe his
you have
prep,
to assume he has.
Maybe his
yeah.
prep
So
goes a
Wesley's
lot
prep
deeper
is
than
fantastic. So
yeah.
I doubt. It could be that he just made a mistake, or we'll see what he has planned with bishop b7.
I forgot my preparation. If you don't mind, I was more than curious to what Prague may have prepared in this line, because king b1, bishop e6. It's very, very clear. And what Prague did play was bishop to d3, prepping, I want to say, ideas of f4 and those pawn sacrifices that you spoke about earlier. Is bishop d3 known?
Yes,
Still,
1,000 games, I think, in the database.
A
no,
dozen?
actually less, 4, only 4.
Okay, and how does it go? What's the...
I see 2 games with c6 and 2 with rook d8.
c6 makes sense. You're prepping b5, b4, and rook d8 as well, yeah? Okay.
Somewhat of a new position now after bishop d3.
Cool. Okay.
We have a game we haven't checked yet.
Please.
It's Maxime Vachier-Lagrave against Bogdan. And what opening was this?
Looks one of those
Nice.
Joko pianos
Yeah.
with an early a4 by white.
How many joke pianos we had already in this
It's
event?
a very, very popular opening indeed. Captures on f6, knight d5, and g6. And
The current
basically
position is not too popular. I see there's only 25 games.
only 25 games. I like the move g7, g6 here for black, because it's basically saying to white, if you don't capture on f6, I am going to play bishop g7. I'm going to retain the dark square bishop. Now, if you do capture, then why are you spending all of this time going bishop g5 takes f6 and knight c3 to d5 takes f6? Aren't you just trading pieces? Of those 25 games, Peter, is White proud of his results?
Not particularly, but there's been a very high profile and a very spectacular game recently in this line, the game between Zuzhiner and Tanjungyi in the candidates in Cyprus, which went
for the ladies,
c3, bishop g7, queen d2, and it's worth reliving it because it really was a very, very nice bit of opening prep by Zuzhiner. She went c3, bishop g7, queen d2. Black does not have to do it, but Tanjungyi very understandably replied with bishop g4, asking white, so what are you planning to do with that knight on f3? It went forward. Black played f7, h7, h6, and Zuzhiner played f2, f4 here, leaving the knight on g5 unpraised. Black, I believe, went king h8, and white replied to that by playing knight e3, h takes g5, and f4, f5. It was a truly, truly spectacular game.
Oh, I remember that f5. Yes, it was beautiful.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was. The game ended up in a draw, but white definitely had pressure.
Nice. Thank you for that. That was an exciting memory, to be sure. Now, see, we reached that stage in the show where I get to ask you who's going to win the tournament. Statistically speaking.
Yes, let's have a look at our pie charts. Pre-tournament favorite was Javokhir Sindarov at 17.7%, and Fabi not far behind at 17.6%.
Where is Vincent at the very
Vincent
start?
at 9%, right in the middle of the pack.
Okay, 9%. Let's see how he's doing now.
Day 1, we had all 5 draws, not much changed. Now, after day 2, we had 3 co-leaders. It was Vincent, Prague, and MVL. And then after day 3, Anish jumped up to 24.3%, Vincent in second. After day 4, look at that, now it's Vincent's pie, 43.8%, Anish in second, Van Foreest in third. Bobby only at 6%, that's hard to believe, but as you can see, after day 5, he jumped back up after he beat Alireza.
But now that Vincent got the forfeit win,
We were discussing this yesterday, what would be Vincent's chances, and I said 70, but then I got convinced by Peter that it would be not more than 50. Apparently, he's at 70% rate.
you should defend
I should just
your
never argue with you
opinions.
about anything.
But Van Foreest in second at 13.6, Fabi at only 5% chance.
That's surprising. Like, wait a minute.
Because Fabi still gets to play the leader head-to-head.
Right, and today is again playing such a huge game. By the way,
But it's all in Vincent's hands.
oh yeah, no,
Destiny is in his hands, yeah.
for sure. And apparently that game by Jorden also convinced Maxime, as he's following in her footsteps. Bishop g4, knight g5, again, as what happened in the women's candidates tournament. We'll keep an eye. No, hold on. Do we have a
Well, he
different
played
move?
rook b1, which is a
I
new,
apologize.
That's your analysis,
a
yeah.
new twist
Yeah.
on.
Knight d5, g6, rook b1.
Is he playing?
That's a curious one. Yeah. Does he
B4?
actually want to play b4 if bishop g7?
Well,
Maybe he does. Yeah.
I think he does, but
Otherwise, it's difficult to justify,
Well,
frankly.
that's a new move. We're definitely in new territory now. Rook b1 is the novelty.
Yeah.
and what are we achieving, actually?
What do we think about this? Let's say
Strange
bishop
looking move. c3 looks a lot more natural.
Yeah. But I guess he actually wants to recapture on b4 with a piece to preserve the option of keeping the pawn on c3, fighting for the d4 square. The engine after bishop g7 b4 says takes, and plays bishop c8, d7 here, and says we are not particularly bothered by any of this. If we take on c6 with white, it takes with the bishop. I would be maybe slightly unhappy about some potential positions after bishop d5, but it seems like it just takes, goes b6, and then rook c8 tries to play for e5, e4, I guess. There's counterplay on the king side potentially. Although this is quite a sharp structure. It's a quite an unusual sharp structure, which could be quite playable for white, even though the engine gives you no advantage. But the engine rarely gives you an advantage against solid openings.
Peter, I'm looking at this and I'm thinking to myself, not Berlin's, Ruy Lopez, but there's no pawn on b5 for black. Now that I'm in a, quote, Ruy Lopez Chigorin, where I've got full control over d4, I'm not afraid of white playing c3, d4. Imagining that I'm play a5 for just a moment, and I'm saying to white, I'm shutting you down on the queen side.
I don't hate it.
Pardon me?
I don't hate it.
If you play c3, and I play bishop g7, and you play b4, like you absolutely insist, you know, you're getting in this. Well, I've played ab. I've opened up my rook on the a file, and as we can see, the engine doesn't hate it either.
Becomes a weakness.
Exactly. But if you don't play for b4, and you're not playing c3, d4, I've got it controlled, you're playing for f4. What is f4? It's going to take you forever to coordinate
Maybe you
f4.
play for some sort of light squared control, like you go, I don't know, c3, knight e3, and knight d2 and shuffle.
Knight d2
Yeah.
and shuffle.
I'm trying to remember which game it was, but we had this discussion earlier in the tournament because we had a similar position on the board, or at least in one of the lines we were discussing. I'm a firm believer in black being completely fine in all these types of positions. So yeah, I think there's maybe even a choice of how to approach it.
Absolutely. How do these two match up?
Let's see,
Nancy?
Maxime and Bogdan in classical games. Wow, Bogdan has a plus score, 1 win against MVL and 4 draws. So an uncomfortable opponent for Maxime.
I remember in the Bucharest, one of the Bucharest tournaments earlier, Bogdan won a game and thrilled the audience, the Romanian audience, with that victory. And want to tell about our show
yes,
coming up. We have a
For
special
fans
guest.
of Levon Aronian, don't go anywhere because he will be joining us in just a little bit. We're going to have an interview with him. The two-time World Cup winner, many times American Cup winner. And
Yeah,
he
no.
actually was supposed to be playing in this event.
Exactly. He scared us with a health scare of his own, actually. Easy for me to say that.
And yeah, he was replaced by Jorden van Foreest.
Looking forward to speaking with Levon and seeing how he's doing. G7, G6 on the board, rook B1 by Maxime, and Bogdan thinking what to do. Bishop g7, inviting white to play b4, or just stopping white with the move a7, a5. And Nasi, where would you like us to go?
I think we should go back to Anish and Wesley's game because we think maybe Wesley didn't play the opening correctly, putting the bishop on b7, and now we really like Anish's position.
Okay, everything so far, Anish has played very consequently, I want to say, and Wesley's last move, rook e8, intimating that he's ready to drop back with his bishop. But let's just see how...
Let's develop knight c3.
Knight c3, let's say bishop f8. Is it time for queen f3?
Yeah, queen f3 seems very logical here.
And rook's coming to d1. I'm really liking white's position.
Agreed, but we just have one more move to play for a moment. I'm afraid of knight h6 check, but...
Rook e6, you lost to knight d5, apparently.
Knight d5.
Just straight up lost, because
Wow.
you're forced to take, and then the pin will become
Intolerable, yeah. Okay, but I'm afraid of knight h6.
You have to play g6, knight h6, bishop takes h6. And then once again, you have to question, why are we doing this to ourselves? Maybe we're not lost by force, but surely we should not be doing this to ourselves voluntarily.
Well, I always ask myself the question, I've played g6, yay. Who has the dark square bishop?
You won't like the answer to
I
that?
don't like the answer. No. And yet, again, Wesley has played this like it's all part of his blueprint that he came armed with.
And Anish is at +1, but if he wants to catch the leaders, he has to start winning. And today he has the white pieces with only 3 games left. He's going to press today.
And we think
He's
he's...
a great position to do so.
Exactly. He's coming out of the opening very nicely. Besides knight c3, Peter, is the desirable queen d4?
Queen d4 is absolutely the option here, yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe trying to even stop bishop f8 from happening altogether.
Exactly.
Because I'm guessing more knight h6 check than bishop takes f6. I think the endgame with the 2 bishops maybe is manageable. Not pleasant, but manageable. But knight h6 check might just win on the spot.
Right.
So yeah, it's very much an option here if you want.
Yeah, I'd probably favor knight c3, but I'd definitely keeping an eye over opportunities like queen d4 as well as queen f3. Very good. I want to go...
Queen d4 reminded me of that game Sindarov against Keymer because he dropped queen d2.
Queen went to d4 and back to d2. And that was actually the game I wanted to go to. Our tournament leader, Vincent Keymer, he has the black pieces today against challenger Sindarov. In fact, Vincent has back-to-back blacks for this round 7 and the round 8 coming up. So this is the challenging spot in the tournament. And when we left it at bishop d3. Vincent said, what are you doing with your bishop on g5? Or you want to take on f6? No. Sindarov withdrew his bishop.
At the time, yes, sir. Sindarov has spent no time. He still has hour 30, but Vincent down to 109. So is Sindarov still in his prep?
Rook c8 is
clearly so.
Somewhat fresh.
Rook c8 is fresh? Looks like a natural move.
We're still, until rook c8, we were still following that game I referred to between Yanni Pomnish and Vidit, in which Vidit went bishop b4, a3, knight e4, which comes very close to immediately equalizing, actually. It's not a bad idea at all. There was also an option of playing knight h5, which I would have been quite curious about. But Vincent decides to play sort of more conservatively and sticks to his kind of a classical positional style, not getting distracted by any of the quote-unquote sharper, quote-unquote tactical options.
Yeah.
Now let's see a snapshot of our rising star, Javokhir Sindarov.
Well, he certainly made a name for himself. The candidates, I can tell you that. Boy, he left an impression.
He's only 20 years old, current ERS rating 27.66, and this year he'll be playing the World Championship match against Gukesh.
The young champion. He'll have to try to take advantage of his experience over the...
So no matter what, next year World Champion will be 20 years old?
Something like that. Yeah. Really, really young. Peter, I'm just looking at this position from the eyes of isolated pawn position, and I don't see any reason why black should be unhappy.
Yeah, I think it's perfectly playable. Maybe there were more direct ways of trying to equalize, but what Vincent is doing is perfectly sensible. It looks like maybe h2, h3 seems indicated to make sure knight h5 is no longer really an option. But interestingly, if you do play h3 here, there's even the option of playing knight e4. And if you take everything, after h3, knight e4, if you take on e4 twice, I will take on d2 and go bishop e7, f6. And there seems to be enough pressure against the white king side, to perhaps queen side, sorry, to equalize long term. Even though you're of course not at all obliged to do any of this, you can play queen b6. I suspect Vincent will not be entertaining very many thoughts of knight e4. But that was just to illustrate how safe the position is and how black can approach it in all kinds of different ways. But I think, yeah, queen b6, intending rook f d8. If it gets chased away with knight a4, you could even put it back on d8 and say, okay, your knight on a4 is so misplaced that you probably will just put it back now, because now I do want to play knight f6, e4 otherwise. Seems healthy for black. It's what Javokhir has done today is, well, he avoided the long main lines, which might just be forced draws. He did get a position which he will be able to play, but whatever advantage he has to be minimal here, I think.
I agree. I don't see any problems myself. I mean, again, I always just boil down the opening to three principles. Do you have your fair share of the center? Do you have effective development? And is your king safe? And I asked this about Vincent. Looks like he's got a fair share of the center, good development for his pieces, and his king is safe. So,
just another proof that Tarrasch is a problem for white.
Exactly, one more indication. By the way, in the game of Bogdan, I did note that Bogdan said, I don't believe b4, you're welcome to it. I'll play the move bishop e6. If you want to play b4, maybe I'll play knight takes b4 and just ask, what have you done? c2, c3, I saw in that game. But all right, very, very nice so far for our tournament leader, Vincent Keymer, as I think he's done very well in his opening. I'm just going to check once again on Prague. Since the move bishop d3,
Are we still thinking?
We don't have any moves from it, Fabi.
No moves. Everybody's been thinking for a while. Only moves we have is in the MVL Bogdan game. So, Fabi, what can he be thinking about after bishop d3?
It's interesting. I had it running in a separate window because I wanted to check what the suggestions would be. You can absolutely play c7, c6 here. I'm sure rook d8 is also playable. There's a very interesting plan, though. If you want to be very ambitious, you can try c5 with the intention of basically meeting anything white does with c4. Just punting that pawn to open the c file. The line could, for instance, go rook he1 here.
Okay.
We go c4, bishop takes, bishop g4, f3, rook ac8.
I like this. Very aggressive.
Very aggressive.
And it presents white with definite challenges because there is a lot of pieces on the c file that could be attacked. If you go bishop b3, the engine even goes b7, b5, doesn't even protect the...
Yeah, I was going to say we can prep b5, but we don't even need to prep it.
This is fun. I don't know, unless you know this exists, this might not occur to you because I think you're kind of taught not to play c7, c5 in those types of positions because you want to maintain some control over the d5 square if we talk about the current position in the game. I think we are, like in a blitz game, you always put your pawn on c6 in this structure. c6, b5, b4, as the arrows on your screen were indicating before I began speaking, is I think a lot more logical and a lot more kind of, your default setting is of course c6, b5, e5, a5, a4, this kind of counterplay. But the engine doesn't hate c5.
And you can see accuracy, they're both playing over 99% accurately. But black had slightly more accuracy than white. Maybe it's the long castle that engine doesn't approve of. I'm not sure.
Yeah, likely so.
I'm glad we have this opposite side castle position because we can have a very fun position soon.
Exactly. Big fight.
Especially if Fabi goes for c5, c4.
Looking forward to that, for sure.
Other options are c6, rook d8, bishop e6. All of those moves make a decent amount of sense.
But then in that case, white will start attack on the king side, right? h3, g4 or f3, g4.
But why in particular bishop c4 to d3 in this case? I mean, you're hitting h7. So you're playing for g4?
I think maybe we're sidestepping specifically the tempo of bishop e6, and if black plays bishop e6, we have some kind of a reply which wouldn't have been good as a first move, but is good now. I don't quite know what that would be.
It's got to be
Is it
g4.
F4?
Yeah,
Might be f4 related,
He's played rook d8.
which is previously
played before, yes.
Yeah, rook d8.
Not a novelty.
Yeah. If you don't mind me saying, I'm going to go back to the game of Wesley So, because if we're thinking in terms of victories, this one is promising because of the sharp double-edged position of kings. But to our eyes, Anish has come out of the opening with a significant plus. And Peter, I don't know if the engine is helping you understand why did he play this way?
I'm still very confused. Yeah, both knight c3 and queen g4 appear to be quite strong. The best line for black after knight c3 might be h6 here, while you still can.
Okay.
Bishop h4.
Okay.
Bishop f8.
Okay.
Queen f3.
Yeah.
And now I have to play g5. But how fun is that? Is this any fun at all for black? Bishop g3.
I would think it was just positional suicide, personally. I mean, the knight on f5. You know, all my training has told me
This should
that
be
this
winning
is
for white, right?
yeah, exactly.
It's not, but it's of course better. Winning, it's not. Black but also, you do this, and apparently your best play in the next few moves will involve going bishop c8 takes f5.
Wow.
And then maybe I can sort of imagine the argument that you will survive grimly, because the bishop on g3 is maybe not where it's supposed to be. And
Anish about to make a move. I'm curious to see.
Yeah.
He's
He
going
did
for
play
he goes
queen
queen d4.
d4.
Yeah. Also a very strong option.
Yeah, he actually
Stuck in
went.
G6.
He went into like a 20-minute think, and I think in a blitz game you play knight c3 without thinking.
Although now maybe black can play something like c5, queen c3, bishop c8, and hope to once again defend some grim endgame somewhere.
Wow.
You might have to because you don't have G6 option anymore. What else can you do?
It just looks so wrong.
Can't wait for white to play knight c3, rook d1, and just dominate you on the whole board.
Exactly.
C5 seems like the only option.
Not
happy?
Yeah, something, Wesley's bishop b7, very, very confused.
Honestly,
Very confused.
This is one of the more surprising pieces of prep I've seen in recent years.
Right.
And you have to assume this is prep.
For sure.
Like, even best case scenarios are just genuinely unpleasant endgames. I just don't understand what happened there.
Weird. Queen d4, advantage white, and Anish didn't do anything special whatsoever, just Wesley misplacing his light squared bishop. What we're speaking about specifically is in this position, Wesley played the very strange move, bishop to b7, leaving his f5 square undefended. Bishop d7 to defend c6 as well as f5 would have been everybody's go-to move here. Knight c3 and castles would have been more or less normal.
Yeah, allowing knight f5
Just feels wrong.
for free seems very wrong.
Yeah,
Okay, let's check c5 and bishop c8 and see what kind of position we can have.
c5, queen c3.
This is admitting that bishop should have never gone to b7 and taken it back to c8.
Exactly. Do not play knight takes e5 and allow queen takes g7 mate. Bishop.
We take on e7, and then we have a choice. You can just immediately cash in with bishop takes f6. Black will take with the queen, and then the pawn will play knight c3. It's very enjoyable. It might be even stronger to begin by playing something like f2, f3 here. Because black can't really unpin themselves anyway, so we can wait for a move.
Right.
And it remains very, very annoying. The way to change the structure here is to play d5, but that might be very, very risky.
And Yasser, what would you do with the white's knight? Go to d2, c4? a3, c4?
I find knight c3, I like what Peter was saying a moment ago. Takes.
Go to the end game and play knight c3.
Yeah, I mean, if I don't win it, bad luck. but I would expect.
You will enjoy this endgame. For sure.
Yeah, I'm going to have all the fun for the rest of the afternoon.
Yeah. You can sort of imagine black holding after bishop b6, rook a b8. You start exerting some pressure against the pawn on b2, and you hope to maybe, at an opportune moment, maybe you get to play f6, f5, kind of slightly improving your structure, so like rook d1, rook b8, b3, rook b6 or something.
Yeah, of course, it doesn't just win automatically, but yeah, there's some ideas for black of playing c4 and or f5 after defending d6. Yeah. But we.
Now I just want to remind everyone.
Yes,
that we
absolutely.
have a very special guest joining us soon. We'll have a chance to interview Grandmaster Levon Aronian, two-time FIDE World Cup winner, and was supposed to be a full-time Grandmaster player, but
exactly.
He will be a wild card now in some events.
All right. I'm looking forward to saying hello to Levon.
Stage is busy. Half of the players are just walking around. There's like a traffic.
Right.
They don't have too much walking space, as you can see.
So, it's not what you would call 2 lanes.
It's a one-way street.
Yeah, right.
It's funny.
And as we wait for that, I think Prague's plans have become clearer to me.
More defined, yeah.
Let's switch to that for a second.
He played e3, e4.
After rook d8, he played e4, and it seems like black is, I think, supposed to play bishop e6. There are some other moves, but they are, I think, less intuitive. But after bishop e6, I think white is intending to gamble with f4, bishop takes. And if you don't take on a2 here, you are worse. But you can take, using the fact that b3 runs into queen a3 check. This doesn't work for white at all, so the bishop will not get caught. But the position after bishop takes a2 remains very unclear. The engine suggests maybe queen a4, and then bishop c2, playing for some kind of a long-term positional compensation with the bishop pair, the majority in the center, and some ideas of maybe f5, g4, g5. The engine says black is completely fine. In fact, it maybe even slightly prefers black in the position on my analysis diagram. But if you've never seen this before and you're playing against somebody who will probably continue blitzing for a while from here, it's maybe not that comfortable.
Right.
Yeah, looking at Fabi, he seems a little uncomfortable and lower on the clock, but he also knows that this is supposed to be fine for black.
Yeah, he didn't do anything wrong. On the contrary, he made his break nicely timed e5, and before we saw the move e3, e4, Peter was saying black's position is so decent, you can even go c5, c4, and just give up a pawn and get play. Rook d8, e4, and I wouldn't understand why this actually changes so dramatically the evaluation. It seems to me that bishop e6, and why we saw earlier Wesley So playing king b1, seems to me like the threat of bishop takes c3 and bishop takes a2 is so good, kind of provokes king b1. So I would think that black is actually slightly better. If you don't get in your f4, g4, right, while black is getting in b5 and b4, you're going to be worse.
In the current position, you can still try for your c5, c4 play. If you go c5, white probably needs to play f4 now.
Right.
We take on c3, we go bishop g4. Rook needs to go to e1. And you can play rook ac8, continuing to ignore the idea of e5, bishop takes h7. I think if you go e5, knight e5, bishop h7, king somewhere, black is probably doing quite well, I suspect. Yeah, as you can see, black is entirely untroubled by the prospect of losing the h7 pawn. If that means that we're activating our knight, I think f8 probably. I don't know, I haven't checked in great detail, but I think it's probably f8. And now knight b4 ideas are kind of hanging in the air, b5, b4 ideas maybe even. This is also very sharp.
White
Fabi
might
will
lose the
have
bishop
choices.
too, with g6 eventually.
Yeah, g6 is on.
Fabi definitely is not locked into bishop e6. Other moves absolutely do exist, but I just feel that with the move e3, e4, we have a much clearer idea of what Prague is trying to achieve here.
Exactly.
It's a bit of a gamble, but we are, in all of these lines, we get very sharp positions where the price of a move is going to be quite high, and that's what he wants today. He wants to play a sharp game where he probably knows a little bit more to begin with.
Well, again, I see absolutely nothing wrong with development. Development good. You know,
Attacking pawn even better.
Exactly. And bishop e6 just kind of throws down the gauntlet. Yes, c5, c4 is on my agenda. What's on your agenda? And it's got to be king b1 or
I think
slash
king b1
f4.
is too slow now.
Exactly. King b1, it doesn't inspire. So once again, F.
And let's see a snapshot of a man who doesn't really need an introduction.
Absolutely. He
You
is
know, Caruana,
number 2, number 3 in the world for the last
10 years or so.
dozen years, yes.
33 years old, URS almost 2,800, and he's last year's Grand Chess Tour champion, looking to repeat last year's win.
A challenger to Magnus Carlsen in 2018 World Championship match that ended in a drawn match. He lost the playoff with Fabi, but 5-time U.S. champion.
Yeah, he also played in the candidates 5 times, I believe.
Yeah, really one of the giants, I want to say, in the world of chess today.
Today and then the last 2 decades also.
Exactly. With the diagram position that I have on my board, which comes about with the bishop e6 move from the current position, you're a pawn. You like sacrificing pawns.
I do, but
I don't.
for the initiative.
For the initiative.
Here, I think I can have the initiative without giving up that pawn on a2, so I would definitely play king b1.
King b1 runs into specific problems. Black has a very annoying move, knight g4.
Give me the pawn.
Which might force you to play bishop e1 even, because f4, bishop takes e3, you probably lose material, right? Because there will be forks either from f2 or from e3. And if you have to start playing moves like bishop e1, black is not going to be horribly unhappy, I suspect. King b1, knight g4, bishop e1, even bishop takes c3 here, forcing you to take with the bishop and playing queen c5. Yeah, there's not going to be much initiative here for white.
Who's having the fun?
Yeah, it's just pleasant for black, I think.
Very annoying move.
To be, for sure.
I should have included some f3 or h3 earlier.
Yeah, if you have to play bishop e1,
That's not how we play with
it wasn't what you intended to do. Bishop takes e3 by Peter. I thought, you know what I would like to do actually is I'd like to, now that I've put my knight on g4, I'd like to put it even on e5 and just press against this bishop on d3.
Bishop d4 also pretty good. White luckily has knight d5 here to come close to equality.
Wow.
Otherwise, white is much worse. Bishop d4 is a very solid move, yes.
Yeah, so all in all, I don't know if Prague's approach necessarily is going to bring him
He's
success.
going to give up on a2 and play that position. I am very certain of that.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. And if we go down this rabbit hole a little bit further, it's got to be based on g4 or e5.
I think it's a bit too early for that. On my screen, there is a move b2, b4 being mentioned.
B4
being mentioned as playable, but I don't know if I can trust that, frankly.
Just to kick the bishop back to e6.
Then I guess we want to play, I don't know, f5, e5, and push.
I'd even stop.
Yeah, I like e5.
Bishop e6, f5 is actually immediately very good for white.
Right.
The problem is b4, a5, as Yasser correctly pointed out.
That would be the first
and
move.
now the only move is b takes a5.
Oh dear.
We're allowing queen
Against
e3.
which now bishop e6 is fine. You can also play queen c5, which equalizes on the spot as well.
Queen c. Actually, I was a little fearful of queen
a3
a3.
check is not bad either. Queen a3, queen b2, queen c5 also pretty good.
Queen c5.
White has bishop c2 there, but
wow.
Would
b4.
rather be black here, right?
Yeah, if my opponent played b4, I would be like, I'd be stunned.
On the other hand,
Yes.
if you spot it before it appears on the board, maybe you get spooked a little bit.
Okay.
And you start thinking, I mean, my opponent is blitzing, clearly he has something.
True.
Maybe this is the something.
Okay.
And maybe I'm supposed to be worried about it.
Yeah.
Although, I don't know, I wouldn't be that, I would feel like I haven't done enough bad things in life to be worse after bishop takes a2 before.
I shouldn't be punished.
I'm going to interrupt you, Peter. Let's say hello to one and only Levon Aronian.
Hello, folks.
Hello, my dear.
We're so happy to see you, Levon. How are you doing?
Good, thank you. Thank you. How are you?
Good. We were fearful when we saw your social media that you had a health scare. How are you feeling, Levon?
I'm back to normal. I mean, I'm still on antibiotics, but like 10 more days. And then I can come back to physical training to lose all my fat that I've gained during the hospital stay.
So they feed you well.
Too well. I felt, first time in my life, I started seeing the advantages of being pregnant. You can eat anything, and you more or less know that the time will pass, and then you're supposed to come back to your senses.
Well, we're glad to hear that you're doing much better. Levon, so you were supposed to be playing in this event. Instead, which Grandchester events are you planning to play?
Well, if I get wild cards to some, then I will definitely accept it. Yeah, this is my hope.
Right.
I had to withdraw from the whole tour because it won't be fair to other players. I mean, I think I could just probably skip Romania and then I would be fine to play the rest. But, yeah. Imagine if things came to worst and Alireza and another player would be missing, that would be not a great show.
Exactly. That would not be good. You've been watching Bucharest. Your thoughts about the play and Vincent and Jorden?
I kind of... Vincent has been well. I think he showed some real good chess in many of the games. As usual, I'm rooting for Fabi and Wesley. But now I don't know the standing, guys. I don't know what's the standing with the current withdrawal, because I thought Fabi won this important game against Alireza, but it doesn't give him anything, right? So he's on 50%, I guess.
No, because Alireza withdrew after 5 rounds.
Yeah,
Yes.
+1.
Fabi's win still counts.
Yeah, but they're
okay.
basically Jorden gets a forfeit today, so Jordan's already played his 7th round, so currently tied with Vincent, but if Vincent draws, Vincent will be in clear first, or if he wins, will be a point in first.
Levon, maybe you can help us figure out Wesley's decision today. Let's pull up that game.
Yeah.
We're a little bit puzzled by Wesley's decision against
I have actually analyzed this line, but I think you're supposed to play with the bishop on d7. Long time ago, I used to play this improved Steinitz. And my coach, Arshak Petrosyan, he told me, you play this d6 business, and then they take on c6. You put the bishop on d7, and then your plan is bishop f8, queen b8. You bring your queen through b4 to c5, and then you're basically playing some sort of a King's Indian type of center, Your opponent has a center, and you have the hope. Yeah. But I think with him putting on the bishop on b7, that looks, I don't know, it looks kind of dodgy, but I don't know, maybe it's fine.
Well, he played, that is to say, Wesley played it like it was preparation, and to us, to our eyes, we naively thought white was just much superior. So strange preparation for us. Also, I wanted to ask you, Levon, did you manage to see the other Grand Chess Tour event that took place in Warsaw? Because that was a very exciting Rapid and Blitz.
The Americans prevailed.
Yes. 1, 2, 3, baby.
Yes, yes, that was great. Thinking of that, currently I'm looking at the position of Wesley. I'm thinking maybe there is nothing that scary. What if I go like queen d7 and bishop d8? I know that you have this X-ray on the g7, but if I manage to play queen e6, queen e5, it shouldn't be the end of the world.
Queen d7 was just played, and as you were saying, Levon, you're looking at bishop d8, yeah?
Yeah, you know, queen e6, queen e5. Of course, I can't afford to play queen e5 and allow you to take on e5, and if I cannot capture with the rook. But once I put the bishop on d8, and I kind of slowly get in there, shouldn't be that bad. I mean, I've seen you get much worse positions after 5 moves, Yasser. I mean, with your opening.
We miss you, Levon. I mean,
you know,
knight
so my
c3.
family, while I was in a hospital in recovery, they were like, yeah, this is bad. And then once I started being mean, they said, oh, Lev is back. He's finally healthy. He's showing his true color.
The medicine is working. Look. He's trolling us.
I also want to ask your opinion about Fabi's position, if you don't mind.
Fabi, Pragg versus Fabi.
I think I analyzed this. This is kind of a forced business. Yeah. I remember this now. This is actually very interesting for white. I mean, it's confusing because you have to come up with a plan with black immediately. I don't know. So if he goes, let's say c6, f4, bishop d4, e5, knight g4. I mean, this, you know, the biggest issue in the opening preparation has been from time immemorial that when you get the position where you have so many options, you see the computer is happy and you're kind of saying every single move is equal, but you don't really know which one is more equal or less, and which one is more confusing equal, and which one is more human equal. And this is this type of prep that, of course, Pragg knows first, I don't know, maybe 3-4 lines, how to react against them. And Fabi knows that this position is equal.
Mm-hmm.
All right, thank you. And Levon, I know you're recovering now, but do you already miss playing chess or enjoying your little break?
Well, I'm trying to write a book and kind of finish it till I start playing actively. So yeah, I've been commenting lots of games of. I mean, I'm writing a book about the Armenian team and the history of team from 1992 to 2012. So lots of games with lots of blunders. So I don't get to miss chess so much because I get to see those beautiful pieces of art.
Oh, you're working hard, and I'm very excited to check out that book.
Yeah, we'll make sure I get a copy too, Levon. Thank you so much for joining us.
You always tell me, yes, sir. You're always telling me if you want my books, buy it. I mean, why are you begging for my books? And now
5% discount for you, Levon. 5% discount. I told you many, many times. I love you dearly, and therefore, thank you, Levon, for joining us, and good luck with the pregnancy. I hope you deliver.
We miss you too, Levon, and hope to see you soon again on the Grand Chess Tour.
Cheers.
See you guys.
Bye-bye. Peter, bring us up to date before we take
Levon is working hard, but what is he working for?
Well, obviously a writing career beckons.
Yeah, and Levon, as expected, and this is a very usual thing these days, Pragg and Fabi are playing a completely fresh position, and Levon says, yeah, I analyzed this. And this is because this is a very topical line. This is a very topical line in an opening which pretty much every single person at the top level can play. Not many of them maybe play it as their main weapon, but you expect it or can expect it almost every day. So they all check basically the same pool of positions. So this was not a surprise to Levon at all. And Fabi, after thinking for a while, did play c7, c5. I'm expecting Pragg, as I mentioned, to play f2, f4. There aren't really very many other sensible options. You can try king b1 first, but if you play king b1 here, you do give black time to play bishop d4 and then bishop b6, and it seems like it's very, very non-obvious to me why white is supposed to be faster than black here. And if you do play c5, as I mentioned, black will take on c3, black will play bishop g4, rook d1, rook a c8, c5, c4 is coming in. Let's actually analyze this for a bit. Why is e5, knight d5, bishop h7 not great? It just says king f8, says the biggest threat is knight d5 b4, as I mentioned. Let's say bishop b4, knight b4, and it becomes awkward for white. a2 is hanging, you obviously cannot take because the c file becomes open and you immediately lose. If you play something like queen a4, after b7, b5, the engine says you're already in deep, deep trouble. So we just give up the pawn on h7 with check to play move by move, sort of build up initiative on the queen side. So after rook a c8, the suggestion is you can play f4, f5, c4, bishop f1, which looks kind of strange, but also the bishop on g4 is very unsafe. So this is a very, very curious position in which black has to start making very good moves. There's only two moves here which are fine for black. One is b7, b5, to meet h3 with b5, b4, just giving up the bishop on g4 altogether, but creating an attack on the queen side. Or you can make this move knight f6, h5, with the intention of putting knight on g3. Or instead of f5, maybe you can play bishop c4, but then maybe after bishop c6 you're just slightly worse, honestly, with white. So I actually like Fabi's reaction. Fabi took some time to settle on something and went for c7, c5, which I think is a very healthy move. And it's now Pragg's time to choose what he wants out of life.
Fantastic battle shaping up in this one.
I think we're going to take our first break, Yasser, and as we go to break, Anastasiya sat down and talked to Jorden van Foreest. Enjoy, and we'll be back shortly.
Doing very well.
Jorden, first of all, welcome to Grand Chess Tour. It's going to be your first event as a full tour player. What are your feelings about it? When did you get your call and you were invited for this event? Like, how did you feel?
Yeah, no, it was completely unexpected to me, of course. I mean, I thought the tour was already set and I was definitely not going to be a part of it, but I got the call in the end of April, just before the last Bundesliga weekend. I was actually walking around Berlin at the time, and suddenly I got a call if I can speak about this, and I thought maybe it would be just for one event or something, but suddenly I got the news that they wanted me as a full tour player. I didn't know at the time why, but then at some point I figured out it was because of Levon's health reasons. Hopefully he'll be fine, but of course for me it was really shockingly good news, and yeah, I would like to thank the Grand Chess Tour and everyone for inviting me. It's a big opportunity for me, and being part of the tour is it's really special for me.
Did you accept it right away?
Yeah, no, of course. Just I had so many other things planned. I had to cancel my whole schedule basically, but of course that was a no-brainer for me. I just said yes straight away. Yeah, I'm super happy to be here now.
Yeah, we're also super happy, but you've been here before. You played as a wild card in Croatia a few years ago. What kind of experience it was? Which conclusions did you make after that?
Well, yeah, both times I played was as a wild card in Croatia indeed, and I would say both events were quite different. The first time I didn't do so well, and the second time I came much better prepared, and I actually managed to win the rapid section. But then the blitz, everything crumbled and fell apart. But it was really special both times. The first one was because Kasparov was actually playing, and of course, playing Kasparov was not something I imagined would ever be able, I would ever be able to do, but it happened there, and yeah, the second time I won the rapid. So I don't know about any conclusions, but it was just really nice to be part of the tour at the time, and also Croatia is a wonderful city, so
Yeah, Yeah, playing also Gary, like dreams coming true. Absolutely,
Yeah.
and today he will be also here at in the Romanian Grand Chess Tour part. And like, what expectations do you have now that you are a full tour player?
Expectations, I don't know, but I want to do well, of course. I know it's going to be really tough, but at the same time, I'm not new to playing any of these players. Maybe it's more new for me to play like so many strong players in a row. I played Paikidze many times, but usually there's a few outsiders there. At least here it's like only top players, and that's a little bit different for me. You know, I'm just going in with it like I don't feel much pressure, at least, and I just want to go in there and do well and show the world what I'm capable of. If I play my best chess, I know I can play well and I can compete with anyone, and yeah, I'll be trying to play good just.
Speaking about competing with anyone, you just come from Malmö where you managed to defeat Magnus Carlsen himself. Did it give you some extra confidence before this tournament?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, once again, it helped me like to realize that I can play with anyone and I can beat anyone if I have a really good day. Unfortunately, after that game, I didn't perform so well, but that's a really special moment, and I didn't think like I would be ever able to like beat him because he doesn't play much classical even these days. So it gives a little bit of extra confidence, but still it was only one game, and here, you know, you'll be playing like 18 games against the world's best. So it's more about consistency here than having that one-time good result. I want to show that I can consistently play with these guys and not underperform, but yeah, it will be tough and we'll have to see, of course.
Yeah, but lately you were actually playing quite successfully and your rating also shows it. Like, what do you think has changed in your life that you managed to raise your expectations and your rating higher?
Yeah, maybe I became a little bit older, which in my case was good because I got a little bit more experienced. I don't do so many stupid things during tournaments, especially like staying up late for whatever reason, and also in between the tournaments I was working harder in the last couple of years. I was not only sitting on the couch, but I was actually looking at chess and working hard, so a little bit of that. And also I think my life is in a more stable place now. I don't know exactly one thing, but maybe a combination of all these factors, yeah.
And you're coming from the chess family, it's a very known fact. Like, how many people play chess in your family and how much it affected your life?
So I have a family with 4 brothers and 1 sister. And actually we can all play chess. In fact, my brother here is here with me, and he's also Grandmaster. My sister, she is WIM and FM, and she is also the reigning Dutch women champion. Other than that, my brothers are like the Romanian brothers, they're a little bit all over the place. They play chess, but they like to go to university, and they're not professional. But I would say, like, growing up, there was always chess happening in our house, and that's quite special, I guess. And also, you know, being the oldest, I could see like everyone growing up, getting into the game. And as a family, when we were going on trips, we would always go to some chess tournament. And yeah, in those early years, everything was really around chess. And then at some point I moved out and things were a bit different, but yeah.
Yeah, and now I guess everyone will be rooting for you during this Grand Chess Tour event. You said also your brother is here. How much he's helping you?
Yeah, my brother is coming with me quite frequently these days. We have a good connection, and like I would say, I'm the disorganized guy who doesn't know how to handle like all kind of organizational things, but he has everything really well mapped out. So in this kind of way, we add to each other in a good way, I think. And he's a really good support, and also one of the reasons I think why I managed to have some good results recently.
Seems like everything is ready for the great result ahead. Thank you so much for joining us, and all the best of luck in the tournament.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Born in 2005 in India, Praggnanandhaa Ramesh Babu emerged as one of the brightest prodigies in modern chess. Known simply as Pragg, he showed extraordinary talent from a young age, becoming an international master at 10 and one of the youngest grandmasters in history at just 12 years old. Raised in a family passionate about chess, Praggnanandhaa trained alongside his sister, while his calm focus and remarkable calculation skills quickly drew worldwide attention. As he climbed through the ranks, he earned victories against some of the strongest players in the world, including multiple wins over reigning world champion Magnus Carlsen. His breakthrough on the global stage came during elite international tournaments, where his fearless style and maturity stunned veteran grandmasters. In 2023, Praggnanandhaa made it to the Chess World Cup final, becoming one of the youngest players ever to compete for a spot at the very top of world chess. Beyond trophies and rankings, Pragg became a symbol of India's new chess revolution, a generation of young talents reshaping the future of the game. Quiet, disciplined, and relentlessly determined, he earned admiration for his composure under pressure and his ability to thrive against elite competition. For Praggnanandhaa Ramesh Babu, chess is a blend of creativity, precision, and resilience. And with every tournament, the young grandmaster from India continues to show that the next era of chess may belong to him. Vincent Keymer was born in Germany in 2004 and quickly became one of the most promising young chess players of his generation. Introduced to the game at an early age, Keymer showed exceptional talent and a calm, mature understanding of chess far beyond his years. His international breakthrough came in 2018, when, at just 13 years old, he delivered a stunning performance at the Grenka Chess Open, finishing ahead of several elite grandmasters and gaining worldwide attention. The result marked him as a rising star in European chess. Trained by renowned grandmaster Peter Leko, Keymer developed a style built on deep preparation, positional precision, and remarkable composure under pressure. As he continued climbing the world rankings, he became known for his disciplined approach and ability to compete confidently against some of the strongest players in the world. In the years that followed, Keymer earned victories and strong performances in elite international tournaments representing a new generation of German chess talent. His steady improvement and mature play style drew comparisons to many of the game's modern elite players. Beyond his tournament results, Vincent Keymer symbolizes the resurgence of German chess on the world stage. Quiet, focused, and highly analytical, he has gained respect for letting his performances speak louder than words. Still early in his career, Keymer is widely regarded as one of chess's brightest future contenders, a player capable of competing for the game's biggest titles in the years ahead.
Welcome back, everyone. We're in the middle of round 7, but let's remind everyone today's pairings. We have some very exciting matchups happening today.
With some of the leaders going head-to-head.
Absolutely. Two players were sharing second, Praggnanandhaa against Fabiano. Then Javokhir Sindarov facing the tournament leader Vincent Keymer. And VL playing against Bogdan-Daniel. And Anish Giri, another player in second place, facing Wesley. And we already had the result. Jorden van Foreest gets a forfeit win against Alireza.
Nice. And the standings?
Right, just the standings. So after round 6, Vincent Keymer in clear first, full point ahead of Fabiano, Anish, Jorden, and Pragg.
Of course, Jorden is getting that forfeit point today.
So he's
already
up with
got
Vincent.
He's already got
at the
4.5.
moment.
That's right. With Vincent still at play. In fact, Vincent and Sindarov, let's jump into that game as we see a view from Bucharest, the beautiful central bank building of Romania. Vincent has done everything right, Peter, as far as I can tell. He's got the isolated queen pawn, but he's completed his development. He's played queen b6, and he's followed it up with rook d8. prepping moves like a d3, d4. I noticed that Sindarov did not play your prescribed h3, and neither player seems to be particularly bothered by knight h.
Yeah, and Javokhir has now only just played knight c3, a4 right now, and I did some brief clicking here. Queen a5, I'm pretty sure is okay, but there's no reason not to play queen b3 here. If you play knight c5, you're instantly actually worse with white after takes, and knight e4, very logical continuation, after which you're not even equalizing here with white, very, very much not. So the intention has to be bishop c2, the queen drops back to b5, and honestly, this is a kind of a position where you can start having dreams of playing for more than just equality with black, because I think the white pieces are somewhat misplaced. If you put the knight back on c3, I will play queen b6, and we are back, but the bishop is now on c2, which is really not an improvement. And the fact that the top line of my engine on my screen is here is a very kind of opaque move, queen d2, d1, I think should give you every
Pause.
Yeah, every indication of just how well black. I guess you want bishop c2, d3. I guess we've protected with the queen the knight on a4, and we want to play bishop c2, d3. Knight a5 is fine here. d5, d4 equalizes here as well, a very kind of a typical pawn sacrifice to completely destabilize the white structure. And now you can play slowly. You can probably play for some immediate equality, or you can play bishop e7, d6 here.
So d4 is just equalizing. I was hoping maybe black would play for more after d4.
Specifically after queen d1, maybe you don't. Like, the suggestion to play for an advantage is knight a5, knight d4, queen e8. And the engine does say that this position is actually after takes, the knight comes to c4, and you get a kind of a typical Tarrasch type position where you do have slightly ginger pawns on e6 and d5. In particular, the one on e6 could potentially be a weakness. But the way the pieces are, the engine actually prefers this for black, but it wouldn't have been immediately obvious to me. I'm not a Tarrasch player, but I dislike giving up this bishop for a knight. So I don't know if knight a5 is that obvious. But all in all, feels like whatever opening prep Javokhir meant to show today, it did not really pay off to the extent maybe that he would have hoped.
Feels like a fail to me. I mean, I just don't see anything wrong with black's position. I love the queen b3 being more aggressive.
And Peter, white doesn't have some kind of a forced repetition on the queen?
After queen b3, I guess maybe you can try bishop c2, queen b5, knight c3, because b2 is not hanging, of course. Bishop h7 check still exists. Queen b6, knight a4. But if you do that, now after queen a6, you are worse. Well, somewhat worse, because knight e4 is coming in, and you know, like, there's no way to continue attacking the queen. You can't even give the perpetual to the queen here.
Right.
No, I honestly, I kind of dislike what Javokhir is doing here. He's still fine, but he actually seems like he needs to start making very precise moves not to be worse. And in order to, I mean, rook ac1 looks very logical here if we go back this couple of moves. This is 3 half moves before. He could have played knight f3, d4 here, which is a very typical way of playing these positions. Of course, I understand that it's maybe not that exciting to play a position like this, but they are a touch better for white, and also there's absolutely no risk. I mean, he's not very bothered by the concept of risking things. I mean, he is a very dynamic player who very happily does play risky and double-edged positions. But if after rook ac1, rook fd8, your best play is knight a4, maybe you should have considered knight d4 in the previous move, honestly.
Agreed. Yeah, I think it's an indicator that white can't even force a draw here.
Oh, absolutely.
That maybe black is slightly better.
Yeah, and again, black's completed all of his development. His pieces are occupying good squares. And by the way, I mean, d5, d4 is one of those moves, as well as knight e4, the move that Peter has been indicating. And when you see what black's queen posting up on b3, what's really surprising, well, not surprising, what is discouraging, I want to say,
we're losing material right away.
Oftentimes when you play these moves like knight c5 and you're looking to get a situation like this, to be told, you know, you're just much worse.
Your pieces are very vulnerable. Yeah, d4, only move knight d4.
Yeah.
Knight takes d4, you have to take on c8, because the d4 rook c5 drops a rook.
Right.
And now black includes knight f3 check.
Very nice intermezzo.
G takes f3, rook takes c8.
Yep.
Bishop h3 coming very soon.
Rook c2 coming in. Oh, this is
Bishop
awful.
h3, queen e6, you might get mated.
No ifs, ands, or buts about it. I hate what White has done to his king side. So there you go. I mean, you don't have... When you play the move knight a4 in these isolated queen pawn structures, and knight a4 to c5 is a bad move. The best move is probably to go back with the knight to c3,
Right.
and then wonder, what am I doing?
you do wrong? Yeah.
Who am I impressing? Because it's not impressive.
Vincent's really making Tarash look very good.
Very good.
Maybe I should check out that opening for black.
Exactly. Just checking in on Pragg versus Fabi before we see some of the other games, as the players. Pragg did meet the move c5 with f4. Fabi took on c3, takes on c3. We've been analyzing a line of play which goes bishop to g4, rook c8, followed by c4. And finally, the other two games. Anish versus Wesley.
Yeah.
Nice have come off.
I was afraid this might happen. Once Anish began thinking after queen d7, I started having fears of pieces coming off. I still feel, I saw Levon, well, heard, not saw Levon on air arguing that if you don't take on e7 and allow bishop d8, black is fine. But actually after queen d7, knight c3, bishop d8, rook a d1, the position remains very, very difficult for black to play. Let's say you play queen e6, I just go f2, f3. Dealing with this knight on f5, yes, we're no longer really threatening to win by force, maybe, but it's very difficult for black to find moves. You're very stuck there. Maybe no direct threats for now, but white has all kinds of ways of improving. There's also maybe, I thought it was interesting to try rook e3 and then perhaps swing it over to g3, but here bishop takes e4 and knight takes g7 and c7, c5 appears to be coming close to equalizing. But simply the position after rook a1 and f3 remains very, very unpleasant for black, I'm pretty sure. What Anish has done is also very decent, of course. I'm a bit surprised at his decision in this position. He is obviously choosing here between knight c3 and knight d2. And I think, and Yasser also agreed with me earlier on air, my choice would have always been to put the knight on c3. I don't quite understand why we're preferring d2 over c3.
Right.
But the endgame is still quite annoying.
C-file for his rook open.
Yeah, obviously he wants to go rook ac1 here and immediately attack the pawn on c7, but we're not winning the pawn on c7. Black will go rook e7. We are probably playing something like f2, f3. And
Is knight b3, knight a5 an idea?
maybe he wants to use b3 or c4 squares to aim it at a5, but I think black plays a6, a5 in most cases anyway.
Right.
But this is what I alluded to maybe an hour ago when we first started discussing this position. I genuinely believe this is best case scenario for black. It's still a pretty unpleasant endgame. You never ever win and you lose some.
Right.
Which makes me really wonder what happened there. Like, why would you?
Doesn't Wesley often play like this?
Not so
With black.
sort of brazenly. Like, Yasser really likes the expression seizing the defensive, but this is not even the defensive. It's seizing by far the worst of it. You know?
Yeah, like I'm ready to suffer.
Yeah.
If I could play the devil's advocate for just a moment here, Peter, because let me just say Wesley's ruined his structure. After the bad move, rook c8, and you play f3.
Okay.
I play d5, so I'm really ruining my structure.
Yeah.
And if you
might have to play like this, yeah.
And I take, first of all, 3 versus 3 on the king side is not a problem. Like, I'm very happy to play any kind of rook endings, right? Secondly, I have the split pawns, but as a compensation, I have a bishop, and I'm hoping you'll do me a favor by playing b3 so I can quickly place a5,
Absolutely.
a4.
This one you probably hold. After
That's what
f3,
I'm
d5,
thinking.
the engine waits for a bit. It goes king f2 first, asks you if you want to play the rook ending after d4, knight takes e4, which you probably don't. That one doesn't look that great.
Which one, sorry, Peter?
King f2, d5, king f2.
d5, king f2. Okay, so great.
Here instead of taking it.
Yeah.
So
Peter,
I guess
go
you
ahead,
play
break it.
c7, c5 here. I can
Yes.
include b2, b3 as one additional tempo here.
Okay.
And No, I agree with you. You probably hold more than you don't with kind of grim defense, but it still doesn't invalidate my point. You're going to be there for 6 hours.
Yeah, you're on the worse side.
Yeah, it's not only are you worse, there's very little potential for this sort of equalizing itself out by move 40. You are going to be defending this endgame for the rest of the game, and yes, you probably, if you defend really well on the day, you probably don't lose, but
why are you doing this?
Why?
Chess is supposed to be fun. It's not all about suffering.
Yes, right?
Yeah, right. It's not always suffering, right? King f2, intriguing. So we have this. Shall we check in on?
I actually want to go back to
Please.
MVL's game. The
Yes.
decision he made to take on before with the pawn after playing rook b1.
That was counter. I would have lost the wager. I thought that his intention was to take with the rook.
Is to use that rook on b file.
Yeah.
Closing it up with the pawn. I don't understand exactly what was the idea behind rook b1.
The g7 bishop will be on h6 pretty soon, fighting for the c file.
Well, from MVL's point of view, give me 2 moves.
He's played it right now, bishop h6.
Let me play bishop to d5. Please allow me to play 2 moves at once, bishop to d5 and knight c4. I might argue that I have some light square and I'm playing against this.
Bogdan just played bishop
you have a
h6.
bit of a grip, yeah.
Yeah, bishop
Which
h6.
is why I noticed that the engine, because you can't really take away bishop h6 from black. The engine was beginning with rook c8 in order to meet bishop d5 with bishop c6 and take with the rook and not the b7 pawn.
Right. So just to go back a moment, so you were saying rook c8, bishop d5, bishop c6 was the engine's first choice, Peter? Okay.
And if you
Amazing.
take once again, black will have ideas of bishop h6. Also, perhaps in some positions, d6, d5 will become a thing to consider. And yeah, the engine is entirely untroubled about this. With the bishop on h6, it's just so difficult to fight for the c file properly. And if black has decent control over the one open file on the board, why is Deac supposed to be worse here?
Exactly. So going...
And we still haven't found why is rook on b1. Even in that position, it's
Justify
not
yourself.
making it any better.
Yeah, justify yourself. It's not clear either. Bishop h6 was his immediate choice, and now isn't it time for us to jump?
Yeah, and now maybe white has a little bit of a push. If you play bishop c6 after bishop d5, we will take and play queen c2, for instance.
Not even knight c4, huh? Okay.
You wanted to allow, you want knight c4 here or before the capture on c6?
No, knight c4. I was just afraid that if I allow bishop takes d2, the major...
Now that there is a bit of a weakness on c6, maybe this is not as equal as it was previously.
A bit of a weakness on c6.
Knight c4 is playable, though. I'm in agreement with you. Yeah.
I was just afraid that if I allowed bishop d2, I was thinking it was closer to a draw than anything. But what else? You were saying queen c2, bishop takes. I can't equalize. Oops, excuse me. Can.
No, I think you probably can. Yeah. The thing is, you're probably not much better after knight c4 either. But stylistically, I'm probably with you. I want to keep the minor pieces on the board.
Hold on, we have
MVL goes before b5.
Okay.
He has plans that we can't guess.
Well, essentially saying I want to stake out the d5 square, but I don't want to meet bishop c6. So I'll just I'll just pin you.
Black can switch to queen e7, bishop e6.
Queen e7, bishop e6.
That's also an option.
I don't know. Black feels completely healthy to me.
I agree, and I think we should go to Fabi's game because critical. Actually, before we do that, let's check once more lifetime between these two players.
And the stunner.
Surprising result that Bogdan has 1 win, no losses, and 4 draws against MVL.
And MVL is one of the most consistent Grand Chess Tour players, oftentimes in the top 3 on the tour. So to have a plus score against such a player as MVL is quite an achievement by Daniel. But b5 on the board, and where would you like to go?
Let's go to Pragg and Fabi because that pawn sacrifice just happened, and we're going to see some
fireworks. Actually.
Hopefully.
Yeah.
Rook c8.
Well, Peter, a long time ago, you were suggesting a line that went like this, where you just
Very similar, but not in this position.
Where you just gambit the c4 pawn away and say, excuse me, but there's a lot of traffic along
Absolutely,
the c-file.
yeah.
What are you
And
going
now
to do
after
about
rook
it?
ac8, black is fine, and play develops in two kind of dramatically different ways if white chooses bishop b3 or bishop d3. I think bishop d3 is a bit of a draw offer, because black has, for instance, queen d6, to which you probably need to reply with e5 and he takes f6, and that probably fizzles, right? Because I don't think you can afford to give up f4 with check. Yeah, and here, I'm guessing this type of opposite color bishop ending is not going to be very challenging for black to hold.
No.
Just ef, gf, rook e7, I have rook d7, I'm not going to be worse. Bishop b3, on the other hand, is quite sharp. Bishop b3, but allowing b7, b5 is quite a risky proposition. b7, b5, the heartless engine goes king c1, b1, says, I'm just in time to unpin myself because before I will be able to take on f6. Now that rook takes c2 is not a check. The engine goes bishop g4, e6 here, and says we have enough for a pawn.
And a crucial game for standings. These two are currently sharing third place. If one of them wins, they'll be catching up with the leaders, Van Foreest and Vincent Keymer, although Vincent is still playing his game.
Yeah. You threw me off when you said fighting for third place because they came into the game tied for second. But because we know Jorden is already won by forfeit, he's actually in clear second at the moment, is Jorden.
And enjoying his rest day, I'm sure.
Yeah, so bishop e6. Just let's stay on this one for a moment. So we're a pawn up as white. We've got these threatening pawns, e5 and f5, but So let's have a quick look. I go e5. I'm assuming you take.
Yeah, we'd
and
say
take on e4, right?
Here, I think we can take on e4 quite safely. Yeah.
Okay, but just continue for a moment.
King is nothing.
Or maybe bishop a5. Yeah, I'm trying to
Should be
exploit.
something, right?
I'm trying
I
to
have
exploit.
queen b7 as a kind of a bailout, but maybe I have something more ambitious.
Queen b7 is a bailout.
But I like queen e5.
Queen e5 also.
I will support the knight with rook c4 if I need to. I think it's completely safe on e4.
Yeah, rook c4 is shutting down everything.
That's unlucky. So I'm just going to take my last move back, and instead I'm going to play bishop a5. I'm still looking to try. I don't know.
Bishop d8 is not even a threat, right? Because of knight d2 check.
Well, that's unlucky.
I can kind of ignore it if I
Take on
want to.
b3 with a check, right? Yeah.
You take on b3 with check.
Yeah.
That's kind of unlucky. I mean, don't you hate that when you make a move like bishop d? I'm threatening to take your rook, and no,
You
you're
realize
not.
it's a waste of moves. Yeah.
Well, it's not a waste of move. I was getting
It's
out
not a
of
tempo
knight
move like you thought it
take
was.
c3, but it's definitely not a tempo. Yeah, so bishop b3, bishop e6. I don't see a way.
Would you play bishop b3 and allow b5? 'Cause to
Say
me
that
looks
again,
scary.
sorry?
Would you play bishop b3 in Prague shoes right now and allow b5?
Yeah, well, exactly. It comes down to this, and I would just think about this position for quite some time. Bishop takes, queen takes. My king is exposed. White's king is exposed, but gosh darn it, I'm in there a pawn up. Bishop takes b3 and rook d3. Feels like full compensation.
Sure, I even prefer black.
Yeah, black is looking good. Yeah, it's sort of like, okay, I'm feeling my king is not
Safe.
Not safe.
Well, black king looks completely safe. I never got my g4, g5 in.
Exactly.
Yeah. Instead of bishop e6, black could also throw in a7, a5, kind of reminding white that both bishops are somewhat vulnerable to the pawn marches on the queen side.
a7, a5.
It feels like there's just enough compensation here for pretty much anything you do here, which is sensible.
Well, you had thrown an f5 at me.
f5, queen b7 appears to be very strong, and now both a4 and b4 are very strong threats.
queen.
This is a strange position.
Very
because,
strange.
Yeah, you can easily wonder why is there enough play for a pawn.
So this bishop is trapped off sides, but you've got a4, b4 on your agenda.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, hold on. Just
h3, b4.
h3, b4.
Now the only move to equalize appears to be king a1, which is already kind of funny.
King, no, not playing king a1. Hold on. What's going on here? Takes.
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 Now you can't stop rook d2, I guess, yeah?
Oh, rook d2.
Rook d2 is going to hurt, yeah.
I had my own dreams, and they did not include allowing the rook to land on d2. It's all gone horribly wrong for.
So the point of king a1 is you absolutely need to be able to meet b takes c3 with b takes c3, and not to lose your second bishop to a5, a4, and the pin.
So king b1 to a1. Black captures a bishop. We recapture the pawn.
Takes. And now bishop takes a5 is a way to preserve the queens, or you can go knight takes e4 and make an immediate draw. Knight e4 and the queens come off. I win back the pawn on f5 and everything equalizes out.
Well, that's a bummer. And this is still, White never got a shot in on the king side. This one, Peter, h3 takes g4. I'm still aspiring. If you go knight c3, I'm hoping f6 will
Probably rook c3, rook c1 works, right? The usual tactic which we keep on blundering every day somewhere. It's our turn today to blunder it here.
Oh, rook c3, rook c. Golly. Yeah, there you go. Well, it's a very sharp position where the advantage can swing wildly on a single ply.
Yeah, I'm shocked that White never gets any attack in this. We have
I know.
two bishops looking at the king. We have 4 versus 3.
We've played e5, f4. We're all set up, you know.
It just never works out.
And every time we play f5 or e5, there's a counter strike somewhere. You never.
In the current position, we have so far not mentioned one more potential move for Prague. You can try h2, h3 here. After rook ac8.
h3 here.
Yeah. And interestingly, the engine doesn't suggest taking on c4 and then on e4. I don't quite know why. Let's try and figure that out. Why isn't that good? But even bishop e6, once again, like returning us to sort of familiar territory, appears to be okay. Why isn't this good, though? Is it because... No. I was going to say, is it because b3 works, but there is queen a3 check.
Oops. We could lose.
We can win this knight.
Why isn't this any good?
Like, can we double the rooks? Do we have time?
I know, rook h3.
Rook h3?
Rook e3 or rook h3, yeah.
Right.
Right.
No, but black is just safe, yeah. No, this is not a winning attempt. And
B5
Prague has
or
played
what?
bishop b3 by now.
He has. It's on the board?
Yep.
All right, I'm just going to refresh my board, everybody. Talk, bishop b3.
And now...
We're expecting b5.
Yeah, b5 is fine. The immediate bishop b6 is fine, which is unsurprising because I don't think you can deal without king b1, and then we can add b5 to the mix later. Even a7, a5 here is not that bad. Once again, with the idea of continuing with b5 on the next move. Black is just fine, which is really kind of upsetting, right?
Yeah.
Very much
We're
so,
a pawn
yeah.
up. We have this fantastic pawn center. We currently have the bishop pair.
Yeah,
And black is fine with quiet moves, more
Yeah.
or less. Unfair.
And there we have it
Unfair.
by Fabiano, Fabi displaying b5 and saying, okay, I've sacrificed a pawn, opened up the position towards your king, deal with b5, b4 threats. And, you know, like I'm looking at that c file, I desperately want to play king b1. I mean, I hate being in the pin. And I'm dreaming that I'll get to play bishop takes f6.
Only
and deal
move,
with-
actually, yeah, only move. If you include h3, you're just a very important tempo down compared after bishop b6.
Right.
You have to go king b1.
So yeah, I hate being in pins and just looking, hoping my opponent will let me bail myself out by playing a premature b4. Yeah, like this is a relief to get my queen off the c file, and there's not a king on c1. So we are expecting king b1 here, and. Can we go to Vincent's game?
Yes, the analysis that Peter was showing us with queen d1 and d4, it all happened.
No kidding.
All of it.
So Vincent did not play queen a5. He did go for the queen b3 line and queen b5. Queen d1. My goodness. Playing for bishop to d3 and protecting the knight on a4. Well, there we have d4, knight takes, d4, knight takes. Looks like the players are going into a very forced sequence here. What's the follow-up?
Bishop d6 is what Peter told us earlier.
Bishop b6 is okay, b7, b6 is okay, which is a kind of a useful move because we do want to take away the c5 square from the knight on a4 and...
Say you're just left on the outside looking in. b6, stopping. But
Yeah.
he just sacrificed a pawn. Isn't Vincent anxious to prove his mettle, so to speak?
I think the concept here is not necessarily even trying to win the pawn back very quickly. It's just that by introducing d5, d4, we completely disrupted all the coordination white had. The knight on a4 is very odd looking. You can't bring it back to c3 straight away because b2 is hanging. And white does not really have very useful moves. And bishop d6 is good because it more or less forces white to trade. If you don't trade, you are genuinely worse, probably. And if you do trade, of course, what you've achieved is you brought black one move closer to doubling on the d file and putting a lot of pressure on the isolani on d4. And once again, queen d2 appears to be the only thing that doesn't give black any chance to play for a win. And black has a number of ways to comfortably equalize in this position. I guess the simplest is just to play queen d7, any rook d1, rook c4, and we just win the pawn on d4 next move. And draw cannot be agreed in this tournament. But it maybe would have been agreed somewhere around here because the pawn on d4 just gets picked up next move and we end up in a very, very level position. Although, just on that note, and this is how good this rule is, these types of positions do look completely equal, but there was a very remarkable game. It ended up in a draw, but there was a remarkable game in the candidates between Matthias Blübaum and Andrei Yesipenko in the first round of the candidates where this exact structure, from actually I think maybe this exact line, just slightly different move orders, appeared on the board, 5 against 5, completely symmetrical, equal pieces. And Blübaum was in such a hurry to trade pieces with every move that somewhere around move 35, he was genuinely much worse with white. Which once again shows that if you force strong players to play out positions which are dead draws, things can still happen.
Right.
Andrei did not find, he basically for one ply had a very strong move which would have made Blübaum's defense genuinely difficult. He missed that opportunity and then Blübaum coasted to a draw by move 45-ish. But even this is not entirely devoid of life if one player starts playing somewhat poorly. So it's a good thing that they don't allow draw offers.
And to buttress the point that you're saying, one of the things that I like about Vincent's position is he's the one who's already made Luft. I know it doesn't sound like that's a big deal, but the fact that white is the one who's potentially in a back rank checkmate situation with the rook c4, rook takes d4, the extra move h6 might be the tempo that gives black a small upper hand. So Vincent, our tournament leader, doing very well for now. I don't think time is an issue. 53 minutes for Sindarov, 37 minutes for Vincent. And
let's go to the only game where we have some imbalance, and that's Anish Giri against Wesley. So
let's do it. And guess what? We
what
do
play
have
d5, which you were suggesting, Yasser. I really liked actually.
Wesley played rook b8.
Which is apparently a significant mistake, because I guess you want to play a5, a4, and now it's hanging, which gives white in the current position time enough to go knight c4, a4, knight e3. And that knight on e3 is extremely strong. This is now very threatening for Wesley again. He should have gone bishop c8, e6 at the earliest opportunity. I'm actually kind of surprised he hasn't. The bishop kind of belongs on that diagonal. You need not to worry about knight d5 and knight f5. And the way to do it is to put it on e6 as early as possible.
And you see Wesley's accuracy is below 96%, which we don't see often.
No, his accuracy is super high. So, and I completely, I mean, I so agree with you. But most especially after the move f3. The moment I see f3, if I'm not playing d5, what's being telegraphed to me is that this bishop is hitting granite. Like, I need to go to a better square. And what I find so compelling about the e6 square is I'm so worried that the knight might land on f5. I put the bishop on e6.
Like it happened earlier in the game.
Yeah.
Don't allow it again.
Exactly. If I put the bishop on e6 and I follow it up with a5, maybe I'm not super unhappy. I would have played d5. But Wesley's rook b8 looks altogether wrong.
And knight c4 already played by, I think Anish realizes how important it is to get the knight to e3 while the bishop is still on b7.
Exactly.
We're not winning by fours, but let's continue for a couple of moves. Let's say
Wesley's going to suffer big time in
after knight c4, a4, knight e3, you take, you go king h7.
Right.
There is no immediate breakthrough. We can't actually collect anything on the king side.
So defending a weakness is
well,
a
we
good
go
idea.
king f2, rook c3, rook ed1, in some order. And how do we ever actually get that bishop from b7 to e6? We can never play bishop c8 now because we instantly lose to knight d5.
Right.
She's going to be stuck on b7, exactly as Yasser described it, just biting granite there. That structure is completely stable.
Yeah.
Wesley is just not having a good day today. He might still hold it, but he's just not having a good day.
There was, from the 1990 match between Karpov and Kasparov, it was one of those Zaitsev where Karpov got a backward pawn on the c-file and just, it really got tortured. It was not a good day for Talia there. And this looks like it could have easily come out of a Zaitsev. I don't like Wesley's position at all.
I want to say I badly misplayed the
Zaitsev. Badly misplayed Zaitsev.
But yeah, as somebody who's played the Zaitsev my entire life, I would not want to.
No, not
to
this
get
one.
This, yeah.
Not this one, not at all. And he has played. What did he do?
A4.
Well, he has to play a4.
Of course.
He has to
Now,
trade.
b takes a4, g5 would be a mistake here. I think that throws away much of your advantage. I think this is selling yourself short. You want that bishop passive. You don't want it actually playing.
Thank you for that, Peter, because I wasn't even sure. I had gone down this rabbit hole a bit. B takes. I thought you'd have to play d5. I was looking at this, and I wasn't sure. Is this really
d takes e4
equal?
Well, you still pick white every single time, but I think you have more. I think knight e5, rook e5, you start regretting giving that bishop any heir.
Knight f5, rook e5.
You check, you take with check, you drop it back to g4, but after rook a5, for a while you're going to be a bunch of pawns up, and then they will all start falling.
That's
like you can go rook takes c7 here,
yes.
And one of the ways to continue is actually bishop d5, fe6, bishop e6, fe4, bishop e6.
What a dream!
Yeah, and once it gets to e6, you just breathe out with black, right? Because I'll take on a4, I'll take on a2,
right,
and I'm probably not losing the resulting endgames.
Bump, nice. Actually, that's a beautiful line, bishop d5 to e6.
It's not the only thing that black can do, but it's, I think, the cleanest, yeah.
Yeah.
Very important turning point for Anish, actually, like whether he chooses to be up a bunch of pawns or whether he chooses to preserve full control. And I think the choice has to be in favor of knight e3 here.
Agreed. Knight e3, AB, AB. The one thing I would say that maybe from Wesley's perspective is the position that has been reduced, a lot of material has come off the board. And That's a good thing.
Yeah.
It's a good thing, but it's still very unpleasant.
Yeah.
The engine actually desperate enough that instead of king h7, it goes d6, d5 even here.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
He takes d5, rook d8, and tries to kind of grimly not lose some position like this. But you are much worse.
Right.
Knight f5, rook e1, bishop takes d5.
Right.
And then I can throw in rook d1, and then take on h6 next move.
Right. By the way,
Yeah, maybe you make a draw, but you're much worse.
Jorden today gets the forfeit. Remind me to
Well, it's going to be Wesley,
Wesley gets a free point.
and then the last round it's Bogdan.
Gets the free point. Oh yeah, I
So
knew
Wesley's
that.
guaranteed +1. So if he saves today, he will go to the last round with +1.
Gotcha.
If he loses today, then he will only be at 50% again.
Yeah, now I remember because yesterday I was saying poor Bogdan, the wild card. He doesn't even get a free day. He gets the forfeit on the last round. You know. Oh, yeah. But AB. So suffering for.
Actually, let's go to Bogdan's game because I'm starting to think that it's black who's playing for more now.
Wow. Okay, when we left it, we saw bishop h6, and we saw Maxime playing the move b4, b5, and clearly Maxime has this idea of getting a big grip on the light squares. He wants to play a few moves in a row. Bishop
He
d5 and knight
was controlling
c4.
d5, right?
Yes.
Now let's see in a couple of moves how much that has changed.
Well, we've got our bishop to d5. Yay.
Looks good
Bishop e6.
for some reason.
Okay. Knight c4. We're happy.
Are we?
Not so much anymore after e5. Okay, takes. Queen e2, gift me the pawn. So it's one of those classic knight versus bishop
But also
positions.
the pawn on d3.
This is
Weak
this
pawn.
is not great for white.
That's
Yeah.
what I was trying to say, yeah.
It's strange. If you put the e5 pawn on d4, you know, the bishop on g7, the black pawn on d4, then I think I like white's knight on c4. I like his chances. But I think d3 is much weaker than e5.
We can begin with rook a g8 even.
Yeah.
Because I think we are trading e5 for d3 quite happily because that knight on c4 will no longer really have a stable supporting square.
Be protected. Actually,
Just very pleasant for black.
Can black play for an advantage? Let's say I play the most ugly move on the board, f7, f6, but it has a very clear purpose. I want to defend the e5 pawn, and I want to, on a good day, put a rook on d4.
Oh,
You know,
beautiful.
put a rook on d4, double rooks,
Why is this not much better for black?
right?
It
I
seems
mean-
like a play for two results.
Exactly.
It is. I think you're absolutely right, yeah.
So I don't think MVL's opening has brought him any success, I want to say.
Doesn't look like it, no.
Again, I'm going to return to the game between Pragg and Fabi because that game is so ultra sharp and want to not let it get away from us. King B1 was played as expected by Pragg.
And Fabi went with a7, a5, which is definitely one of the better moves in the position.
And
By far the strongest appears to be h2, h3.
go ahead and do it on your board, Peter. H3.
H3, now you have to play bishop b6 because if you play b5 before, now hg4, b takes e3, and d4, e5 is very, very strong, with the queen actually getting to h7 quickly enough. But you do have, of course, bishop g4, e6, which is always your default setting here. Let's say bishop e6, you take with the queen, and white can play queen b3. And queen a6 is a way to continue playing for
The attack.
kind of three results, or you can immediately equalize with knight takes e4, regrettably for white. Bishop takes a5, and now knight d2 makes like it's not a draw, but like we can give this check, give a check from f5 and take on d2, and I don't think I will surprise anybody by suggesting black has enough counterplay for
The
the
A2
piece
pawn.
with the major pieces as active as they are. Or you can play, you can even after takes, you can, I think, very safely transpose into this rook ending, which you also are not going to lose, I don't think, with the rooks on such active squares. But queen a6 is interesting. If you want to continue playing for a win, you can play queen a6, continuing to hope for some kind of b4, a4 type counterplay. And if white takes on f6, we take with the queen. Queen takes b5, not rook a8, rook b8, queen takes f4. Although honestly, I don't think we win very many of these with black. So maybe let's not take unnecessary risks. We probably do take on e4.
We kept saying fireworks, but every line ends in a draw.
Well, I am showing best play. Yeah. And best play is often going to end up in something resembling zeros.
Yeah.
You can absolutely misplay it somewhere. You can maybe take additional risks. Instead of bishop takes c6, maybe you go rook d1, which is not horrible, but you get slightly sharper positions after rook d1. Black surprisingly
but still triple zeros, right?
Yeah. No, but this, once again, I'm glad I'm showing this, because in this position there is only one move which equalizes properly, and that move is very spectacular.
Bishop f6.
Bishop f6. And the reply to it is arguably even more spectacular, because black goes knight d2 check in reply.
Okay.
So
wow.
what?
With the idea of rook d2, rook takes c2, and suddenly we collect a lot more on the backswing.
So that's what I was looking for.
Yeah, knight d2 check, and sorry, it's not here, it's this knight d2 check. Queen takes d2, and both queen f6 and even g takes f6 are completely fine for black. Does feel like this probably ends up being equal, because I'm not expecting Fabi to miscalculate, and I'm not expecting Pragg to miscalculate either, frankly. h3 already played. Fabi should play bishop e6, but I'm pretty sure he will.
And Pragg has played h3, yes.
He did.
Mm-hmm. On the other board, seen some updates in Vincent, Javokhir and Vincent game. We can switch.
Sorry, he's already played h3, but forgive me, I was kind of mesmerized there by the move. It's a very stupid-looking move, but a2, a4. I was trying to provoke b4 so that I could play bishop takes f6, and not allow you, I could lock the position. But
the resulting position you will not enjoy. After before bishop f6, queen f6, you have to play queen f2.
Right.
And then rook d3 is quite strong. Bishop e6 is quite strong.
Gotcha.
The engine actually prefers black there.
Oh dear. h2, h3 on the board. And we've been expecting bishop e6 as a response to h3. And again, it's one of those positions, I, much like yourself, I'm exasperated, confounded by the fact that I have these pawns on e4, f4, all revved up, ready to go marching f5, e5, and crush. And I've never gotten a chance to use them at all.
Just sitting there looking pretty, but not doing anything.
Exactly, completely ineffective.
The
bishop
pawns
e6.
on a5, b5 are actually doing a lot more than the central pawns.
Those are the scary ones. So remarkable. Sorry, you asked me to move. And where am I moving?
To check Sindarov and Vincent's game.
Yeah. Again, we're going to our tournament leader, Vincent.
Chose a move that I don't think we discussed. We looked at bishop d6 and pawn b6.
I thought it was slightly unnatural to play like this, but actually it's just very, very direct. Bishop d7 creates a threat of rook takes c2 and queen takes a4. Now white has only one move not to lose on the spot, which I think is an indication of how risky the position has become, which is bishop c2, b3. Everything else is just straight up bad. And after bishop b3, there's a pretty direct, very concrete variation that results in zeros. Rook takes c1, or you can begin with bishop g4. It doesn't really much matter. Rook c1, bishop takes c1. You include bishop g4 to provoke f2, f3, which is a useful thing to induce. Black goes f3, and we play bishop e6. And you have to take on e6. Unsurprisingly, bishop c2 is not a winning attempt. Your pieces are too passive. So you take on e6, and then black will win the pawn on d4 back. The pieces are on such poor squares that you have to return it. For instance, knight c3, queen c4, queen e2. Black, I guess, goes rook takes d4. And I think black is completely fine, right, in these types of structures. You have a bit of a weakness on e6, but there's just not enough pieces on the board to exploit it. And also the fact that your queenside structure is on dark squares.
King can always jump to f7 and defend e6 if needed.
Yeah, if the queens come off, and they probably will, e6 is just not a weakness. Yeah. Here I guess we take on e2 and go rook d3. And if you take on a7, I have rook d2 takes beat, so I don't think I'm
Worse.
running very many risks here, yeah.
No.
And a big update in Anish's game. He decided to take the pawn.
Say what?
Yeah, what we discussed, that he should probably keep the positional advantage in Anish's game.
Yes. After a5,
He took the
a4.
pawn.
Yeah, he took on a4, and now both d5 and bishop b7, c8 appear to be giving black enough to hold.
Well, those lines where the bishop was coming to e6, I thought that makes such beautiful strategic sense for Wesley to put the bishop on e6. I think his chances of holding have increased enormously once he does that.
Absolutely. I'm kind of surprised by this decision. Even you, as a pawn grubber, would you have taken it?
No, just because knight e3 to f5, I just find so attractive. Again, my training was always, put a knight on f6, mess up my opponent's, damage my opponent's structure, find a weak square, occupy that weak square, mash, smash, grind, kill, destroy.
I'm 100% with you. I would have never even considered b takes a4.
Yeah, that's a doubled a pawn that I just don't find attractive. I'm not
But Anish must feel confident enough that his position is so good he can even take this pawn and still be much better. This might be overestimating his advantage.
I think that's a bit of an overestimation too.
This might be the continuation of his general theme in this tournament. He gets very good positions,
Yeah.
and then struggles to get the most out of them.
Right.
There's been a bunch of examples, I think, starting with round one, frankly.
Yeah,
and,
I think this is the third game like that already.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think so, yeah.
Good positions and then an underachievement with them. But yeah, I'm expecting bishop c8 and bishop e6 in an equalizing.
D6, d5 is also fine.
Yeah.
Right now?
Yeah, I mean, you grovel, but I think you make a draw, yeah. We looked at this, yeah, d5 and then
That
either
was
knight a3. Knight a3 or knight a5. Knight a5 maybe is a
I
slightly
was winning
better
all
try,
kinds of pawns, but somehow they weren't useful, and the doubled f pawns were sufficient. By the way, let me go back to the game of Prague and Fabi for just a moment again. Those of you joining us late, were the 2025 champion Prague on the white side, the 2024 champion of Bucharest, Fabiano, on the black side. Fabi sacrificed a pawn earlier to get open lines against White's king. And he's the one carrying the initiative. White's got the extra pawn, but White's never being allowed, the opportunity to play f5 and e5 and f6, which of course is what Prague wanted to do from the opening gun, the get-go.
Maybe he can play f5 now.
f5 now?
Where would you move with the queen c6?
It was funny because I don't know why, but...
You want to hide it?
Yeah. Peter was giving us a position where somehow the queen was going to a6, and there was a b4.
Here c6 is pretty good.
And here c6 looks pretty good too. Yeah, I think that this is really just very, very decent compensation. Again, I'm looking at b4 and getting a little bit, I'm starting to look for a bailout.
Yeah, give White 2 tempi and they're winning, but...
Yeah. Well, give Black one extra tempo, give Black one move, and
This
he's
is not the
winning.
case all the time.
Yeah, exactly.
All it takes is one tempo, but...
b4.
Yeah.
So we think that MVL is still on the back foot.
I believe so.
And it looks
It's looking more and more like another day of draws. I was expecting Anish to win, but now it's more likely to be a draw rather than a win.
feels that way, right?
And then this game, yes, I'm talking about Prague and Fabi. We expected fireworks, but they're not making mistakes.
It's fizzling
Hard
a bit.
to win when nobody makes a mistake.
Yeah, exactly. I'm, again, I kind of like, I do like Bogdan's position. I like Queen e6 and just bringing the rook to the d4 square, especially now that Maxime has played h4. Rook on d4 square looks even more enticing.
No, I'd definitely rather be black here.
Exactly. So
And Bogdan's not long on the clock either. 32 minutes, pretty good for him. And what move are they on? 25.
wow, he's way ahead of schedule. That's terrific. Good for him. And I think Sindarov, who is a pawn up,
he's not loving his position either.
Not loving it. No.
I think Vincent equalized without any problems, and then the decision he made when he played d4, it was great, just completely equalizing. And I even like his position.
Yeah. What was surprising for me was, just a second, is in this position, was this move b6.
Yeah.
I mean,
one that Peter mentioned, just to stop knight c5.
just completely stopping knight c5 and saying, okay, it's all yours. You've got an extra pawn, but your pawn on b2 is a little bit weak. Your knight's offside, and in the meanwhile, this pawn on d4 is not going anywhere. What are you going to do?
It's not, sooner or later.
But Vincent was more direct. He's threatening rook takes c2, which is why we saw this. I don't know, is this my analysis or is this a live board?
No, it just happened on the board. Bishop g4 was played, yes.
Okay.
We expect probably f3, or you can give the pawn back right away after queen c2. And yes, sir, let's remind everyone what the current standings are in the tournament.
For sure.
These players are playing round 7. We know Vincent is in the lead.
And
but counting Jordan's win already in this
by
round.
the forfeit.
Yes,
yeah,
they're currently sharing first, but Vincent is still playing his game.
Right.
And then there's a big tie for third place.
Anish, Fabi, Prague, Maxime hoping to join them. Wesley hoping to join the leaders. But,
It's tough to win games.
Exactly. What are we going to do on our break?
Well, we're going to go on break, but we have Ben Underwood joining us, so enjoy his segment and we'll be back shortly.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to your continued break coverage of the 2026 Grand Chess Tour. My name is Ben Underwood, statistician at the St. Louis Chess Club. We're going to be hanging out and talking about these players, talking about a little bit of their different play styles. We're going to be looking at some blunders that happened in the past and possibly projecting what may happen in the future in this tournament, so don't go anywhere. We're going to get it started right now. But before we do anything, as usual, we're going to get it kicked off with a puzzle. Now, I wanted to choose a puzzle that is a little bit easier than the ones that I've shown in the past, so I'm going to put myself on the spot. This is from a blitz game I played just 2 days ago where I missed this easy mate in 3. So go ahead and try to take 3 seconds and solve this one. Pause it if you need to, and we're going to come back at the end of the break and solve this one together. So let's get it started. Let's take a look at this bonus prize money again. At the beginning of the tournament, I said, we might see 14, 15, 16 wins where the winners would be sharing $8,300 a piece per win. However, with the Firouzja withdrawal and the drawn games that have been happening, I am going to revise my estimate down to only 10 or 11 wins by the end of the tournament. So that means that for every win, these players are competing for $12.5 thousand with each win, which is a lot to compete for, even in the lower parts of the standings. Blunders updates. We have 38 total tournament blunders. Remember, in 2024, we had 48. We'll have to see if it beats that number. 2025 doesn't look like we'll get there at 95 in 2025. So 38 right now, but 0 significant blunders in round 6 with all of those draws. We'll have to see if we see anything today pop up for the segment in the next couple of days. But talking about blunders, let's look at the highest average blunders per game on the Grand Chess Tour all time. Starting off with Hammer 2015 Norway at 4.11 blunders per game. Now, something that I want to do here is take a look at where each player finished in the final standings. So Hammer in this tournament, unfortunately, finished 10th. But we have Firouzja now, 3.22 in 2025 Romania. I'm not sure if you all remember, but he tied for first in that tournament. Unfortunate withdrawal here in 2026 Romania. Niemann, 3 blunders per game in the 2022 Sinquefield Cup, tied for 6th. Topalov, 2016 London, had finished in 10th with 2.78 blunders per game, and Caruana in the 2022 Sinquefield Cup tied for 2nd. Now I'm looking across the graph right here at all of these numbers. There doesn't seem to be a very big correlation between final tournament placing and the blunders per game, even with highest average of all time on the Grand Chess Tour. So let's take a look at what this looks like in Romania. So highest average blunders per game, just considering the Romania tournaments since 2021. We have Firouzja again at those top 2 spots, 2025 and 2026. But let's take a look. Nepo tied for 7th in 2022. Deac actually finished 10th in 2025. But Gukesh, again, tied for 1st. Let's go ahead and put this tied for 1st over here as well, just to see. Firouzja 2022 tied for 7th. However, went on to win the entire Grand Chess Tour that year. And Dominguez in 2022 tied for 4th. Again, not a big correlation here. You see a lot of first place finishes, a 10th place finish, 7th, 4th. Not a big correlation, but let's see how it matches up to this year. Average blunders per game through round 6. We have Firouzja at 3.2. We saw him in the other graphs. However, what I am saying is that this is his play style. He could very easily be winning all of his game and still have that 3.2 blunders per game anyway. So 1.67, usually he's a little bit less, but nothing super out of the ordinary here. Sindarov at 1.5, right around where he normally is. We can go down this graph and see Keymer Van Foreest yet to make a blunder in the entire tournament. So let's flip it over to be a little bit more positive and percent of best moves found in just the middle game. We have Van Foreest leading this one at 73.5% of best moves found. Sindarov, Caruana at 71.7. I want to make another point about Sindarov here. When he had that amazing start to the candidates tournament, he was in the high 50s here. I believe 59% through his first 7 games. So if Sindarov is going to take a leap in the standings and play a little bit more risky, I expect him to be in the mid-60s range later in the tournament. Going down, Keymer leading the tournament at 65.5. And one player that is playing very opposite of how he normally does is Anish Giri at only 50.9% of best moves found in the middle game. Usually, he is not taking that many risks. He's allowing his opponents to make mistakes and capitalize on them. So this is a little bit atypical. And so I've talked a lot about play styles, especially with Firouzja. Let's take a look at what those play styles might look like comparing the players. So this graph is a little bit weird, but we're going to walk through it together. ESL stands for expected score loss. So every move that these players make, Stockfish is going to output the white win percentage, the draw percentage, and the black win percentage. So we have 0.5 through 2 on either side of the x-axis and y-axis here. If you're up near the top of this graph at 2, it's basically saying on your wins, every time you have a 50% chance to win, it's dropping to 48% with every move. So there's a few things with this graph that I want to point out. First, I'm going to draw a 45-degree line right through the center. As you see, these super GMs are all above that line. That means that they are all playing worse chess when they're winning versus drawing. If you and I were to play, we would probably be right along the line, maybe even slightly below. However, these GMs are so good. They're playing a lot of theoretical draws and always finding really, really good moves. So when they're winning, they are playing a little bit riskier, allowing their opponent to make even worse moves than them and going on to win those games. Another thing that I want to notice in this graph is the groupings. So at the top, we have this Prague, Firouzja, Caruana group. These are players that are a little bit more riskier. They are blundering a lot more when they're winning versus when they are drawing. And then here at the bottom we have Wesley So, Anish Giri, Magnus, just for reference. You can throw MVL in there. You can throw Nakamura in there if you would like. These are players that play a little bit more solid. They are finding the best moves on the board. So this is not really an analytical perspective, but you can define these groups a little bit differently as well. So I would say the players in the bottom group are winning against the board. They're finding the best moves on the board and they're winning those positions. However, players in the top are winning against their opponents. They are causing their opponents to make blunders. They're playing a little bit riskier and then they're winning in those risky positions. This brings us back to the puzzle. Go ahead and take 3 more seconds to try and solve this one. And the correct move here is queen to c7. What is the idea? Well, the king has to step out of the way. You make any waiting move you want. You can move one of the pawns. You can take that pawn on g2. White is forced to play a7, and then you mate on c8. Thank you all for hanging out. I'm going to be in the chat answering questions. So if you have any questions on the stats or want to know anything about the players, go ahead and shoot me a chat. And for now, I am going to throw it back to Yasser, Nazi, and Peter for continued coverage in Romania.
And we're back. Thank you so much, Ben, for all the statistics and the fun puzzle.
Nice.
Let's take a look at the standings to remind everyone what's the current situation in the event.
We have one result so far, a forfeit.
That's true.
Let's take a look at the standings. I love it when they keep us hanging. Yeah?
The anticipation, right?
Right.
So Jorden van Foreest is currently sharing first with Vincent, but as you can see, he already has 7 games, but Vincent's still playing his 7th round.
Right.
And then there's a big tie for the 3rd place at the moment, and MPL and Wesley still trying to get in that plus score.
Exactly. And the pairings.
Who's playing on? Let's see. The players sharing second, Pragg and Fabi are facing each other.
Big game going
Absolutely,
on.
very important match. Sindarov trying to slow down the leader, Vincent Keymer. Maxime against Bogdan, and Anish against Wesley, who we think Anish got good chances today, but we're not sure if he can convert his advantage.
We didn't like his follow-up. And Peter, I'm just looking at the game between Sindarov and Vincent, and I liked everything Vincent was doing up to before his last move, bishop c8. And after bishop c8, I'm beginning to wonder, he should have played bishop e6. But
Yeah, bishop c8 is a bit of a strange one because it gives white, for instance, time to play rook f1, e1. Black still has some compensation, but you are kind of giving up on direct equalities in order to play something long term. And rook e1, bishop d6, the knight comes back.
And that's exactly the point.
You do get to play queen h5, which is useful, but after g2, g3, this is not like, it looks like a bit of a marshal, but you don't have enough immediate pressure. White wants to go knight c3, e4. Vincent might suddenly find himself struggling to a degree. It's not bad, but it's definitely a massive improvement in Sindarov's fortunes compared to the positions after bishop b6.
Yeah, and one of the reasons for that is I thought that if we go back to that moment where he played bishop, the thing that I really liked about bishop e6 is like we were giving ourselves 2 important squares, c4 and d5, for the queen, so that we could either playing for e5, like for example, knight. This is the nice easy flow. Black has no problems equalizing in this particular position. So by leaving the bishops on the board, I want to say, without trading bishops, this bishop has suddenly become very useful. Thank you very much for that. I would like to play rook e1, knight c3, bishop e3. And hey, I'm an extra pawn up. You know, aren't aren't either one pressing.
Yeah, and the d4 pawn's not going anywhere anytime soon. But I absolutely agree with you. Keeping the white squared bishop for white
Gives opportunity for
advantage,
white. But it's funny, Peter, you said it kind of looks like a marshal, and I hadn't thought of it because it was an isolated queen pawn. But the more you look at it, it is a marshal, and as a marshal gambit player yourself, you know how useful it is to have a queen on h3 and playing for bishop takes g3.
I also want to point out that Sindarov is not having a great tournament. He's at -1, but today he could play a spoiler and take down Keymer.
Yeah, he would be doing the whole tournament a favor if he were to do that, because Vincent had been on this marvelous roll of +3 and leading the tournament by a full point. Now, having said all of this, what's going on with his closest pursuers? Shall we have a look?
Peter, which game would you like to?
Actually, there's been developments in, I think we probably begin with Pragg versus Fabi, because it continued along the top line of engines. h3 was met by bishop e6, bishop takes, queen takes. And here Pragg, he clearly does not want the game to end just yet. So he began by playing f5 instead of, let's say, queen b3, which does appear to be more or less an immediate draw. And after f5, queen c6, he now has to play very, very precisely. I think maybe the only thing here, which is a genuine chance at equality, is a move rook e1, c1, already not so obvious. You want to reintroduce the idea of bishop takes a5. I think the way to explain it is you want to threaten to take on a5 or f6. And currently your queen on c2 is underprotected, so you can't do it straight away. So you go rook c1, against which Fabi probably ends up playing queen c8, c6, e8. And now you have to grit your teeth and go e5, b4, e takes f6, b takes c3. And in this position, I think rook h e1 might equalize, maybe b takes c3 equalizes. But it's definitely black who is playing for a win here, because despite the white pawn getting to f6 and maybe even g7 in some cases, white has no pieces supporting the attack against the black king. And as for black, black definitely does have pieces which will create concrete threats. And I suspect this is still a draw, but you do have to start playing very, very precisely here with white.
Yeah, the white's king looks. Yeah, the white's king is under pressure. A couple of questions about that one, Peter. The current position, queen c6. I'm assuming that the move queen c2, just as you say, you want to be able to threaten bishop takes, and bishop takes is being met by knight takes e4.
Absolutely, yeah.
And you have this desirable rook d1 check.
And if bishop takes a5, you have knight g. If bishop takes a5, because as Yasser indicated, yet another illustration of that classical tactic of queen e4, rook d1 check, and you either give up the queen or the rook on h1 after the trades. And if you take on a5, you're worse after knight g3.
Knight g3.
And you can play queen e3, let's say knight takes h1, bishop takes d8, rook takes d8. And if you take on h1, now black is free to take on g2. And this is genuinely unpleasant for white. This is just not a good position. With the kingside structure being broken up, you could very easily imagine white losing this long term. So yeah, queen e2 doesn't work. Queen b3, you can try queen b3, but there's a bunch of pretty strong moves, starting, I guess, with rook d8, d3, which is very unpleasant. So you might have to find rook c1 if you want quote-unquote clean equality, but that position after rook c1, queen e8 is also pretty scary.
Not a clean equality.
No, this is... I think... I'm not sure if Pragg missed something after f5, queen c6, or if he is just desperately trying to preserve, sort of keep the game afloat, because queen b3 was objectively much stronger, but it was also, I think, ending the game in a draw. Pretty much by force, and maybe he just does not like that and wants to avoid it at all costs.
Well, he could get himself into trouble by
this gives
avoiding
Fabi a good chance.
A draw at all costs. Thank you, Peter.
Let's go to NVL and Bogdan. We liked black's position, and I think that still remains true.
Let's see what has happened. When we left it, we saw the move h4.
Yeah, that's the last thing we saw. And
e6. Wow.
Yeah, I'm not sure I like b6, and I definitely do not like his next move.
Maxime's or?
E6.
Bogdan's. He played b6 and then took on a5. This I don't like at all. I think b6 has to be followed up by rook e6. You don't want to create weaknesses. I think your plan, the bishop sort of has done its job on h6. It now probably belongs on c5. I think, in particular, if you play b7, b6, you protect the pawn on b6, and then you try to swing the bishop from h6 to c5 and start playing in the center, and maybe even on the king side. That bishop would have been very, very powerful on c5. After ba5, knight takes a5, I feel like it's likely that the queen side will find a way to disappear, the entire queen side. I guess maybe he wanted rook b8 here, but knight c4, and then perhaps rook a1. And if I manage to trade b5 for a7, there's just not going to be enough left.
Peter, could you give us some other lines, please?
Yeah, I think after knight c4, first thing to show is that, of course, you cannot take, because that blunders the fork on d6. So black probably after rook knight c4 has to play rook e8, e6. But white can just start aiming for some direct equalities. Queen e2, e4 here appears to be quite strong, for instance, because if you take on b5, I'm showing this seemingly, I apologize to the viewers who appear to have to follow these lines blindfolded, but trust me when I tell you white is now much closer to equalizing. This is actually quite interesting because we highlighted the fact that Bogdan actually has a plus score against MVL. And it feels like MVL kind of knows that. This game looks like a game where MVL knows he's playing against somebody who is kind of an awkward opponent for him, because he's not playing as confident as he normally plays with the white pieces. And I played enough Ruy Lopez against him with black to know how dangerous he is in these types of positions. But today has not been convincing.
Yeah, not optimal at all. We have thank you, Peter. We have an innovation in our prize fund at this
bonus
super.
Money.
Yeah, the bonus money. You win a game and you get a piece of the pool. The prize money is $125,000 in bonus prize money for the games that you win, and so not including the forfeits, of course. And so the games that the players have won already. If there's 10 games,
No,
the end
actually,
would be 12 and a half.
To see how
Okay.
Of course.
As I just said,
games are not mentioned.
yeah, not included.
Yeah. So let's take a look.
If it ended today,
If today was the last day.
I think Vincent's a very rich man.
Vincent is the only player who won
Two
games.
games.
The rest of the players, Fabi, Anish, Jorden, Pragg, and MVL, only won one game, so they will all get over $17,000. But Vincent doubled their amount, $35,714.
It's good to be first. A rich man. And I think we heard Ben talking about how many wins are being expected, whether it's in the 10 to 12.
It's in Vincent's best interest if nobody else wins.
Exactly.
So he can keep collecting.
And it's in his best interest that he not lose and let Sindarov share a little bit.
Some piece of that bonus money. Yes.
Exactly. And let's go to that game because we're not very... We think that Vincent was doing very well.
It was a little bit off.
Yeah, and by the way, Sindarov did not include rook e1, bishop d6.
But this is also pretty good, actually. This is definitely also playable. Knight c3, queen h5, and now white has objectively probably the strongest option is quite a striking idea of playing queen e2.
Queen e2, give me the
waiting
bishop.
For bishop d6.
Yep.
And going g2, g4. Which maybe is not that easy to commit to, but appears to be quite strong.
G2, G4.
G4, black, let's say, goes queen h3. We go queen g2, queen h4. And we play, let's say, bishop c1, d2 now. And the engine feels that there's no real attack. I guess we want bishop e1, g3, just as Yasser is there illustrating eventually. Mm-hmm. And of course, there is still some compensation for the pawn. Black can try something like bishop c7. Interestingly, the engine waits for bishop c7 to appear on the board and only then plays bishop d2, e3. And as an indication of how little the engine believes in the black attack on the king side, best play appears to be bishop e6, bishop takes e6, f takes e6. Once again, bringing us back to the point that he could have played bishop e6 on move 22, and he would have won the d4 pawn back. And now he has to do the same, but a pawn down.
Right.
And struggling.
Precisely.
Black is not hopeless here because the white king is also compromised. I mean, I think if you take the queens off, you probably lose, but white will struggle to force the queen trade. So this is very much still a game, but yeah, Vincent definitely created some problems for himself today.
Yeah, he
Absolutely.
did, for sure.
While I do find the move g2, g4 counterintuitive, when you put the queen on e2 and the bishop on e1,
E1,
going to g3, suddenly looks really good. You're a pawn up.
Starting to really question Black's conversation.
Very much so, very much so. So Vincent actually sliding into some troubles. I thought when you were going to say a striking idea, Peter, I thought you were talking about bishop f4. I'm sitting there thinking in my mind's eye, I don't want to play g4, but I don't want you to force any kingside weaknesses on against me
Bishop
either.
f4 runs into rook takes d4 though, right?
Oh, shoot, of course, and bishop c5.
Yeah, queen e2 chosen by Sindarov in the meantime, so it looks like he's headed in some kind of a direction like that. After bishop d6, he could, of course, choose a more contained move like g3. G3 is still playable.
Yeah, that tactic is very nice. He did play queen e2, as you suggested, Peter.
Yes, and Javokhir does have good chances here.
Really good chances.
I'm going to go back and check the game between Anish and Wesley and how that endgame is going.
And we thought that while Anish
He has the extra pawn, of course.
was better.
Keeping it alive with the knight on c6 and pawn on a5. I think this is what he was hoping for.
He achieved
but
the
now that he's
maximum.
here, yeah, how does white keep improving and making progress in this position?
Unfortunately, I don't think he does. It's one of those things where we have an extra pawn, but the knight is tethered to the pawn. As long as the knight stays on c6, we're not attacking the pawn on c7,
No,
right?
nothing we can do about that. And on the king side, even though black has doubled pawns, they're extremely safe.
Right. I mean, it would behoove us to play the move b2, b4,
We had
defending the
connected pawns,
pawn,
yeah.
then getting our knight. Whereas I think that black might even be going for the worst of the worst, just taking the knight, taking on a5, losing. I lose c7, d6, but I get 4 versus 3, and I
That's
need
the
an
good
extra.
3.
Yeah, and I need an extra rook off.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I make a draw like that.
Wesley also has the option of including f6, f5 straight away.
Even now.
Yeah, you can play f5 here. I'm pretty sure Anish wants to play e5. Because
F5,
d5, rook
E5?
c5, you can at least maybe claim some improvement. But even that holds. I think f5 is just healthy here, frankly.
Go ahead and put it on your board.
Yeah,
Peter, F5,
if you
E5?
play f5, e takes f5, bishop takes f5 is another one of those illustrations of what Anish doesn't want to allow.
Right.
Takes a5, rook takes c7, I guess we go bishop g6. And eventually d6 will get traded for a2.
Right.
And you're probably not winning that 3 against 2. The black structure is a bit broken up. You actually have maybe some hopes. It's not as dead equal as maybe with the unsullied structure on the king side, but you generally hold those positions with black.
Right.
So you can do that, or you can play bishop d7, let's say rook d5, rook a6, knight b4, rook a7. And I think eventually the queen side will disappear, and if the queen side disappears, you will end up with some kind of a 4 against 3, which you once again probably will not win.
So
Yeah,
Wesley,
this is
pretty close to completely equalizing. Holding.
making a draw. Yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
yes.
You
You'll never
don't really
equalize.
call simplifying into 3 against 2 equalizing, but you will not lose. Yeah, and this is another one of those, as we were describing. Yeah, Anish getting a very, very good chance and not playing poorly exactly, but a couple of times in this game he chose
Suboptimal.
feels like safety over sort of the more ambitious continuations, which reintroduced the concept of maybe risking something if things go wrong. In particular, I come back to the decision to trade everything on move 17 or thereabouts instead of playing knight c3, rook a d1, and playing the position full of pieces where I think he was significantly better, but he chose differently.
You know, Peter, when I was a teenager, getting some of these Soviet books or magazines where the annotator would say, you know, this move doesn't meet the requirements of the position. I would say in certain moments here, Anish's moves don't quite meet the requirements of the position. He shouldn't have captured on
So
A5.
what do you think that is? He overestimated his position? Or?
No, I think Peter just kind of nailed something, a safety over
So he doesn't want to
risk.
take any risk. Yeah.
He saw a way that he could play for a win without any risk. And I think that's kind of ingrained a little bit, maybe too much so.
But I think there are two turning points in this game, and that really only belongs to applies to the first one. The choice between knight takes e7 and knight c3 is the one between zero risk and maybe some risk long term. The choice between knight e3 and b takes a4, there is zero risk in both of those, honestly.
Right.
That is, I think, just a mistake, and a very strange one for him to make, because he is an excellent player with very deep understanding of all kinds of positional intricacies. And for him specifically to opt for this, which really feels like black probably escapes by annihilating the queen side altogether.
As we...
Yeah, and
Another
f5
surprising
played by Wesley.
And Anish took it, didn't play e5.
Yeah, he took it. e5 wasn't really doing very much anyway. I think e5 is maybe long-term. This preserves the game for longer. And somewhat breaking news elsewhere, I think Prague might actually now legitimately be worse.
Exactly. He did go for that whole e5 line, and you were saying to us, Peter, that after b4...
Well, 95 now is very strong.
Sorry, this
he didn't play rook
wasn't
c1 first. He went e5 straight away, and now before is a draw, but 95 is just better for black. This is now very risky for Prague in practical terms.
What has Prague planned?
Yeah, watch
rook
knight
c1?
e5. What do we do? Rook c1 now?
Rook c1 or queen d2. Everything else appears to just be straight up losing.
Queen d2.
Queen d2 is such a strange move to
Put it
even
in front of the
contemplate.
rook, doesn't make
and
sense.
black has a number of very strong replies to it.
Probably
Yeah,
play knight
I
e5.
don't know what's going on here. If
Knight
I understand avoiding draws, but if you avoid draws and land here, you really have to question your previous choices.
Prague's accuracy is 97, which is not too low, but he's much worse now with the white pieces.
Yeah.
And Fabi's accuracy?
99.3.
The problem with rook c1 is that it allows knight e3.
Sorry, Peter.
Sorry, yeah.
Say it again, please.
The problem with rook c1,
Yes.
rook c1 would have been kind of okay, but it allows knight e3. And then queen e4 check. And you're surviving by the skin of your teeth. Queen f2, or I think queen e2 maybe. Queen e2, queen e4 check. King a1, b4. Rook he1, strictly the only move. I take on c3, I take on b2.
I am not signing
Honestly,
up
if this
for
was
this.
lost, I would not be surprised at all. Apparently, it's only -1. But
I am not signing up for this in any
just
day.
take on b2, take on f5. It's a free roll.
Of course.
It's just an absolute free roll.
Look at my king.
Yeah, so
Not g2, but f5, you said.
Yeah.
Also 16 moves to make until time control with 14 minutes on the clock for Prague in a tough position.
Our defending champion and our pick is in trouble in this
Queen
one.
is not much better.
You know, and again, I can understand Prague's frustration. I mean, you have your pawns on e4, f4, all dressed up, ready for action. So he put them to work. He did play
Help
f5.
yourself, you want to push them.
Exactly, but you've actually just pushed black's pieces more, in particular the knight, to better square. And, you know, you'd almost like to play, let me take that last move back. Let me play e4, and you please go back to f6.
Yeah,
because the knight is,
d5.
it's a powerful
Fantastic, yeah.
piece.
He must have something concrete in his mind. Maybe is there like, let's look at e6. I know Engine's gonna say it's horrible, but why?
Okay. I mean,
b5, b4 just wins a piece, regrettably. e7, king f7 is nothing.
There's just nothing there.
There's just nothing there. You can throw in a 5 f6, but I will still take the bishop. Queen takes h7 is not a threat.
See, the worst part sometimes is we get these positions where we're chasing a ghost. We have to see we calculate the 4 series of moves, and we can see up to rook, we can take on f7,
Yeah.
and we see rook e6, and we go queen
There's no
c4,
threat, right?
and then then we resign. It's Johnny ball game.
Any square, just pick a square.
Yeah, but this is the most recent one. And then we have to convince ourselves, no, f6, there's nothing. So we chase something that just is bad, and maybe
Let me
from
try something.
afar.
After e6 and b4,
Yes.
let's try f6 here.
Ah, okay. Now we're
You
having
can take
some
the
fun.
bishop anyway.
Okay, at least now I'll get the h7 pawn, right?
But
There's knight takes f6 in the end. You won't even have a single check, right?
unfortunately, this knight f.
No, there's absolutely nothing for white. Wow.
And now I
Completely hopeless.
start to get worried
And I'm down a piece too.
that c2 and rook c1 is going to land on my doorstep. Oh dear.
Nope, that's not working then.
That-
Allowing
yeah.
knight d5 is very questionable.
But no, seriously, Nasi, to your point, you see e6, b4, and then you see the beautiful f6, and you think, oh my gosh, my inner Tal is coming to the foreground.
All we're missing is rook on f1. That would have worked.
And it
But
would have
we also have to jump to Javokhir's game because big
Okay.
update there. I think Sindarov is showing his
G4, he did.
style
just
the way he
winning
did in
now.
the candidates.
Wow.
He played
Okay.
G4.
G4, but no
Quickly.
queen h3. The queen was chased away.
Look at that.
Was actually better to put it on h4 or h3 because it was stopping knight e4. Now after knight e4, black is in
He got in
deep
G5
trouble.
too.
Yeah, I guess Vincent was hoping for bishop b7 to hold it together, but now after g5,
But check this out. That remember this bishop that we refused to trade? Knight takes e4, f takes e4, and wait a minute.
Now you have to beg for the trade, right?
Yeah.
Please.
No. It's all suddenly gone wrong. And our tournament leader, what a time for
Possibly
Sindarov to wake
losing.
up.
Right to Sindarov, who's currently in the 8th place. And this
Wow.
accuracy also tells a story, almost 99% for Sindarov.
Wow.
Below 95 for Keymer, which, and you can see he made moves, 2 moves that got a question mark. That's too much. On this
Wow,
level,
yeah.
your opponents will not forgive you for that.
And g5, and suddenly Sindarov not only has a pawn advantage, but he's got the initiative as well. So it's material and initiative for Sindarov and time advantage. Everything looking good on this one for Sindarov.
Yeah, I want to stay here. We already covered Prag's mistake, and Fab is enjoying his advantage.
Yes, he is, with that
Pragg is
knight
also
on d5.
going down on the cloud. But here, what can the leader do to try to survive?
Well, exactly.
I think you probably try knight d5, but the problem is it's not even g takes h6, which is still pretty strong. You can play knight c3.
Knight c3, and remind, there's a knight, pardon me, there's a piece hanging on e7. Ooh.
Yeah, which
That's-
forces knight takes c3, we take on e7, you go back to d5, and now the cleanest is really, really rubbing it in queen c5.
Wow.
I'm just going
And
into
after
the
queen
endgame.
c5, yeah, you just get a very, very bad, I mean, straight up lost endgame, where
Oh
you're
my
down
goodness.
a pawn, white has the bishop pair, white has the better structure, you just convert from there.
So Vincent probably just didn't see G4 coming, right? G4,
No, I mean, it
kind of came out of nowhere.
it really easy to miss, because I wasn't thinking either in those terms.
I'm still a bit shocked the queen went all the way to a5. Why? I mean, you're supposed to put it on h3 and try to at least, be an annoyance.
Well, that's your Marshall Gambit training.
Vincent is a martial player by this point, I think, with more pedigree than I am.
Well, then he has no excuse. Queen h3 was definitely better. Queen a5 goes off the beaten track, and it was that knight e4 that really turned the tables as well. Now Vincent, you can see from our cameras there, he's
He knows
looking
he's in
nervous.
trouble.
Yeah.
Down to 15 minutes as well. They're on move 27. Yeah, he's going to get in time trouble.
Help us bail out. What is Vincent, Peter? What is Vincent's fears? What's going on?
I have some counterplay ideas. It might be
Please.
completely losing, but practical chances. Take on e4.
A little
F takes.
recapture with the pawn.
I want to give up f7, go queen b6.
Oh, good.
Yeah, we take it with a check. You go king h8.
Yeah, and I'm hoping to survive there.
This is a cooperation. You want to give up f7, I want to take f7. We're going to have a good time. We have a good partnership. Takes.
I agree with you. This is the best try. Yeah.
King h8.
Practically speaking, I think it is.
And I keep taking.
Okay, take on h6. Queen d4 check.
Queen d4 check, and I'll
Could also throw in bishop h3, but let's begin with queen d4 check. Yeah.
intermezzo.
Bishop e3, although it's pretty bad. Yeah.
I can't take on e4, can I? No, I lose the queen.
No.
Okay, so I have to include bishop h3 there.
Yes, yes, exactly.
But that is just like allowing h takes g7 check is going to be a challenge for a human player.
Wow. So at the moment,
But you don't have any checks at the moment, so I'm somewhat feeling okay.
Wait a minute. Before you pat yourself on the back, it is 3 pawns.
But the only
Well, I'm taking one.
the only clean win in this position is the move rook f2. Everything else
Okay.
throws away much of the advantage.
But that looks kind of good too, because I'm escaping a check, right?
And if I go bishop h4?
This is now genuinely tricky because the only thing that wins after bishop h4 is bishop e3, bishop takes f2 check, king, queen takes f2.
Okay, it's not clear at all that
No,
white
that
is
is.
winning.
Well, again, it's 3 pawns exposed.
Right, but
king.
you're also, you can get pinned on f7. White king on g1 is not too happy.
That's true. That's
No,
true.
this is a very good spot by Nazi. I'm very much in agreement. If you realize that there's still a game going on there, you go there and nowhere else. Everything else is
Queen
much
b6,
easier to
bishop
convert.
f7,
King
hg,
h8.
bishop h3. Oh, sorry, not queen h4, bishop h3. Let's pause here because I do want to give up an exchange.
No, the sad part for black, I think, is gh6 is not forced. I think bishop e3 is stronger.
Bishop e3 is even stronger than this.
Yeah.
Ah, because you can't take on g5.
No, you can never take on g5.
Ah, I understand.
So we
now.
go bishop e3, bishop h3.
So
and,
any takes on g5, there's a queen h5 hit that we have to be. So in this case, bishop h3.
we can play rook c1 here, for instance.
Oh,
And this position you probably don't hold.
And this is a very exciting game, but while Vincent is thinking we should go to Prague,
Whoa.
he made a really bad move now and
Uh-oh.
might be completely losing.
Yeah.
uh-oh.
It loses to one thing only, but it just straight up loses to it, though.
Give us
Queen
the line.
e2. Hold on,
Queen E2.
hold on. Let's
Yes, I want to-
think. So queen e2, knight takes c3.
Yeah, why can't we just take?
Queen takes c3 is even possible. Ooh.
There's some knight f4 ideas.
Knight
B4.
f4,
Too many
B-
good moves here for
Yeah.
Black.
Knight f4 does win. Knight f4 does win.
And Fabi's
Prague is at
accuracy.
93%.
Ooh,
That's bad.
That's bad.
That's bad.
Okay, Peter, give us the line, because
Yeah.
we're
So
seeing
if-
nice plans for
if you take on c3, b takes c3, queen takes c3, white gets to play e5, e6. And although black is still better, there are some hopes of survival here for white. Knight f4, though, the problem with knight f4 for white is that he would like to play something like queen f3, but your bishop has no squares.
we trade
You
and go.
take and play b5, b4, and the bishop eventually just gets picked up because you can include rook e4, but now after knight h5, there's an additional threat of knight g3 collecting everything, and white can resign. And if you play queen g4 in this position, now we play b5, b4, queen takes f4, and b4 takes c3, and this honestly this looks lost.
And Peter, I'm sorry to interrupt you. We know Fabi's winning, but I think Vincent made another mistake. Let's
Oh,
jump back there
my.
because Sindarov might just win a full piece right now. Next move b4.
Oh yeah,
and,
before has been.
and taking on g5. I think it's just game over.
Oh.
So yes, sir. Yeah, we can show when king goes to the corner.
Yep.
Just a piece blunder, right? b4.
Well, we
Well,
would,
you can play a completely lost endgame with
we
equal amount of
would
pieces.
love
right?
to play bishop takes g5, h takes g5, queen h5 mate, but the queen protects the bishop. So let's get rid of the queen.
Let's distract the queen with a tempo.
Yeah.
Bingo.
That's it. Wins the piece.
Queen b6, bishop takes g5, and the choice is pretty sad. Yeah, and he's going to find
He's
Javokhir
it.
immediately
reaching
goes
for it.
b4.
That was the correct move. And our tournament leader is lost. Vincent
is-
is lost.
Completely lost now.
So he will be in a tie for first after this round. We just don't know with how many players. Probably two.
Well, Jordan for sure.
Definitely Jorden, and very likely Fabi.
Right.
If Fabi finds knight f4, I think Fabi is a odds-on favorite to convert to a full point.
By the way, the remarkable thing is when you think about the rookies, Vincent, Jorden, tied for first.
Yeah.
I mean,
and losing to another rookie, Sindarov.
and for Sindarov, okay, he's leaving it very late, but he's riding a ship because he came into today's round -1.
And he did say in his interviews he probably needed some rest after the candidates.
Yeah,
he
he was pushing.
He immediately started to play in Warsaw, then this.
Yeah, he was
But today
pushing
he
himself.
played very well.
Yeah, sadly, Vincent.
You can see on Vincent's face he knows it's over. He might just resign.
You know, it was strange because the whole pawn sacrifice concept that Vincent played was very good. He just needed to play what looked like a very decent move, bishop e6. He played bishop c8, and then it went wrong. Then he spiraled.
Kind of snowballed, yeah.
Yeah. And the current position, it's resignation.
He's not losing a piece, but he is down a lot of pawns. So if he goes queen b6, he can cover queen h6.
So you
But that
mean
endgame is
But
so
of course,
completely lost, yeah.
Two central pawns.
Two connected passers,
Yeah, we
right?
take, we go d5, e5, d6, e6, and
And technically, white's up only one pawn. It shouldn't be so disastrous, but those pawns are unstoppable.
But it's like...
Unlike Prague's central pawns, these two.
Yeah, these two are real demons. E5, pardon me, D5, followed by E5, followed by E6. They just
Could be a very easy win, yeah.
march to the promised land.
Vincent looks really
Upset.
disheartened, yeah.
Yeah. Because again...
He got such a good position out of the open, and he equalized so easily.
Right. Right now, the way he's looking reminds me of myself. I'm not looking at the board. I'm looking at what I did wrong. I'm looking at 10 moves past and saying, okay, I blundered it there, and I blundered it there, and I blundered it there. But B4, that was the game winner.
First G4, G5, then B4.
Yeah.
And I think Sindarov played those moves intuitively.
Yeah, well, knight e4 was an easy one. And then you see the connection of the bishop on f7, the rook on f1. G5 becomes an easy one.
Yeah.
And f takes e4 is easiest of all. What's really shocking for me, because I just don't understand what Vincent missed, was, okay, I didn't necessarily think, you know, queen b6 was the best chance, but bishop takes g5 just loses so quickly. Yeah. At least your idea of queen b6 and sacrificing.
Some play.
Right. You got to give yourself a chance, but this is just...
He just played queen b6, and Sindarov immediately snapped the bishop off the board.
Yeah.
You wish you could play queen d4 check and then take on g5, but unfortunately, that's not an option.
No.
Fortunately for Vincent.
Exactly.
And this is going to be first win for Sindarov in the tournament. We just said how, when you were discussing the bonus money.
Yeah, as Vincent's gotten a nice +2, he's racked up $30,000 and maybe some more. The one thing
Now
you don't want to
sharing
do,
it with Sindarov too.
yeah, the one thing you don't want to do is lose today and have the money divided even further. Do we have h takes? We do.
Yes,
H
just
takes
happened.
g5, and we have been discussing queen h5 to the exclusion of everything. And just
I
going.
think after queen h6, maybe we don't even take on h6. Maybe we go g5 there to prevent the king from nearing.
And why
the center.
fix Black's double pawns, of course.
Let them take on h5 if they want.
Of course.
Wow, I didn't realize we have sadists. I was actually thinking the bishop was doing a great job on f7.
You can always go back if needed.
Yeah, but you know what I mean, right?
I do, but I like that Black king cannot come to g7.
What's the king doing on g7? That's frightening.
In the bishop.
Let me just put that on the board quickly. Takes, d5, king g7, e5. My next
course,
move
there's
that
no
I'm pre-moving e6,
Right.
followed by e7.
I can't stop it.
Right. That's pretty convincing, I would say. All right, but we do have queen h5 and queen h6 on the board. They've been following our analysis. Now, you think d5 is the sophisticated move?
Both are totally winning. I'm
Yeah.
not sure which one's better, but it's a matter of taste. Maybe even you can play rook c1 And you want to put the rook on c7.
Rook c1, that didn't occur to me.
Because d4 is not hanging. Why not?
Right. Well, no, I mean, I'm with Nimzovich on this one, and I have to say that I'm not with Nimzovich often. Passed pawns must be pushed. And the passed pawn is a criminal. He must be kept under lock and key. So push those pawns. Push him, baby.
I think he's about to.
D5, let's go.
Going d5 immediately, yeah.
Yeah. And I think that's it for Vincent. Vincent has nothing. I mean, there's just no, there's no play. There's no.
No, he has a passive bishop, passive rook, terrible pawns. King doesn't move. It's really, really depressing.
Right. I mean, trade queens and teleport the black king to e5. I have a reason to play, but there's no.
Yeah, with one extra pawn, you would normally see +1. Here, do you see the Valber? It's like +4.
Wow.
It's because of the position.
Exactly. By the way, bishop h3 makes me immediately think, can I, you know, but I
still like my rook c1 also.
Yeah.
Let's go after queenside pawns as well.
Rook c1 now makes a lot of sense.
You can also play rook f3 and ask the bishop, where are you going?
Yeah, I like rook f3 too. Too many simply excellent moves for white here. By the way, is it? I guess it's a little ridiculous. I was just looking at queen h6 and rook f6, king g7, e5. But why entangle?
Yeah. Maybe rook f8 or something. You don't want to give black any chances.
Absolutely. I never want to give my opponent any chances, ever.
Yeah. Sindarov has beautiful choices here.
It's all going very well. This looks like a win. Is Fabi?
He's still thinking. He hasn't played the winning move knight f4 yet.
And is that exclusively the only winning move? I mean, yeah. You'd almost think that knight c3 should do a good job too, though, right?
It's very strong, but because white gets to play 5 e6, it's not
as
winning on the spot. Yeah, it's a large advantage for black, but it's not winning on the spot. Knight f4 just ends the game because if you, as I mentioned, queen f3 is unplayable. Queen e4 as usual loses to rook d1 check. And if you go queen g4, I get to play b5 before in such a way that you can't stop b takes c3, and then the opposition collapses. Yeah, these types of positions, as you well know, they never hold.
He just played knight f4.
And he did find knight f4. Yeah, he will win from here.
Wow,
very
so
big victory
suddenly
for
and
Fabi
unexpectedly, some victories just kind of emerged out of what looked like
a draw day.
Or draws again, but a number of draws, but no.
And while we're waiting for this to conclude, I want to show you a bit of a study, because it's actually quite beautiful. In the game that we expect to end in a draw, there's a game between MVL and Bogdan-Daniel Deac, which we've been ignoring for a bit. I want to show on my screen a very beautiful variation, which I think MVL has already found, and Daniel maybe is trying to improve on it. Knight c4, and of course you would like to take on h4 here.
Of course.
You're not obliged to play knight takes e5 here. Maybe actually MVL is planning to go d4, e4, d5, which should also hold because the passer is quite strong. But there is a very beautiful variation beginning with knight takes e5. Currently there is a pin, but if you play f6, of course, you're allowing queen a2 check. White is also trying to support it with d3, d4. But you have to calculate bishop c5, which creates a lot of threats. And now there is a very beautiful kind of a two-step. You have knight takes g6 here, which loses to one specific move and one specific move only. Care to venture a guess?
Give it a shot. Wow.
Queen d8.
Correct idea, wrong square.
Queen a4.
Queen a4. All the way across the board.
And you're hitting d1.
Yeah, very important that after knight e5 we now have rook takes e5 because we also attack the rook on d1.
That's
and the only way to save yourself after bishop c5 is we include d4, wait for bishop takes d4 to appear on the board, and we take on g6 now.
And now.
Because the queen is now forbidden from the a4 square, and this is a draw.
Very nice.
That is
I just wanted,
beautiful.
before this disappeared, I wanted to show it to our viewers because I think it's quite beautiful.
It is.
It truly is. Nice. Well spotted. Wow.
Bogdan is in time trouble, 1 minute against 27.
Yeah, he's gone bishop c5 instead, and now it will be a
position
draw.
looks
G3
pretty
equalizes, H5 equalizes. If you don't take on H4, you don't really have genuine winning chances.
Yeah, G3, 4 versus 4. Let's get back to our winning games. I'm turning to the game of our tournament leader, Sindarov, as white. He's just played the move rook f3, and that looks like an absolute clincher. That's a beautiful move. Give me the bishop. If we play,
Vincent obviously doesn't really like resigning. That doesn't
Who
belong to
does?
my school of chess, where
exactly.
resigning is done at the first available opportunity.
Not only is it honorable, it's
he is
a
nearing the
requirement.
point where it will not be a mistake
He
anymore.
has just played the move g4, so he invites Sindarov's rook just to move, scoot up the board, keeping in mind rook f4 or rook f5 might invite g3.
Yeah, after g4, black bishop is completely cut off.
Precisely.
H3.
So now
Can we go on c3 even?
you like moving the rook. I love the
I
bishop.
like going to c7.
I know. I love the bishop on f7, defended.
defend it.
Rook
From the
c3
seventh
takes,
rank.
takes rook f8, black escapes.
Say what?
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 Rook c3 takes rook f8.
Oh, the mate on f1.
There is some counterplay still available. Yeah, this
I
actually
completely
throws away.
forgot about
Actually,
that.
no, it doesn't, because we still win after rook takes h3.
Oh, and
Apparently,
they just push the
rook
pawn.
f8 and then e5, g6. We're still winning, but let's not allow that.
Why not if it's within?
Yeah. It was all a part of your plan.
Yes,
I
of course.
get it.
I saw
get
this
it.
10 moves ago.
Exactly. Any good grandmaster would have seen it right away.
Yes, obviously. Yeah.
Still one of the great lines that haunts me to this day. Vasil Ivanchuk telling me that I
Can you
missed
say
something.
any decent grandmaster? Or?
Yeah, any decent or any reasonable, any
Yeah.
good grandmaster would see it right away.
Yeah.
I'm all about rook f4 here, guys. That's
Yeah.
that-
Rook
that
f4.
for-
Rook f5, g3 also does nothing. Rook f5, g3, you can go rook f3 back, and
right,
we're
but
still completely winning.
after rook f4, there's no back rank mates. e5 is inevitable, and
Yeah.
e5
it's
d6
Pretty good. Yeah.
or e5 e6. No checkmates to the king either. So this is all going swimmingly, and it's happening with Vincent having 9 minutes versus Sindarov's 18. Rook
Maybe
f4,
we
rook
should
f5, please.
Check the other game because Prague, who's losing, he also is very low on time, 3.5 minutes.
Yeah.
And I
And
don't
there's
think they
obviously
will reach the
slightly
time
more
control.
intrigue there, because there are still some pieces left, and you could maybe create a scenario where somebody goes wrong somewhere.
By the way, the bishop is trapped.
Yeah, you have no squares for it now. You have
I was thinking f6, right? Like, give me a chance to go
96.
checkmate, but knight e6, and the bishop
96
is just trapped.
specifically. Yeah.
So you have to take on f4.
Yeah, let me just say that checkmate in one is a great threat. Once it's
Yeah.
defended, the bishop is trapped. Not d4, not d2, not b4, not b2. And that's a winner, stone cold winner. So
So you have
that's
to take on f4 to not lose a full piece.
exactly. Queen
Yeah.
takes f4.
And then after b takes c3, both rook d2 and actually in some cases queen takes g2 are just devastating threats along the second rank.
Right.
If you play rook c1, the strongest is actually queen takes g2, but it just ends the game on the spot.
Queen takes g2 and rook
Oh, that's
d2.
actually quite beautiful.
Okay, rook
Queen takes
c1.
g2, rook h2, c2 check,
This looks nice.
What is the mate?
king a1,
Rook d1.
queen takes h2 first.
Oh,
Queen takes h2, rook d1, queen f4,
And rook d8.
and
rook c4.
rook c4, rook e4 probably, yeah.
You chase the queen off.
Couldn't we
Rook
double the
c8,
rook?
b3, game restarts, right?
Oh.
Wow.
By the way, MVL and Bogdan are racing towards a draw.
Yeah, that's definitely 3 versus 3 rook and pawn end game, especially after e4.
Yeah, I think maybe we should stay with Fabi's game because
Bobby, yeah, okay, I'm going to keep
a lot
that
is
on my
happening
board.
here.
He did takes, and as Peter's saying, 2 massive checkmating threats are about to besiege Prague's king.
Yeah.
Ooh, ooh, ooh.
2 minutes for Pragg, but he don't have a good move.
No.
Everything is losing. He played rook c1.
Yeah, he played rook c1, but now, yeah, this is the line we were showing. Regrettably for Pragg, queen b7 is also very, very strong here. The position is just bad. The problem is there are some forcing wins, but if you don't find them, you win anyway.
So the idea here is that you want to take...
Well, actually, this throws away much of your advantage. After rook c2, you're actually sort of alive.
They are repeating moves. MBL and Bogdan. Yeah, I don't think MBL had a chance today. He was never better. If anything, he was slightly worse.
Exactly. I think that Daniel will go home, look at his computer engine and say, why was I so timid? I had the upper hand against a player who's been a good customer over the years.
So Bogdan keeps his +1 score against
Exactly.
Fabiano.
Yes, he does.
And by the way, that really beautiful line we just showed in Fabi's game might be the only clean win.
And this is a draw. Let's go back.
Rook c1 has just been played. We were looking at queen takes g2.
You begin with this, you wait for rook h2,
h2.
now you give a check, and then you take on h2.
And
all of those moves might be the only thing that wins straight away.
But they're all very, very forcing.
They
so
are very
it's easy,
straightforward, yeah.
easy to calculate, actually. Yeah. The one that I really like is this one, despite the fact that we're in a back rank mate, and we should be very reluctant to allow any back rank mates.
Okay,
Oops.
So if I start with queen g5?
h6.
H6.
Come on.
We control d8, yeah.
Isn't that
It's not fair.
We control d8.
Isn't
really is very unfair, yeah.
I mean, it actually looks like it belongs in a book of tactics, doesn't it?
It will definitely be featured in future collections of positions to solve, that's for sure.
Nice. Well.
All that remains is for Fabi to find it on 15 minutes.
Shouldn't be a problem for Fabi.
Yeah, you would assume so.
So rook c1 on the board, queen takes g2 is a winner. And yeah, I would think that Fabi, because everything that's captures and checks are the things that you're just trained to calculate.
He has other good moves, but queen g2 ends the game.
Yeah, you were saying, why wasn't queen b7 a good move?
c2.
Rook c2.
Yeah, rook c2. And you're still better after, let's say, c takes b2 and queen g5. The engine still very much prefers black.
But this is
the game continues.
The queen f3 and...
Yeah, maybe even
b2.
queen f3, exactly.
You're not taking?
I'm going to keep the b2 pawn to keep my king safe.
You think it's safe there?
Safe-ish.
I don't know if it's safe. How do you continue here?
Offering and queen trade.
Queen f3. Good plan. Good plan. Very good plan.
I mean, compared to the queen g2 line, White is living alive here, you know?
No, this
yeah,
is a
he's
dream,
got some kick. There's still some kick to it. So queen takes g2, rook h2, c2 is the winning sequence. And Pragg down to 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes, and Fabi at 13. How many moves did they just make?
Let's see, they're on move 28.
Nice.
We might not see 40 moves in this game if Fabi finds queen g2. Of course, not finds, decides to go for it.
You're right.
After queen g2, maybe White has to play queen h2 then?
But then once again, c2 takes and rook d1, it's even simpler.
Oh, same thing, yeah.
It's even simpler.
Oh, yeah, that's even
I go rook h1.
You don't even have to give up a queen. So.
Right. That's even worse.
Yeah.
At least enjoy that moment of queen versus rook.
Yeah.
By the way, that particular line with rook h2 and c2 goes to show how powerful a pass pawn can really be, that, you know, a rook overwhelms a queen.
What's the saying? Pawn on the 7th is stronger than a rook or something?
Well, it's like
2 pawns on the 6th.
2 pawns on the 6th. Yeah, that really stunned me when I was taught that. I didn't discover it. I rebelled against it, actually. I refused to believe that a rook is less than 2 pawns. By the way,
when did you get convinced?
About 3 months into the game. By the way, Vincent is final act of defiance. He's played bishop h3, attacking White's rook. Sindarov moved his rook to f3. Vincent
Same
played
position
g4.
after G4, yeah.
And,
Sindarov's still thinking.
And that's the final attacking
One
move.
last test, but Sindarov doesn't even have a bad move.
Unfortunately, that doesn't hang the rook. That's right.
Yeah. So Fabi has 11 minutes. I'm sure he's just going to calculate the entire sequence of queen g2, rook h2, and go for it.
In the meantime, Wesley is down a pawn in a rook ending, which we expect he will hold. We don't need to switch, just kind of reintroduce that game into the conversation.
But it's like the a2 pawn in
So
particular.
by drawing today, Wesley goes into +1.
Because of the forfeit
Yeah.
that he's about to receive, yeah.
And since we expect Vincent to lose, so +2 will be leading.
Exactly, plus two players at least, and
We expect
probably Fabi will be.
He didn't play it. He didn't find queen g2. Played rook b8. Of course, this is still a good move, but it's not winning. Like white can play b3 now.
Well, white has to play b3 actually.
And then you go a4, right?
Yep.
And then maybe queen f3.
Well, let's put those moves
Pragg
on.
has some chances. I mean,
Well, hold on.
it's not -6.
Okay,
I
so
wouldn't say he has chances, but
b3, queen takes g2, rook h2 is
Not-
still kicking.
yes.
I think that's a fair thing to say, right?
And then your
So-
c3 pawn is hanging.
But I'm sure that when Fabi played rook b8, he was ready to include a4.
And
Okay, and now
queen f3
we
has to be the only move.
because we want to either trade queens or force rook takes c3.
Yeah.
Okay. So
And
I
maybe you
don't
keep the
want
queens
to.
on the board. You go queen b5.
I don't want to trade queens. That's right. Maybe I'm introducing
Rook takes c3.
the rook or the queen.
Rook.
Rook.
Because I want to take on b3 with the rook.
Do you? I
You
take.
know what? This might be, in practical terms, if he survives until move 40, maybe he doesn't
He has
lose.
1 minute. 1 minute for
Maybe
next 12
he
moves.
doesn't lose.
Holy smokes! I just made a move that the computer
Rook
says
b5.
is equal.
We take on b5.
Oh yeah.
F3 is protected, yeah.
Yeah.
F3 is protected. Excuse me.
It's a beautiful move, but F3 is protected.
Yeah. No,
Pragg
it's
is
just
below 1 minute now.
queen takes e5 check.
Just to find the only moves for next many moves.
Yeah,
Does Prague?
Yes.
yeah. If he doesn't play b3, if he goes rook c2, rook takes b2, takes, that one appears to be probably lost, yeah, eventually.
That's in.
Not in 3 moves, but you are going to lose that position. So yeah, you have to close your eyes and play b2, b3.
30 seconds. I mean, what else can you do, right? Rook c2?
No, rook c2, rook b2. I think I'm lost. I'm not hiding behind the b3 pawn in that sequence. But b3 and queen f3 is not that convincing.
He's played b3.
He
yes.
found b3 though.
Yeah.
Now after a4, he will be forced to find queen f3 because everything else just looks horrific.
But b3, the problem with b3 is it took him like 60% of his remaining time.
Well, he's getting some
Yeah,
of it
40
back.
seconds.
Yeah. This is on Cyprus.
Ooh,
this would
he
have been
played
fatal
b4.
probably, but here.
He
b4.
did not play queen f3.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
no.
Then he's
Oh,
in trouble.
no.
Yeah.
That's altogether wrong. Oh, no.
How does black win most
A3.
convincingly?
Well, the b pawn is unsupportable. We're
A3.
about to go queen a4 and maybe
Yeah.
rook takes b4 check or rook d2. But I would play a3 just to stop any chances of a2,
Yeah, I like A3,
a3.
I like A3.
That puts the kibosh on that.
Creates ideas of queen a4, as Yasser is correctly
Yeah.
indicating with arrows, and a3 is very strong.
Very
I
strong.
guess you try playing f5 of 6 in response, but many things are winning now. Actually, not as many as I thought. I thought queen a4 would be winning completely, but actually after f6, queen a4, king a1, it says zeros.
What?
Queen a4 is a big, big mistake, yeah. Because now white actually has legitimate sources of counterplay.
I see. So instead of queen a4, what's the winning move?
Queen
Take
takes
on
g4 is
G2?
the strongest. Second best
Queen
is
G2?
h7, h6. Stopping queen g5 specifically.
I like h6.
Yeah, just queen g2.
Yeah, or queen
Yeah.
g2, rook h2, rook b4, and you're winning that position.
It is
Which is also something he can do straight away, without a3 even, in the current position.
Just take on g2. Yes.
Yeah, we can go queen takes g2, rook h2, we can take on b4, take on h2. White goes queen takes c3. And, quote unquote, stabilizes for a move. But after queen f4, I think long term this is lost.
Stabilizing the position. Queen takes c3, stabilizing position. Victories abound suddenly. And let's just jump to our tournament leader, Vincent.
As he's decided to trade queens on h6 and bring the king out.
After g4, pardon me, after g4, finally, Sindarov, by the way, correctly took on h6. But king f2.
Yeah. Just
E5?
making sure it's not cut off on the back rank.
Okay,
it'll go to
rook
e3, and then the d-pawn will queen.
Is it time to push our passers? e5, d6?
Black is also playing without the bishop right now, so why not?
Absolutely. No, I mean, I think all roads lead to Rome suddenly. Hold on, we've got moves.
Rook c2 check, spy check.
A spy check, yeah. If you're going down, go...
We can give the h2 pawn away, right?
Yeah, we can go king e3 here for sure. Although,
but would you?
Why? No, I forgot d6, g3 existed. I thought it just allowed the white d-pawn to win. But there is
Bishop,
g4, g3
yeah. So you have to include bishop e6
You'll
or
probably
something.
include bishop e6, yeah.
King
Just rook
g3?
g2 check, I'll still take on h2.
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah,
Yeah.
But at least you'll have no threats with the rook on h2. King g3, rook g2, king h4, rook takes h2,
And then just
d6.
push.
I'm waiting for you to
Yeah.
play g3 one day. Yeah. I like king g3.
He's going to g3. He's going to hide his king on h4.
Well, in the games that I've been commentating on Sindarov, it's taken me a while, but I can finally say it. This guy's good.
If you didn't know already.
If I didn't know already.
News at 11, yeah.
Yeah.
World
Flashing
Championship
bullets
challenger, good at chess.
Yes. Rook
Breaking
g2 check, king h4, and I think that's it for Vincent. I don't think there's anything further you
Definitely a
can do.
tough loss for Vincent, and then losing this going into tomorrow facing Fabi with the black pieces, who's about to win his game. Very tough 2 days.
Yeah, we were saying at the top of the show that Vincent, if there was a challenge for him, he was facing it right here, right now. These back-to-back games he gets the double black against two very, very strong opponents, and yet he had handled his opening and middle game business so
Beautifully
well.
today.
I actually thought he stood better. So I did not expect.
No, he really
this.
caused problems for himself, as Peter said earlier.
Yeah, self-goal.
Self-inflicted,
Yeah,
yeah.
self-inflicted. There you go.
Was that called in soccer auto goal?
An own goal.
Own goal?
You made an own goal. Yeah.
And I don't know.
Fabi,
if
in the
you wanna
meantime,
stay
does
here.
play
Yeah,
a3,
A3 is on the
and
board.
Prague responded with e6 and not f6. And now...
Should I switch because this game
I
is?
don't know. Both games are ending, so I'll keep an eye on both.
I think Fabi is sort of more dramatic.
Okay, we're going to switch. He did play a3, by the way, and e6, not f6.
And now, for instance, queen c5 is just
Oh, that's a cute one.
very, very strong.
Are we hiding our king behind the pawn? Or do we go to h8? Doesn't matter.
I think we take on f7, frankly.
Even take on us.
Yeah,
Well, taking on f7 shows no understanding, people.
absolutely none whatsoever. But
King
we are
F8.
giving mate on the other side of the board.
King f8 is like, but queen c5 is a visual too,
It is.
right?
and
And
the
that's
plan-
why a3 was so important.
And the plan is very simple. I want to take on b4, and I want to play c3, c2, and then give a check from the long diagonal somewhere. And it will be very difficult to fight against.
Queen c3, mate.
Yep.
Okay. So e6 is on the board, Fabi having 7 minutes, Prague having less than a minute, but still getting his 30 seconds, of course, for every move made.
Yeah, so today we expect 2 decisive results. Not bad. Have we had more than that?
We had one game. I
day.
think it
Round two
was
had three,
round
right?
two.
Yeah.
Round two
Round
had three,
two.
yeah.
We had 5 draws, and then suddenly the tournament exploded. We had 3 players tied for first.
And then at some point, 5 players were tied.
Exactly. That was day 3.
Bringing the total number of wins to 9, which means that the payouts have decreased.
Yes, sir, would you go Queen C5 here or consider some other moves?
No, I would go Queen C5. Yes, I would be considering moves like Queen G2 because I'm a pawn grubber. You know,
You've been looking at Queen G2 for the last 5 moves.
well, I'm looking at the mate. I'm looking at C2 check, Queen A4, Queen takes G2. But the moment my eyes rest on Queen C5, I mean, it's like
That's enough, yeah.
stars, you know, everything aligns beautifully. I mean,
Queen
geometrically.
A4, King A1, once again, zeros.
What?
It's still hard to believe.
Queen A4.
He's played Queen C5, the best move.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a visually impressing.
It takes away so many squares from
King
the Queen on
A1
the 4
quickly
as well.
played Rook B4.
Yeah.
Yeah. But you're right. First of all, we're centralizing our queen. It takes away. And what Peter says is the moment you see C2 and this idea of gaining the long diagonal, you say, what is my queen doing on A4? You know, I need it on E5 or C3. So the current position is Rook takes B4. Have they made time control? Let me just check.
No, they're far away
move
from
numbers.
it. Still 8 moves away.
Move 32.
Game probably will be over before 8 moves. How does White survive here for that long?
I don't see it either. But something
20
very...
seconds. For
What?
Pragg, ticking down.
20 seconds?
Yeah, I think it's honestly resignable here.
He might take on F7 and resign after that.
But if you don't mind me saying, there's something very dissatisfying about this game for Pragg. From the opening when he played Bishop D3,
Queen G3 played with 1 second actually. He got 31.
C2, mate in 6.
yeah, that
Just
plays
mate
itself.
6.
And just to illustrate how strong the threat is, Rook B1 check, Rook takes B1, C2, mate in 8.
No. He's going Rook B1 immediately.
Rook B1 now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can give up a full rook.
You can give a... Wow.
Full checkmate.
We can begin by going Rook B1 check.
Throw away a rook.
Nobody throws away the rook, but we do...
There we go. We have a handshake after C2.
C2
Fabiano
and-
takes down Pragg with the black pieces. Such an important win.
Huge win. Congratulations to Fabi. Nice win, but again...
We are just in time to show the other one. The other
Vincent?
one will conclude in a second as well. And there is a very beautiful way, I think, and a very fitting way to... Hang on, does this... Maybe not. I was going to say the old short Tiemann, yeah, and he's going for it, but there is G3 there to calculate.
Is the king going to H6?
I think it is, yeah. But black will play G4, G3, but it doesn't stop the mate. We go King H4, black will take on H2, we go King G5, we are threatening King H6 or King G6 and then Rook F8 mate, black will go G4, G3. But regrettably, after King G6, Bishop takes E6, D takes E6, Rook F2, we have E6, E7.
I don't think we're on your board, Peter.
Yeah, we're not, yeah.
Apologies. We've just seen the move King H4, right, Nasi? Is that correct?
Yeah, and now,
go
let
ahead,
me
Peter.
briefly just once again go through it. So we go
Yeah.
King H4, Rook takes H2, King G5.
Nice.
Black has to try G3 to at least remove, because if you play King G7, it doesn't stop anything. So you play G3,
I
but
think
goes
he
King
resigned.
G6. He just resigned, yeah.
Yeah, wow. Sindarov takes down the leader.
Huge victory. Absolutely throws the tournament into complete disarray. Who's going to win?
Now it's anybody's game.
It's actually a virtual tie through 4th, because Wesley is getting a free win tomorrow.
But he'll only have +1, not
He'll
+2.
only have +1.
So Wesley's
Sorry,
behind.
No.
Vincent will fall to +2.
No, yeah, sorry, but Jorden gets,
Jordan
I'm
will
losing
be
my
a
mind, sorry.
+2. Yeah. And Fabi will be a +2.
Fabi joined them as well, yes.
With
There's only
+2.
one game left, Anish, Giri, and Wesley, so we do expect that to be a draw, but let's pull up the game. While Pragg and Fabi are still discussing their...
Actually, it seems to me that Wesley is making big progress towards his draw.
Yeah. Oh, Anish will feel that he missed a very good chance to actually be tied for first after the day.
Right?
He was on +1, and this victory would have propelled him into this huge tie.
Exactly.
With 2 rounds to go, and now he is back a step.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, another kind of a disappointing result for Anish because he got everything he could ask for.
He's getting a lot of advantages in his games. I mean, he's doing a great job. He's just not realizing it's the results, right? He's not getting the results from these advantages.
This is what was very good in the second half of the candidates for him. He actually, I think he pretty much maximized his chances. He won every single game that he had a chance to.
But let's go over to Bucharest. Cristian is with Javokhir Sindarov.
Thank you, Nazi. Javokhir, first of all, congratulations. We saw today glimpses of what happened at the candidates. You putting early pressure with the white pieces, playing fast, playing confident, and getting the victory, putting enough pressure, and your opponent cracks.
First win. First win, yeah.
First win, yes. But what a win against the leader of the tournament, right?
Yeah, I expect after yesterday's situation, when he get point, I think like he will play. I mean, he has 2 days in a row rest, and so I expect he will play Tarash and play solid. And yeah, I just want to play some, how to say, without any risk, some for small game. And if I get chances, I won't realize. And during game, I understand like he was trying to attack me and probably don't understand well his position. Okay. Let's discuss, yeah.
So you made a read, a strategic read that he's going to play Tarash because he has 1 point advantage.
Yeah, look.
And probably he's going to try to kill the game.
He always plays c5 or c6, so that's why I expect he will play Tarash. And I saw against, I mean, when he has a good situation, he always plays solid c5. So I expect he will play c5, and I prepared not too much, but a little bit. Yeah.
Well, good enough. Obviously, you guys got a game, right? And show me the critical moments.
Here, knight h5, I think like my big analysis. But okay, knight h5 and bishop b5. Okay, it looks completely equal, yeah. And for a long game, you can rook c8, h3. I don't like bishop b4. I don't know. I was thinking a lot here. Bishop b4. Probably just computer plays somehow rook c1. I don't know, but I don't like. That's why I played a4, queen b6. Yeah, here I was think a lot about knight d4. But you know, it's very hard to
win in this
position.
Symmetrical structure.
But I can try actually. It's for a long game. It's very good.
A little bit of a push.
A little bit push with the light bishop. But okay, I played rook a c1, rook f d8, and I think probably here I expect like knight a5, but it's not logical move, but it looks a little bit strange for me when knight comes to c4. This knight is big problem. But he played very fast d4, which is also not bad. Take ed, bishop d7, bishop b3. Yeah, I think here he of course he need to play bishop e6. Yeah, but you know it's not easy to understand. But during game I understand it should be completely equal because I didn't see any move to save my pawn on d4. I want to play rook e1, e5, knight c3. Queen b6, and I was thinking about some move like which move actually? Yeah, I forgot. I don't know.
I was looking at some bishop b3, but that probably doesn't work.
Yeah, I was looking about queen e2.
Queen e2.
Yeah. He has e takes d4, knight d4, and he has d3, yeah, which is a big problem. But okay, still, I think queen b5, queen c6 also should be fine. But I mean. Yeah, okay, it's completely equal, but bishop c8, which completely surprised me.
And he played it fast.
Yeah, and he played very fast. I don't know, maybe he expects like he had some attack here, but I mean, when I think a lot here, you saw 40 minutes I think here, I didn't find any attack because even if you put queen h5, I can put g3. I don't know, like it should be. Even after this, should be very good for me. I'm pawn up, yeah. But okay, queen h5. I think like when I think 40 minutes and 9 minutes, I found all of this: queen e2, bishop b6, g4. I don't know. Queen h3 is you don't want to change queens, yeah. And queen a5 is a very logical move. And yeah, knight e4, bishop b7, g5. Yeah, I found all of this. Even I saw when I played queen e2. Even I saw this before.
Yeah, from afar.
If not before, maybe it's not clear, yeah. Because now. I mean, bishop will be changed, and if not before, if his queen will play, I think it's not easy to win.
Yeah.
But okay, after before, it's completely resigned position. Yeah, I was here a little bit worried because if I played d6. Rook c2, d7. At first, I want to feel I miss this move. Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, I was here calculate a lot, but okay, I think like king f2, rook c2, king g3.
Might as well get your king out. Yeah.
I mean, just give this pawn, and this pawn goes very fast. Yeah. Finally, I'm very happy. Some good game. I don't know. I played also with Alireza, not bad, but today I really played very nice. I calculate a lot.
You're playing a player that rested today. Jorden van Foreest tomorrow.
It's like next my opponent also will take a rest. And
exactly.
Last one also playing with one rest day.
With Alireza. Yes.
Yeah, because of Alireza. So I don't know. They have too much time for prep.
Do you feel that plays into your hands? It gives you the advantage. You feel that perhaps there's too much rest, and
no,
you get out
I think of course my opponents will get advantage, but I understand the tournament situation and. Yeah, I mean, if I also will be in Firouzja, so I will also probably don't play because 4 hours to play in bed, I think for 5 hours, it's crazy. So, yeah, it's fine. I just want to finish this tournament very well. I don't think about result and, okay, I'm ready to any fight. Yeah.
Well, I think this was a great start for you to finish the tournament strong. Yeah. Congratulations, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Cristian. As we have one game left. It's a lonely stage, Peter, and I'm seeing the game between Anish and Wesley, and I'm thinking it's more drawn than ever. Is that
It
fair?
is very, very drawn. Yeah, I'm not even sure you get F and H pawns against none here. I think even that is a unattainable dream for Anish.
Absolutely. King H4, is there?
Perfectly fine.
Yeah.
D5, D4, perfectly fine.
D4 even.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, didn't even. Yeah, D4. If you go King E4.
You were just extolling the virtues of pushing the passed pawns. So why not?
Well, also, don't usually get a king marching straight into the enemy camp, right? King H4, king takes H3.
Was that Bogdan Prague game where Black King was on H4 in the end game? Yeah, it was, right? Yesterday.
Yes, exactly.
Well, let's go back to Cristian. He's with Fabi.
Fabi, first of all, congratulations. Obviously, you're enjoying quite a nice streak. And I asked you yesterday, what do you have to do to catch up with the leader and to win the tournament? Well, you already did in one round, so congratulations in that regard. Tell me a little bit about this game. How are you feeling after this important victory?
Yeah, this was a really good round. I mean, everything went right. Yeah, it's very unexpected. Out of the opening, I wouldn't have, I would have been happy to survive because I felt a little bit stupid. Okay, I mean, I played this line many times, but like right before the tournament, I was playing this Title Tuesday event, and I played exactly this position. Wait, was it this one or maybe it was a previous one? But I was just played this against Wesley in a blitz game. I think it actually was maybe a previous event, but it was like one of these recent Title Tuesdays. And okay, Wesley played like this, and I played here, and so then I started to wonder what was his point, and he played Bishop D3, and I got quite scared because, of course, he's trying to play F4 and so on, and advance very quickly in the center. It actually looks very dangerous. So
how much did you know about this position?
I had checked it a bit during the tournament, but not Bishop D3 at all. So this was new to me. Or maybe I checked it but just forgot completely what any details about it. I mean, I remembered King B1 and Bishop E6 and so on, but Bishop D3 immediately is quite tricky because Bishop E6 I thought F4. I guess the computer was showing. Yeah, I didn't really want to take this pawn. I guess it might be like a critical line to take this pawn, but okay. I thought this.
Well, you mentioned you played this during Title Tuesday. You also played a lot of other things. I think Wesley said you played 20 openings and you know them all.
No, of course it's
not that easy to prepare against.
It's not the only thing that he has to prepare for, but definitely it's one of the things that he looked at today, and he came up with this idea. And then after E4, I came up with a very radical solution to play C5. I mean, my other thought was to play knight G4. Yeah, this kind of stuff. But I was very worried that, yeah, once I actually take this rook, I mean, his pieces are so active, so I rejected that.
This looks like something that he would have probably analyzed.
Or just figure it out over the board.
Yeah.
But this, I thought, it's like I'm just trying to prepare c4 in many cases. So, okay, he went very directly. f4, I was a bit more worried about something like h3. But I understand he wants it to be direct. Okay, apparently the position is always fine for black. I was worried here.
Yeah.
Because it is a very concrete position. So yeah, this was my point. Here I was actually thinking maybe he can play bishop f1. b5, yeah, I actually saw f5, knight h5, and I thought queen f2. b4, bishop d4, I thought that this was good for white. Queen d7, bishop e3. Rook c8, this is strong, yeah, h3. And queen a4, okay.
b3 maybe, yes? No.
Yeah, queen a4 is coming. No, it's very concrete because of course I'm losing all my pieces on the queen side, on the king side.
Yeah.
So yeah, clearly he shouldn't do that. So he took here. I mean, now I felt like I'm okay. It felt like in many ways I should be okay. And yeah, here if he wanted to draw, he could have done this. There's a draw like this. Queen e6 is a draw. There's also this position which I was going to go for, and this is just a draw. I'm down a pawn, but yeah, very active rooks and everything. So just a draw. He played f5, and I was a bit surprised, yeah, because after queen c6, I didn't quite see first what he wanted. Because, okay, the first trick is that there's this knight takes e4.
Did you get to speak with him after the game about this? Because at this point he started really tanking.
Yeah, he just said he should have played queen b3 and made a draw. That was his more or less his conclusion.
So he probably missed something here.
Yeah, well, he probably missed some detail after queen c6. I mean, it could be that he thought there was some place for the queen to go, but there is no place for the queen to go, unfortunately. It's there's always some like problems wherever his queen goes. Anyway, I mean, like for example, there's this back rank mate, these kinds of tactical issues.
Yeah.
So that was the first thing, but then I realized that he can play rook c1, and then if here bishop a5, queen a8, the very important move rook hd1, and this is actually I thought like pressure for white.
That's a nice move. Yeah.
So otherwise, I think he's in big trouble because queen e2, and again there's knight g3.
Yeah.
So then I was going to play queen a8. And I thought that this position should be a draw. But computer shows queen e8. Okay, I don't know. I would definitely not play queen e8. I would play queen a8 because it's much more natural.
Both of them are more or less the same eval.
Yeah, but I mean, I think that now I can play b4, but I can also play, I was going to play knight e4 here, and I just thought that this position is just a draw. Yeah. Basically. So I think rook c1 would save the game, but he went for this, and now it's very dangerous. Basically, I think he was counting on rook e2, but I just moved my queen now. Yeah, for example, to queen a6. Or
queen a6, sorry.
I mean, there's like queen e4, rook c3, and so on. So basically, things just don't work out here for him. And now he's under huge pressure. I mean, okay, queen d2 is like just an impossible move, I think. Yeah. I mean, you go in the line of the other rook.
Yeah.
He went for this, which at first I thought, okay, it's kind of clever because in this position, like rook c1.
I think e6 is really powerful.
E6, yeah?
Yeah, here.
Okay, yeah, he survived. I thought rook c1 was the, but yeah, maybe here I win somehow. But yeah, then I started to calculate knight f4, and I was kind of amazed because all the variations always work out. I mean, the first one is this. This is okay, simple enough. And queen e3, knight g2, and queen f2, knight d3. And then queen f3 is...
I thought the most, not necessarily dangerous, but at least from afar to try to understand.
I thought not at all dangerous. I mean...
You felt safe here, yeah? I guess you can go before, yeah, you can do everything.
No, I mean, one thing I was considering was this endgame. And then I have this very important move, knight h5. Because if knight d3, bishop d4, he holds on. Even maybe it's better. But knight h5, and bishop e1, rook d1. And okay, he can sack the piece, but that's clearly not going to work out. So there's always some nice geometry, just everything works out. And here, another kind of nice geometry is knight d3. And then if bishop a3, there's checkmate on back rank. Or if bishop c3, there's rook c3 and mate. So it's just...
Everything seems to be working.
It feels like it shouldn't be so lost for him here. I mean, he does have some counterplay here, and things are hanging for me. But yeah, then he played this, and I didn't quite see it. Apparently, queen g2 is winning, but I didn't realize. So yeah, and then but I think that this is just like clearly winning because his king is way too exposed here. I just didn't see what he can do here. So he played b3, which I understand, but then after a3. His king is still too exposed, and he just doesn't have the counterplay.
It seems like we were looking at your head-to-head against Prague. It seems like there's always something going on between you two. 4 decisive results, I think 10 or 11 draws, but always a fight. What is it about the styles, the clash of styles, that goes on into that?
Yeah, I think we've always had very big fights. Even the draws, they happen, of course, but they've always been very, very tough draws. But he's just a very fighting player, and I also don't back down from a fight, I think. So we both kind of provoke each other. It just happens that way. So sometimes we have these kinds of games where, of course, we could have bailed out at some point, but maybe he's getting a bit too ambitious, or vice versa. Sometimes I'm getting a bit too ambitious, and we have games that end decisively.
With a big match coming tomorrow against Vincent, I do want to check your line score really quick and see exactly how you got here, and quite impressively. Take a look at that. Obviously, you started with 3 draws. Very, very safe path. It seems like you never had the worst position, if I'm not mistaken. You were never in danger of being much worse.
Yeah, no terrible positions. I think now.
Very consistent.
Yeah.
Tomorrow against Vincent, obviously this is a big one. You have the white pieces. What's the game plan?
I don't know. I'm not coming to any of these games with a plan.
There you go. At least I assume you feel better today than yesterday.
Yeah.
Yesterday you said that you were having quite a difficult path. But,
well, yesterday I was already feeling better. I mean, yesterday and today, yeah, I'm continuing to recover. So.
Well, I'm glad to hear that, and
thanks.
We'll see you tomorrow, Fabi. Guys, back to you.
Cristian, thank you very much. And Fabi, bravo. I mean,
great game.
Seriously, a nice recovery from the illness to begin with, so that's really good, but also a huge victory as he's now tied for first. Woo! Came from nowhere, actually.
Yeah, he was always lurking.
Well, he was lurking down.
He had a very solid start, a lot of draws, and then 1 win here, 1 win there, and now he's sharing first.
Exactly. I think it was that game, that makeup game with Alireza that really propelled him, because he played that really well with the black pieces.
Fun game, yes.
Actually, now that I think about it, he won both games with the black pieces.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well done, Fabi.
Quite remarkable.
And Peter, we have 1 game left.
Yeah, we're waiting for Anish to show how he feels he has the best chance of even trying something here. I feel like objectively there's not a lot to discuss in this particular position because Black has a very straightforward plan. And as for standings right now, with that 1 game still to go, this is what we have. We have a 3-way tie at the top, 3 players on 4.5 out of 7. The 2 players to still receive the forfeit win versus Alireza are Wesley and Bogdan, and they are not in the conversation just yet. Wesley, with that forfeit win tomorrow, will come up to +1, but that's still not going to be enough to tie for first unless all 3 of our winners, leaders lose, which is unlikely with 2 of them playing each other.
Right.
And then in the last round, Bogdan-Daniel Deac gets a free point. So it feels like it's a bit of a 3-horse race here from here on out.
Yeah, I mean, if Anish won today, he'd be part of the leaders. But now he'll be half point behind them. So it's not really a 3-horse race, more of a 4, but yeah.
Well, just peeking ahead, I do see that Jorden van Foreest will play against Sindarov. Jorden will have the white pieces. Fabi versus Vincent. Obviously a fight for first in that one as well. Prague versus MVL and Deac versus Giri.
Yeah, and Vincent actually plays 2 of the people he is tied with in the last 2 rounds. He plays Fabi first and then Jorden with the white pieces in the last round. So very, very interesting rounds coming up.
Right, and the 2, what we said was the challenging back-to-back black games.
Yeah, I'm just reading the pairings, and it's very exciting last 2 rounds.
Yeah. No,
everything might be decided the last round, and honestly, chance for playoffs are pretty high.
Yeah, I'm seeing Vincent versus Jorden van Foreest in the last round too.
Yeah.
Kind of, it's almost like a scriptwriter's dream how it's matching up. Back to the remaining game, Anish versus Wesley, and Peter, you were saying Anish is trying to figure out how to present as many problems for his opponent as possible. Did you come up with some
Not really, no.
evil plan?
Anything I tried so far appears to be, like, let's say you go rook d2, and the engine says you can go rook a5 and even prevent white from taking on d5 for the time being. But I tried playing very simple chess, like take on h3, take on h2, give white seemingly everything they want. This is still a very, very comfortable draw. You will probably have to give up on f7, but by the time white collects the pawn on f7, we'll have enough activity against the pawn on f3.
By checking?
Yeah, we start giving checks, and the moment we can play king g3, of course, we play king g3 very, very happily.
And that's a draw, yeah.
And that should be a very, very easy draw.
Well, okay, without rook d2, I just don't even see how I progress. Any king e5 move is certainly going to be met by rook takes f3.
Yeah.
So that will be...
Or even king h3, g3 is also a very, very comfortable draw as well. Yeah.
Agreed.
Feels like there's no real way even to ask a pertinent question here, regrettably, for Anish. And this really feels like the one that got away from him, because Wesley did all he could in the opening to give Anish as good a chance of a win as possible, and yet he is now once again.
For those of you joining us late, the way Wesley played this opening had everybody tasered, thinking that he just absolutely misplayed it and allowed Anish to land a knight on f5 with near decisive effect. Levon Aronian had happened to join us just exactly at that time and said, maybe it's not so bad that Wesley was about to play bishop d8 and da-da-da-da. But no, I felt that Anish came out of this opening with just everything he could aspire.
And then in the end game, Wesley didn't play accurately, didn't play d5 early, and Anish got a second chance.
A second win.
Second win, yes.
That he didn't exploit either. So a lot of missed chances in this event for Anish. And he's doing well. It's just that he could have been doing so much better.
So much, but he could have been clear first if he converted his positions.
Yeah, what we thought were very good positions.
But isn't that the hardest thing, winning positions?
It is, it is. And especially when you're playing against this man, Wesley So, one of the most resilient players on the circuit. You know, there's that expression that, you know, I think it was against Alekhine, you had to beat him in the opening, you had to beat him again in the middle game, and you had to beat him a third time in the ending. And Wesley falls into that pattern.
Most of these players are like that, right here in this event.
Yeah. And with Magnus, you have to beat him up after the game as well. I mean, just to be sure.
You see rook d2.
As you prescribed, Peter, Anish felt that rook d2, therein lay his best chance.
But black has many good moves, right?
Yeah, our main move was just to accept the trades. Rook a5 was mentioned.
You can begin by playing rook a5 and take on h3 without even giving up on d5 just yet. And
yeah,
I think it's just safe for black. There's just you need to take complete leave of your senses here, I think, with black to lose.
Mm-hmm. But this one looked the most direct. King takes, rook takes, and after rook to d7, you hit him with check, and then you immediately are playing for king g3. Like, depending on where you go, king g5 or king e5, I've got an f6 check.
You don't even need it.
I don't even need it?
King g5, king g3, or king e5, king g3, and then I start giving checks from the side.
And this is
the way to stop it would be to go to somewhere around b4, and then I will find out. I will find some way not to lose to the king on b4.
Yeah. I would have, well, f6 check was just pretty straightforward too.
That as well, yeah. I just wanted to illustrate
that how
little there is.
Yeah.
There is to worry about.
Exactly.
Let's check the pairings for the next 2 days. I'll look ahead a little bit. So the next round, I'm just going to read the leaders, right, who they're playing. Fabiano is playing Vincent, absolutely huge matchup. Jorden van Foreest against Sindarov, Bogdan against Anish. Those are the players that are currently sharing second. And Wesley will be getting a free win against Alireza.
Exactly.
And in the final day, if Vincent and Jorden are still in the lead.
And I do believe, by the way, the final day is played a little earlier. I don't know if it's an
2 hours
hour or
earlier,
2
yes.
hours. Is it 2 hours
Get
early?
excited yesterday.
Look
Wake
at
up 2 hours earlier.
Look
We
at
have
that top
boards,
worn.
yeah. Vincent against
Wow.
Jorden. That might be the decider of who becomes champion, or MVL versus Fabi. Anish against Pragg. I mean, any of these games can decide. And Sindarov against Wesley in the last round.
Well, regardless of the result between Vincent and Jorden, I mean, I think that their play in this event as rookies has basically given a clear signal to the world that
They belong here.
the youths,
The youths are coming.
yeah, the millennials are marching.
They're Gen Z.
Oh, Gen Z? Oh, gosh. Oh, wow.
You're looking at the millennials right now.
Oh, dear. I'm calling them the veterans. King takes h3. Wesley said, gift me the pawn. If you take all the pawn away from your opponent, it's very hard for them to win the game. King takes h3.
Yeah, Anish looks a little bit upset that of course, he thought he had good chances today and again missed opportunities.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Wesley looks
Bored.
kind of, because I think he knows this is an easy draw.
Easy draw. Well, 2 versus 2.
I don't think I would take on h3, and Wesley hasn't taken yet either.
He has not.
No.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Are you kidding me?
Wait, do I
Wait
not
a
have the
minute.
last moves?
It's hard to say from our video there, but I thought.
Yeah, I did see Anish playing rook d2. I'm just not getting it. I might have to refresh.
Well, it was like that video where it was like Wesley looked like he was pinching the king and the pawn together. So I thought he.
No, he's still thinking.
Okay. Well, we just saw rook. Wait a minute.
That's, thought
I
so.
saw rook d2 a long time ago. That is
What's
really
happening?
weird. Okay.
Did we imagine that?
I don't know. Maybe
Maybe he
we're
put it
on a
back?
delay. Maybe we got
I'm very
updated with a
confused at the
delay.
moment, yeah, because we both saw him play rook d2 5 minutes ago.
I'm ready to testify in a court of appeals. By the way, that's an unusual screen. I'm seeing the live board. I'm seeing my analysis board. I'm seeing the video on the top. And then I just saw the replay of rook d2.
I don't know what happened.
Like, that was crazy. So we've got quite a busy screen there.
Yeah. Okay, there might be some transmission issues because Wesley was down to 24 minutes. Now he's back to 27. So.
Yeah.
Yeah. And every move, as we talked about, rook a5, rook a4, d4, king h3, all draws.
All draws. Of those many moves, which one would you choose, by the way? I've been choosing king h3 because I just think that
I'll
is
go rook a5
that is the
or rook a4.
rook a4, king e5.
And then take.
On h3.
Or go king g3 maybe.
Or king g3. Yeah. Okay, just a second. Hold on. What are you telling me? I just played rook d2.
Maybe I'm finding a way to lose.
You're going check, yes?
Right, king e5.
King e5.
Can I go king g3?
Yes.
Why not?
So you want to...
So I just want to take f3 and leave you with the h pawn.
Makes sense.
That is not greedy enough. Why not take both? I am very much in favor of collecting everything on the king's side. Leave nothing standing.
Now that's the Seirawan principle. When confronted with the choice between two desirable objects, you must expand your capacity to accept both.
You're a maximalist.
Exactly. King g3 is a good move. King takes h3 also is a
Better
good
move,
move.
maybe.
A very good move. You're taking
But you
both
can even go
pawns.
back rook a3 and still withdraw. But waste the
Exactly.
full tempo.
So again, I'm just going to refresh my board to the current position. We've just seen the position after rook d2. Oops, excuse me. Rook d2 was the last move. I'm expecting king h3. Rook a4 check has been suggested. d4. I think, Peter, you even suggested d4.
d4, I think, is playable as well, yeah.
Yeah. That's really an offensive move. I played rook to d2, attacking your d pawn, and you said,
let's
take it.
yeah, let's progress it further down the board and re-ask the question.
Right. Are you taking?
Honestly, I think maybe that's just the most logical reply here. D4, rook d4, rook a2, and play the same position again. Yeah.
Take it.
But yeah, I think these are by this point just sort of taste choices. It's rook a4 check and king takes h3 is, as we discussed, completely fine.
Anish now the only player walking around. We saw earlier there were 3-4 players.
Yeah, it looked like a traffic.
In line to walk, yeah.
Thinking about a traffic cop, you know, on stage, you know, raising a flag and
Your turn.
Yeah, your turn.
Now he has it all to himself.
Yeah, keep your pacing. Now, Peter, you've always
Been a walker.
Been a walker. Do you have much competition? Who's your biggest competitor in the walking around the stage department?
I think it's easier to highlight who sort of never gets up.
Artur Yusupov.
Yusupov, Topalov used to basically spend the entire game at the board.
Good Sitzfleisch, yeah.
Yeah, I think there's some other people you could name who are in that camp, but honestly, I feel maybe I'm still in competition for the top spots, but a lot of top players these days don't like spending time at the board when it's not their move.
Well, I remember Vichy most especially when he was young. He wandered around. I mean, he couldn't sit at the board without moving instantly. I mean, it was just amazing.
What about you, Yasser? Did you like to sit or walk?
I was in between, but later, as I was playing really, really much stronger players, not in open tournaments, but much stronger players, then I liked sitting at the board and really, I wanted to exploit my opponent's time, and it's hard because you tend to put yourself under pressure when it's your turn, and you tend to relax when it's not your turn. But this idea of using your opponent's clock to think about what are they thinking about, and can I counter their plan? So when it was my move, I was thinking about my plans. When it was my opponent's move, I was thinking, what are they trying to
Isn't that
conceive?
too much thinking?
Yeah. A lot of times you're exhausted after the game. Rook a5, by the way, by Wesley saying.
I think that's why a lot of players choose to walk, right, Peter, just to clear your head a little bit.
Yeah. Although we discussed it a little bit when there was this whole discussion of chess players playing with injuries, there was a period in my life when I was forced to sit down at the board, and it improved my results. So, what do I know? Maybe I was missing out on some things.
I think the same thing actually happened with Jan Timman. He injured. He was playing a soccer game. He broke his ankle or his leg at the Phillips and Drew. He was playing literally on crutches. And he was forced to sit at the board the whole time, and as the play went through the roof. like somebody who's like, would you heal this guy?
Quicker.
Yeah.
Heal Jan. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the idea always is that even if you're walking, you're still thinking about the position.
Yeah.
But I know about myself that I definitely do get distracted, and if I'm playing in a tournament, I will look at the other positions, and I will inevitably spot some interesting positions and start calculating those positions instead of my position.
Exactly.
And that ends up, you're not even resting as much as you would like, maybe. You're just wasting that energy on extraneous things, and that's not great.
Well, just exactly what you said is one of the reasons why I stopped walking, and it was especially because I was playing in tournaments with Garry Kasparov. And the real problem in those tournaments was Gary was playing such interesting games that you would go over, you go, oh my gosh, yeah, that's much more interesting than what's going on in my game. Gary, how did you get this game? So yeah, that was the danger, is that you would end up, paying more attention to the neighbor.
Yeah, I think an argument absolutely can be made for not spending every moment of your game thinking about your position, because giving your brain some off time might be good. But if what actually happens is you just think about different chess positions, then you're probably not benefiting
it at all. Dope. Rook a5 on the board. The players have plenty of time on their clocks.
Yeah, they're
But
on
the
foot
position-
42. They just got their 30 minutes 2 moves ago.
But the position is not offering Anish any chances at all. I mean,
I like rook a5. I think rook a5 is very much the kind of a move which persuades your opponent that there is nothing there.
Yeah, I think you can see on Anish's face he knows there is no win, but
I think
Little
he's known for a
frustrated.
it's hard to
while,
accept
but
that, yeah.
yeah.
This is a good, solid option.
But yeah, Anish is definitely one of the walkers. And also Levon, since we had him on today.
Levon's a good walker.
I've played with him in the same playing hall many times, and anytime someone's walking, it's always Levon.
Well, that's the
And
other.
he knows everybody's games, and
Right.
I will finish my game, and he's still playing, and he'll come over and tell me what I should have done. I was like, what?
Exactly. This is really. Yeah. Thank you. Right. Rude.
No, I enjoy it. But.
Yeah. Levon's walking around the stage, and he finishes his game. You've been in the analysis room with your opponent for the last hour, and he comes on and blitzes out 3 variations, and you look at each other. I didn't see that. I didn't see, you see
But
more.
he saw it, yeah.
He's perceived more in your game than you did. It's like, dang.
Yeah, I'm fascinated how they can do that, that they're that focused in their game, they don't miss anything in their game, but also the 10 other games going on.
Yeah. Now,
I can barely calculate in one.
that was the hardest for me. I don't know about yourselves, but Olympiads, now I felt almost a compulsion to look at all the games of what's going on in the team. So I was getting up from my board and looking, oh boy, we need a draw here, we need a win there. And
Team competitions are a little bit apart, right?
Yeah, very much so.
I think you are supposed to have at least some inkling of what's going on in the match, because that might have to impact your play.
Right.
On your decision as to whether to play for a win or a draw, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, many a time I've had a captain come to me and say, yes, sir, a draw clinches the match. A strong indication that the sacrifice that I've been calculating should no longer be calculated. Yeah, nothing like those team captains to be objective.
But that's not allowed anymore, so.
Isn't it?
No, it's
The
not. You
team
have to
captains
watch
have been silenced.
Really? Just
Completely, yeah.
muted the team cap. We used to have such great power. You know, we could decide the match.
Did you like being captain?
No, it's actually very stressful. Yeah. Because I am looking at all the 4 games.
Yeah.
But,
well, we enjoyed having you.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, that was great.
On the topic of captains having a lot of power, I remember the very first Olympiad I played in 1994. We were playing. It was it ended up being kind of okay for us. I.e., by winning the Russian championship, I was really not qualified for the national team yet. I was not good enough, clearly, but. Stupidly, they wrote into the regulations of the Russian championship that the champion gets a seat on the national team.
And
so
there
they
you
had to take me. So I played for a team which had Kasparov on 1 and Kramnik and Bareev and Dreyev, and we were playing. And it began kind of poorly. We lost a not even a particularly close match to Bulgaria, which was kind of interesting. Matches between Russia and Bulgaria would alternate. One year we would beat them 3.5-1/2. And then we would lose to them in the next one. Not even like a close one. We lost a bunch of matches to Topalov-led Bulgaria over the years.
Okay.
And in '94 we lost to them because Topalov beat Giri in Moscow there. And by round 10, I think it was a very, very close run thing. England was doing well. I think Germany was doing well. And also we had a youth team, Russia 2.
Right.
Which was actually fighting for medals until the very last round. And we were playing them, I think, in maybe round 10 or something.
Russia A versus Russia B.
Yeah, Russia A versus Russia B, so to speak, yeah. And all 4 games are still going on. I'm playing my old childhood friend Vasily Emelin on the last board. I'm white and some kind of a scotch. I have a small advantage. And then at some point, our captain and their captain kind of get together, look each other in the eye, and then our captain just comes to the boards, puts all 8 kings in the center, and we'll go.
The captains decided.
And this was legal.
Yes.
This was something you could actually do. Captains could agree on the result.
Yes.
So taking this away, I think, is very good. But by this point, I think even suggesting anything to your players, even like it used to absolutely be written in the rules that you get offered a draw. You can come to the captain
And ask
and
advice.
ask for opinion.
Yeah.
I think this is no longer the case.
No
I think
longer the case,
basically
no.
they're just there to bring you tea and sign the resulting protocol once the match is finished. Everything else has been
All the
stripped
power is
away.
gone from
Yeah,
captains.
that's the
why
way
you
I
like
felt.
it.
Yeah, my responsibility beyond getting the team correctly. Tea was very important. I was big on the chocolates too.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
We were
right.
always covered.
Yeah,
Just
I
had
wanted the
enough chocolate,
chocolates. Yeah. Very, very nice. Yeah, so very, very different these days. But team events required me to see all of the games, and that was very different. Yeah.
So many stories about the team captains from those years, because the Soviet and then Russian team captain in those years was an absolutely legendary character who is now in the States, Boris Postovsky.
Yeah, right.
And there are so many stories. Very few of them actually
The myth is growing.
quotable right this moment, I want to say. But
Right. The myth. Rook A5 has caused Anish to completely stop and
Yeah, he's done 10 minutes.
rethink the situation. And Peter, is there any suggestions you may have to help the young man?
The answer is no.
No. Beyond king, I mean, is there any reasons to play A3?
But then I think there's a forced draw which doesn't even allow white to get the optimal setup. I will take on A3.
You will.
You will take on D5. I will
Correct.
go Rook A4 check.
Okay.
You will play king forward, I'm assuming.
Yes, because
F5, I guess, yeah.
that's the way.
And I will not, I think king G3 is cleaner than king takes H3, although there is no real difference. But I will actually do this first. And if you go Rook D3, I have Rook F4 check and then F6 check, and then I will take everything.
Yeah, that's very clean, actually. There's nothing to discuss at all. So I was trying to finagle you. A3, I was half hoping that you would play king H3 and allow me the surprise, shocking Rook A2.
Even that probably is just a very safe draw, right?
Okay, I play.
Very much.
You've got to entertain my fantasies, but here was the fantasy. The fantasy is that whenever you get your rook behind the pawn,
Rook A4 check. Though.
you could put your rook on A3 and maybe pawn on A4, and a good day go. Look at this. Look,
I'm
Mom.
doing something.
I'm doing something. But no, your rook takes A3 is absolutely brilliant. That ends.
As the quote
Very
goes,
simple but brilliant.
Yeah.
we must do something. This is something, therefore we must do it. Yeah.
We must do it. Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah, Anish just seems very, very upset that he's not winning this game.
Yeah, maybe he's
I think that's why he's taking so
reliving
much time.
the past, you would say.
Or maybe he just still has a hope and is calculating some line. We don't know.
Yeah.
But Wesley's not even at the board. He's confident he's got this.
Exactly.
Wesley is not a walker, though, I think. Wesley is a sitter somewhere else. Yeah.
He's, compared to actual walkers, yeah.
I think he finds a chair somewhere and just...
He's a snacker, though. I always met him in the snack room. Always.
Yeah.
I saw a Wonder Liang too. A Wonder
Oh,
was making a
I
beeline
think I
to
was
the
coming to the tournament just to eat.
the snacks. Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, St. Louis Chess Club provides such good snacks
Yeah,
that
exactly.
I understand.
I remember when we were doing these shows from the club in the years gone by.
Yes.
Wesley would obviously do everything he wanted to do in the playing hall, and then he would come down for interviews, and then he would also help himself to the
Whatever
the
it
snacks
was.
downstairs.
Yes, exactly. Okay, Rook D4 intimates that I may play A2, A4 if you're not looking too closely.
Do
Yeah,
we,
we can take
the
on
pawn?
A2 now. Then.
I will take on A2.
Yeah. We take on A2 and...
And I like that Rook A4 check and King G3 business.
I guess maybe Anish will try King F5 check straight away without even maybe taking on D5, King F5 and...
Hold on, what was that? Rook takes A2?
I'm giving a discover check first.
And I liked your King G3 business.
Now I want to try playing F4.
f4 now.
Yeah, this is the one I want to preserve. It's still a draw, but like this is, I think this is the way Anish intends to pretend to have something.
Gotcha.
But I mean, it's obviously not a lot. And
Exactly.
since we're not winning the f-pawn by force, I guess king f5, king takes h3 is just more straightforward.
Right.
Rook d5, king g3, and
Kind of transposing into that other variation.
yeah.
Wow.
Black king would have to be on the queen side for this to be lost, right?
Yeah.
Like on A8.
Eight files over.
Or
is that what
A1 or something
No,
super
honestly,
far away.
if you imagine, if we talk about this position, let's say we could play rook takes d5, king takes h3, rook takes d5. And we go king h3, c6. I think you're in trouble. I don't know if you lost, but you definitely will have to start playing very, very precisely.
On your board, Peter?
Yeah, I don't know how to arrange that. I guess I can maybe try to arrange this. King rook takes d5, we go king g3, and now please ignore my board for a while.
As you try to set up the position that you
Yeah,
want.
says
to
still a
show.
draw, but after, let's
Okay.
say, f3, f4, the only thing that doesn't lose specifically is rook a to a6, because if you allow king f6, you've lost. Just as an illustration, 1 against 1 with this kind of a symmetrical pawn situation is extremely dangerous.
Wow.
If you play this passively, if you play rook a7, king f6, you've lost. Because if I will play f5, I will play king g7, I will play f6, and then I will come after the f-pawn. And the king will continue being cut off until I need to uncut it, so to speak.
Right.
So it becomes very move by move. But when the king actually isn't connected to the pawn on f4, when black has counterplay against the pawn on f4, it's a very comfortable draw.
Thank you, Peter. Just to remind our viewers of our remaining schedule.
Tournament is
What
nearing
is
the
coming
end.
up?
Players are today finishing up round 7. Tomorrow they'll be back for round 8 for the last round. It will start 2 hours earlier, so it will be 6 a.m. Central Time. That's just for in case of playoffs.
Exactly. So again, tomorrow, regular coverage, last round game, 2 hours earlier. Boy,
And the playoffs are looking very likely, so a good decision.
I'm developing a hate-hate relationship with my alarm clock.
Hate.
Hate-hate.
Do you still use a physical alarm clock?
Yes, I do. It's digital, but it's physical.
You don't trust the phone? Hey, sometimes phones have silent alarms.
Well, to begin with, but also the internet connectivity, I don't know.
It doesn't require
It
internet.
just has to have
shouldn't be.
battery. As long as it's charged, it'll be fine. But
I
I've
got
had a case
charged.
where it was going off silently.
No, I recently almost missed a flight because I had this before, and I thought I figured out why it was happening. But basically, there is a do not disturb mode on your phone, which, if you don't go into the settings and manually reset them, actually overrides both calls and alarms. It says do not disturb is sort of higher in the hierarchy of things than an alarm you set with your own hands, you know.
Right.
So I found myself with an hour and a half to finish packing and get to the airport and to the flight, and I was like in the middle of a town, not even at the airport hotel. I made it, but it was very touch and go.
Impressive
But I
that
have
you
now
made
found
it,
the
but
correct
yeah.
settings. This will not happen again.
Yeah, you have to allow one app, and it's the alarm clock.
Yeah. Like you disable everything else, but
Yeah.
you tell it to respect the alarm. Yeah,
Exactly.
exactly. Yeah, that's how.
But I don't know why silent mode even exists on the alarm.
Yeah, I guess that should
What's
not be
the
a
point?
thing. That should not be a thing. Yeah.
We do have some moves. They've
The
traded
problems
a1 for the d pawn.
of modern life. There you have it. Rook takes a2, rook takes d5.
Yeah. Now we give a check on a4,
And
yeah,
this is-
that is just very done.
This is the lines we were looking at, was rook a4 check,
That is
intending
Very
king
very
g3,
done.
or even king takes h3, a case of king. Oh, was it king
I think
e5?
every which way. Is a
But
draw.
rook a4 check is
Yeah, we're
the cleanest.
Excuse me.
not making a mistake here.
Yeah, what needs to happen for black
Yeah,
to lose
F7,
this?
F5 in this position is a draw.
Wow.
f7,
Okay.
f5 is a draw?
Yeah.
Well, that says a lot.
Yeah, I just wanted to check whether.
And I won't ask what needs to happen.
Yeah.
I mean, if that
Just
doesn't
to-
lose the game for you, you know, that you're making a very serious attempt to losing the game. And it's
to
not
make
enough.
sure, yeah.
It's
Not
not enough. Oh, my. f5.
Yeah.
I'd
Do we have,
almost.
yeah, we have a table base that we can check now.
I mean, f5 is like one of
So,
those moves where I feel
Rook
like I'm
d2
losing.
is a losing move.
Rook g2 is losing because rook d8
Getting
trades.
mated?
Yeah, you either trade rooks or get mated. Yeah.
Right. So there's 3 losing moves: Rook d2, Rook
Okay.
a5, both blundered the rooks,
Yeah.
and Rook g2 for that tactical reason of Rook d8. That's crazy. And look at that graph. It's beautiful. Position is a draw. It tells us drawing
from the
moves.
table
There's a
base.
lot of them, and losing moves like I just listed. Only 3 moves lose in this position.
Yeah. When table bases were coming into vogue, Ken Thompson described it as God mode.
God mode.
God mode. Like now we're 100% sure that you're playing perfectly. These are perfect moves. And it really, like hit me. And I remember for the Deep Blue, Garry Kasparov Deep Blue matches, it was signed into the contract that whenever the game reached a table base,
It would be immediately drawn.
it would be immediately resulted as because only the human
Can make a mistake.
can make mistakes at that point.
It's not fair.
The Deep Blue would have just used the table base.
Yeah.
And-
Yeah.
I think that's entirely fair. And that,
Yeah.
that is.
But prior to that, that never been written in a computer versus human contract, that table bases.
Look at
were-
that. White has a losing move here. Rook d4.
Come on, Anish, you can avoid it.
Even online, I don't think anybody pre-moves rook d4 here. So. Risks are low.
Yeah.
King f5.
Yeah, I wonder what. Yeah, and that lift of the king.
Yeah,
there.
it gently lifted,
Yeah.
kind of an indication we're
I
not.
still want to play king g3,
Yeah,
but
I think you play king g3.
you guys convinced
honestly.
me to take both, so
Yeah,
maybe.
why allow f4?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think you go king g3. Yeah.
I like king g3.
Even though it really is completely irrelevant.
I'm still a little bit stunned that
He's looking
f7,
like,
f5
where did
is a
Wesley
draw.
go? He's ready to make a draw.
If you think that before the move rook a4 check, f7, f5 is still drawing.
That's just funny.
That
Yeah.
is,
Yeah, and
That's
now only
ridiculous.
the moves that lose the rook in one move lose here.
Right.
As you can see.
And there's 12 drawing moves for black.
Did either of yourselves ever study the table base of king and queen versus king and rook?
I know the end results. I
Yeah.
can even tell you what the position is where you need to know a very specific move, but I've
Right.
never done it myself. I was somebody explained to me.
It's absolutely
It's fascinating,
fascinating. Yeah, that there'll be like 12 winning moves, and you'd only consider 2 of them in a position. It's like
I have not won that once in an over the board game.
Really?
In a very high stakes game as well. I was playing. It was I think the quarterfinals of the World Championship in Moscow in 2001. I was playing Boris, and that was game 2 of a portion of a rapid. It was already tie-breaks. It was already rapid play. Game 1 was already drawn. I was even more winning prior to that moment. I should not have allowed that.
Even?
Yeah, I could have preserved the final pawn on the board with the queen already against rook, and I kind of blundered that away. And then I did not win queen against rook. I think maybe 10-second increment, I want to say.
Whoa, that's bad.
That's not a
form.
lot, yeah.
But 10
Because
seconds.
the tension, I mean, it was such an important match. I was getting to the semifinals of the World Championship. It was a great big deal for me, obviously. And
Obviously.
at one point, I missed a check which would have collected the rook.
Okay.
That was the closest I came. Like he had a king on h5 and a rook on f8, and I didn't play queen g1 c5 check. Because like you keep on wanting to have it cut off on the h file. And that's how you kind of plan to win it. Yeah. But yeah, that was very. I still ended up winning the match somehow, but it still kind of haunts me to this day.
Queen versus rook. There you go.
f6 is a draw here.
Yeah, if f5 was a draw a moment ago, f6 must be an
Yeah,
absolute
Wesley
draw.
is with us on the king g3 topic.
Yes.
Is there a way king g5 and again
I'm
keep
thinking,
the h pawn alive?
well, king g5, f6 check is the problem.
That's so annoying.
Right?
Or honestly, even maybe rook f4.
Or f5.
King g5, rook f4?
Rook f4, and then f6 check if I need to.
Yes.
Keep one alive.
Yes. I just had to double check.
Yeah, rook f5 I will take on f5 and h3.
Yes.
I'm not
I
going to
do-
lose
and
that.
then
Don't
just-
take f3, yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
just
not gonna lose
follow
that
my
position.
my pawn from behind.
Yep.
Yeah, you're right. Rook f4 is very good.
Once again, not that it matters. I'm pretty sure there are no losing moves in this position.
Oh, just
Apart
a
from-
second. Just a
apart from the
second.
rook
Immediate
blunders, of course.
rook
Apart from the rook
blunders,
blunders.
yes.
Well, there is one more, which is flagging, but it's
Yeah.
not an option because Wesley has 16 minutes.
Yeah, king g5. Let's see what Wesley chooses
Losing
here.
on
But
time.
I like rook f4, I think. Okay, f5 now loses.
Does it?
Important, yeah. f6 check
Okay.
doesn't, but f5 now loses.
Why?
That's some progress for white, I guess.
Why does? Gosh,
Why is
f5
it
looks
losing
almost
now?
like it's
I guess I'll take
wrong.
with the rook and
Yeah, rook takes f5, f4, rook f8, f5,
Yeah.
and so on. But yeah,
Okay,
why would
Wesley has played it
you? Rook f4, yeah.
the most accurate, or what feels best, even though he may have had other choices, but rook f4 feels.
Yeah, I think Anish goes rook f5 here, and everything
just shake
disappears
hands,
within
yeah.
the next 30 seconds. Yeah, I don't think.
unless he wants to play rook d6 or something, wait till black takes f3 and play h4.
Do you consider this a 50-50 moment? This one? 50-50? King f3. We win. King f3, white wins. King h3,
I don't think that's how
black
statistics
draws.
work.
That's not
Did you notice, by the way, that king g3 h4 is a draw on your screen?
Oh my god.
I didn't notice that.
So definitely not 50-50 then.
Oh my God. So it was a 2/3 shot.
Hey, what about f6? I'm genuinely curious.
f6 now?
No.
Because
f6.
of f4?
No, I take on f6 and I go king g5.
Oh yeah, right. Okay, that's too much.
Now see, here's
That's a little bit too
let's
much.
show. Wow, did you see the thermometer? Oh my gosh.
Anish goes rook d6,
Let's
as
get to the
somewhat
current
expected.
position.
I'm going to refresh.
Wesley will
Sorry,
go rook takes
everybody.
f3. I know how the game will end.
Yes.
Rook d6. I'm calling my shot here. Rook
Yeah.
f3,
Yes.
h4, f6 check,
Mm-hmm.
and you can take it from there.
King h5.
Not gonna happen.
No, he's not even pushing the h-pawn. I think he's going rook f6.
I was
There
going
we
rook
go.
f6 straight away. Okay, fair enough.
He's
So
not even waiting for f6.
I called my shot and I was wrong.
Okay.
There should be a penalty for this.
But no, I mean there's complete cleansing of the chessboard.
And there we go. It's officially a draw. Long game. Anish really tried, but Wesley defended very well.
Defended very well. Wow, a very eventful game, a topsy-turvy round with those decisive games really making for shaking up of our standings.
Yeah, especially Fabio winning and Vincent losing. That
Wow.
changed everything.
I mean, 3 players now tied for first.
We can hear the players a little bit,
Just
but we don't know
barely.
what position they're talking about. So let's take
Yeah.
a look at the final standings after round 7. Now 3-way tie for first. It's Fabiano Caruana, Jorden van Foreest, and Vincent Keymer. Half point behind those 3 players is Anish Giri.
Well,
And sort of Wesley.
And right,
and
sort of.
Wesley, because he will get a forfeit by tomorrow, and he will have 4.5, hoping that the leaders stumble.
Right, that's Wesley's hope, yeah. What do we think today? We didn't expect 2 decisive games.
Well, in fact, I actually thought that if in the game between Sindarov and Vincent was going to win. If that game was decisive, it looked like, in fact, Sindarov's not having a good tournament. Vincent's in form. Vincent's playing all of these wonderful moves, looking really good. Maybe even b7, b6 after the pawn sacrifice instead of
or
bishop
bishop
d7.
d6. I think if he plays bishop d6, he never loses.
Exactly. So that was a big surprise. Yeah.
Let's go back to Bucharest to hear final thoughts from Anastasiya and Cristian.
Well, absolute shakeup at the top of the standings, and we sort of expected it here. We called it here in Bucharest. We said that today, after yesterday's, a bit slower of a day, today we're expecting a lot of decisive or at least fun games, and that's exactly what we got. People understood that they need to catch up with Vincent. He was running away with the event, and they did step up to the plate, Fabiano and Javokhir.
I absolutely agree with you, Cristian. I think it's time to check what we are talking about at the beginning of the show, because we choose two games which finished decisively. The game between Praggnanandhaa and Fabiano, and also the game between Javokhir and Keymer. I'm actually happy that the challenger of the World Championship match, Javokhir Sindarov, managed to win his first ever game in classical game in GCT event. I think he was also very happy about this fact. And from now on, maybe it will be easier for him to play, because I think he was still trying to find his way in this series of really strong events. So right now, I can expect anything from him in the last two rounds. And of course, Fabi, it seems like, found his ground again. And by the way, from all three leaders of the tournament, he's the only one who gained the point against Alireza, playing against him in the room of the hotel, while Vincent and Jorden, of course, without any intention, but got these points after Alireza withdrew from the tournament.
And that victory against Alireza, coupled with his victory against Praggnanandhaa, actually put him in second position in the live rating list. So right now he's surpassing Hikaru after a very long stretch of Hikaru being number 2. Fabiano is back to number 2 going into the final. I believe we have 2 more rounds, right?
2 more rounds, exactly. Yes, we have 2 rounds.
We have 2 more rounds, and tomorrow we have a big one. That is Fabi versus Vincent, a clash of the leaders. So that's definitely one that we will be following from Bucharest. For the moment, good night, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you, Anastasiya and Cristian. Dramatic rounds dead ahead.
Should we check our picks and see how our predictions are doing? Yes,
No.
we didn't have a great day today, but we're always happy when Fabi wins.
Prague, what did you do?
Oh, we're getting there.
Oh,
Everybody had a good day but us, yes. Oh well, there's always tomorrow.
We're not friends anymore.
Thank you everybody for watching, and join us again tomorrow at the same time for round 8. Good night from St. Louis.
Good night.
Good night.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.